But I guess to TLDR chat, what we're trying to do is we have a PowerPoint set up by my good friend, Mr. Baggins. Basically, is we're going to be going through as many of the DPS heroes as possible, hopefully all of them, and grade them off of 6 categories. Number 1, skill floor. And skill floor is what we like to define as when you are competent at this hero. Like, how hard is it to get competent? Like, okay at this hero. Not perfect, not great, not even good, but decent. How hard is it? Skill ceiling is how difficult is it to get perfect at this hero, or as close to perfect as you can get. In other words, if you can play this hero perfectly, how difficult it is to get to that top tier ceiling. And then this is where people get a little confused, because then we change from skill floor and skill ceiling to value floor, value ceiling. Now, skill is how difficult it is to do something, or how good you, like the level of skill involved. Value is just how strong the hero is. So value floor, in other words, is how good is a hero when played relatively well. Right? Not perfectly, but competently. How good is it? And then value ceiling is how good is the hero when played perfectly, right? So we kind of get an idea of like what heroes are really strong right now at value and what heroes are really hard right now in skill. And hopefully those two, in a perfectly balanced game, those two are very close in line. In other words, we don't have heroes that are really, really strong but don't have very high ceilings, or heroes that are very, very difficult to play but are very weak. There's no motivation to really get better at them. And then the last two would be buffs, nerfs, just general discussion of like what maybe balance might be necessary for those heroes. And then this is the one that's going to be very opinionated. We're going to need chat's help a lot with this one. And this is going to be fun to play against. We didn't even try saying is this hero fun to play, but is it fun to play against? And obviously there's a lot of factors in there. 99% opinion. And honestly, SVB, if we're honest with ourselves, a lot of this is opinion. It's educated opinions.
It's very subjective.
It's subjective. There's educated opinions, I would argue, because I'm going to pat myself in the back a little bit here and pat you in the back as well. But obviously, this isn't a science. This is just fun discussion, and obviously, we very well expect many people, if not the majority, to disagree on most of these numbers. But hey, we're talking about it. I'm having a good time, and I guess that's all that really matters.
That's it. That's what we're here for.
Okay.
No, absolutely. It's going to be very subjective. There's going to be a lot of disagreement. I mean, hopefully, I have done for example, I did a tier list recently for plat and below. Mm-hmm. And I think the most important thing is just to explain why we did it. Because I think most people can understand if we give a coherent logic of like, well, this is why we think it. You might put them one number up or down, but hopefully we can provide enough of a reasonable argument to say that our opinion wasn't just out of our asses, which it might be.
Yeah, right. Hopefully not. Hopefully it's somewhat clean, but we'll see how it goes. So I'm going to try my best for my chat. I'm not sure what your plan is with yours, is to try and use the poll feature. 1 through 4 is what we're grading by, 1 being very low, 4 being very high, and trying to like get their votes involved as well. So we can kind of see, I guess, quote unquote, a small subsection of popular opinion versus our opinion, and we can kind of discuss that. But I guess we're going to have to find a balance between going super fast, but also having discussion. And I guess that does it for me. Are you ready to go?
Yeah. So yeah, I'm ready to go. So again, just to clarify for the chat, so 1 is what we believe is the lowest. Is that correct? And 4 is the highest.
Yep. I think that's.
So in fact, yeah, I'm going to just start that right now. So skill floor, again, I'm going to define it one more time. Skill floor, in fact, subtitle, you define it because you're better at this than me. So just define skill floor once again to make sure there's no question.
Skill floor is how difficult. In other words, how much time do you have to put? How much effort do you have to put it to get to be decent at the hero? Not necessarily decent in terms of, hey, I'm diamond or masters, because maybe a hero is not very good and it's hard to climb with it. But as in, I don't make mistakes every 5 seconds, right? I get to be a decent level with this hero. And the skill ceiling is
so like entry level difficulty, right? Entry level difficulty.
In other words, I'm decent. I have the basics of the hero. I can, and then skill ceiling is when you play it perfectly. You might not be, the hero might stink. If we put Widowmaker's headshot damage at 50 damage per headshot, she would be terrible. But the difference between a bad and a good Widowmaker in terms of the crit percentage would still be massive, right? They wouldn't do a lot either way, but there's still endless potential there, and that's kind of what we're looking for.
Exactly. So, do you want to start off first with Ashe, or do you want me to go first?
Well, let's alternate this. You start off floor, I'll do ceiling, you do floor, you do ceiling, and then we'll alternate for each one.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. So I guess for skill floor with Ashe, my argument here with Ashe is like whenever there's an aim-dependent hero, I always tend to think of, okay, there's aim dependent. That automatically puts the skill floor a little bit higher than some other heroes, because especially people that are new to FPSs like I was, it's an entire part of her kit that just takes raw practice. You can understand aim, but doesn't mean that you're going to be able to aim. So I think, positioning with her, you've got a hero that likes to take angles, that likes to use high ground. Dynamite is not a super easy cooldown to use. I think the only easier part of her kit is Bob. So I think in terms of like master, like just picking up Ashe, I'd probably put her at a 2 or a 3. What are your thoughts?
I'd agree with that assessment. Yeah, I'd agree. I think, this is one of the interesting things. I think we'll have to constantly define and make sure we set precedents. Because I think one thing obviously is FPS mechanics and how sort of hard we rate them as an entry level, right? Because for some people, they would take for granted that an FPS game will have some entry level FPS skill required, whereas others, especially with Overwatch, have come to Overwatch with no entry level FPS, so it becomes really, really difficult. And I'd agree that it's just difficult to land shots, whatever you are, like it's difficult. So my chat has already decided actually to put this down as 2. I think I'm more, I think like 2.5 is what I want. It's kind of as
should we see, we're going to cheat. We might be able to put 2.5 in our little numbers, but chat has to deal with 2 or 3 or 4. They only get
chat has to be binary. Chat has to like go all like polarized.
Yeah, exactly. So I agree with you there. I think 2.5 is a really good grade on me, like slightly above average.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, it's tough, but hey, it's not super intricate either. I think that's one thing that we'll talk about a lot. I think intricacy of the character. There's not a lot of intricacy required necessarily to Ashe.
No. All right. So we'd agree that you have to type in the numbers. So I'm going to take my hands off
the sorry. Keyboard. I just saw the anonymous koala and I paused in case of the double typing.
No, it's okay. I was started to. I'm like, wait, I should not be doing this. What am I doing? I got a couple of votes. I got the number 2. I got 2 voted for me. 2-1 for me in terms of skill floor. So chat, I guess, was relatively on the same opinion. Chat, we shouldn't even necessarily need to do the poll opinion. We should just have them say it in chat. I think that'd be a lot easier. What do you guys think?
Yeah, that might be better actually. Chat, just spam numbers in chat. Just spam numbers when we get to it. Yeah, we get a feel. We don't necessarily need a poll because it might be quite distracting. True. Okay, so let me talk skill ceiling then, I guess. I mean, I think, again, there's not necessarily a lot of intricacy to mastering Ashe, but then again, it just becomes down to how heavily we weigh mastering hitting shots, getting good, basically. Right. Because if theoretically hitting a higher accuracy of your shots is like an infinite skill ceiling, right? There's always some, like, nobody's 100% accuracy. There's always some way to get higher. But in terms of the rest of the parts of the kits, is Dynamite particularly like intricate or difficult? No, it's just about the shooting, really, and positioning, but you got to position with everyone. It's not, again, I don't think it's super sophisticated positioning either.
I wouldn't say that she's even one of the harder DPS. I think like once you have a decent understanding of how she positions, it's pretty easy from there on out.
Yeah, and of course, actually, one thing I really definitely want to clarify, and I wanted to do it on stream so everyone sees this. When we're talking these heroes, are we talking on their own, or are we incorporating the potential for them, for perfect example of Ashe, with a Mercy Pocket?
I think you have to find somewhere in between. I think the fact that you pick Ashe, I think it's disingenuous to think that people aren't going to be picking Mercy. Oh, she's Ashe, or oh, he's Ashe, I'm going to pick Mercy to help. I think that is something that a lot of players would do, but I don't think that's certainly not what every player, even necessarily even the majority, would do. So that's something that we definitely have to account for. Although I will say that with the Ashe nerf, I guess you could say it was a little bit of a buff, a little bit of a nerf. The Mercy Pocket is slightly less attractive because there is no one-shot. It's still pretty fast. It can get pretty fast, but there is no direct one-shot. So the Mercy Pocket isn't 100% necessary. I think you have to find somewhere down the middle,
Yeah, fair. I think we'll keep it as a consideration in our mind, but it won't necessarily be the forefront. Because I know that people will be saying, well, if you add a Mercy to this, and it obviously screws the numbers up a lot, right? But yeah, I think thinking Ashe big picture, my chat is really heavily weighing towards the 3 kind of zone.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I feel like, again, a 2.5 feels kind of right, but I'm not sure. How do you feel?
Man, this is tough. This is tough because like I think with the ceiling you start to be more like, oh, aim is more of a factor, but honestly aim was even a factor to getting her to 2.5 in the first place, right?
Yeah, exactly, right. We're saying that you need to be able to aim to hit some shots. Now, how much are you min-maxing those shots?
Right, exactly. I don't know. I'm gonna have to say either 2.5 or maybe 3, but I'm leaning 2.5 again.
Yeah, I'm also leaning to. I feel like 3. We have to be careful, I think, particularly early on, of not giving too high ratings. I mean, I'm sure we can go back and reassess, but like,
right, exactly.
Yeah, giving like a 3 early on, I think sets a bad precedent in terms of like.
I agree. Okay, I agree with the.
So
I agree with the.
I'll go with 2.5 then.
I agree. See, this is the only problem.
Okay.
If we keep agreeing with each other, it's gonna get really boring. I'm gonna have
eventually. There'll definitely be. I mean, there'll definitely be heroes that I will have a hot take on, though. Especially like stuff like Bastion coming up. This is the metal rank destroyer, so I'm here to speak for those.
Sick. I'll have to come up with some really bad hot takes, otherwise I don't want to do that. Okay, value floor. Now to be very clear, this is the closest, I guess, comparison in the game is skill floor, value floor. Skill floor is how hard it is to get competent at a hero, but I don't care what rank you are. Like maybe a competent brig might be platinum and today's rank, but might have been like, low master or low diamond when it was release brig, right? Where she was just completely busted. You might be even better now, but still be like mid to high plat just because the hero's not as strong. So when I say value floor, I'm saying how strong is the hero when played at a competent level. So when you're playing it at the skill floor level, like you're decent, you don't make a ton of errors, you have a general idea of what you're doing, how strong is a hero? And for me, like I think Ashe historically has been like, Dynamite's obviously a relatively strong ability. She's got relatively good mobility. She was extremely popular hero. I think she's one of the few meta heroes, well not a few, but you don't always see heroes that are popular in pro and popular in low to mid tier ranked. And I think she was one of those heroes, Plat Diamond, you saw almost just as much Ashe in Plat Diamond as you did see it in GM. And I think that's pretty telling about how valuable she was. Another thing I think people need to understand as well is Bob is a pretty darn good ultimate. There are counters.
Yeah, Bob is deceptively strong.
Bob is deceptively strong, exactly. Bob is like one of those ultimates where it's like, oh yeah, I can just sleep it, we can LOS it, we can hack it. But if it's an Ashe that really knows where to put Bob, it gets to, and it's the boop, it's the initial, 100 damage, I think, on direct impact if you can land it. It's the obviously the off angle if an Ashe has an idea of where to place it. I rate Bob at like an A or B plus tier ultimate. And I think that is a huge part of making Ashe relatively effective. So I'm actually going to give value floor a 3. I think she's an effective hero even after these nerfs. I think she's an effective hero even when played not perfectly.
I think so. I think there's enough of her kit that even if you weren't hitting like a tremendous number of your shots, you could still actually do a lot. As we said with the dynamite. And also I think this is the new hero factor of like having a bit of everything makes it easier to not fuck up as well. Like having a coach gun to escape and have mobility to high ground also makes it easier that even if you're like just barely competent with the hero, you have tools within the hero's kit to like get out of trouble or get to a high ground you otherwise would have had to actually position yourself over to. It's
extremely hard to counter, Ashe. Extremely hard. Yeah. Even the counters like quote unquote, I guess Tracer or Widow was probably the best counter. It's very map specific and you can play around it. She doesn't really have a true counter that I know of. So that's pretty significant. All right, value ceiling, what do you think?
Yeah, so value ceiling again, like when played well, what's the kind of output this hero gets at its sort of at its highest? Yeah, this is. I mean, the fact that she's meta automatically speaks to the fact that her value ceiling is very good. She will give you a lot of value. I'm just thinking how high to go. Really, I don't think there's any dispute that a good Ashe will get you like a lot of value. It's whether we're saying 3, 4, or 3.5.
Yeah, I think this is subjective. And one other thing I'll interject, because I know this is your category, but I want to interject really quick. Something that metas define, so something that Chad needs to understand is just because a hero has like an 85% pick rate or 80% pick rate, especially if they're a tank or a support, doesn't mean that they're busted or overpowered. A lot of times metas are decided by like 1 or 2 really strong heroes, and then everybody just picks heroes that fit well with them, even if they're not that strong. So for example, Ashe might still be relatively strong, but maybe like right now, what would be a really strong hero? Like maybe Sombra, maybe Ball, right? And let's say Ashe doesn't fit relatively well with Sombra and Ball. It might be that Ashe just drops out of meta, not because she's not strong, but because she doesn't synergize well with those other heroes. So that's something that we kind of have to keep in mind with value ceiling, because that is kind of like the meta, quote unquote. But to me, even if Ashe falls out of the meta a little bit, I don't think that she's a fundamentally weak hero. She's just not favored by the heroes that are popular.
Yeah, and there's also just like heroes that are meta to either check other heroes or because there's no better alternative. So I think like sometimes like tanks are in this kind of state right now where they're mostly being picked because they're the ones that will die the least. Or I think back to like way like before Rolocker was the thing, Diva was often meta as a check for hit scan because how like early on in the game's life, some stuff like attack visor was just completely lethal. And you needed a diva, so he wasn't necessary. I mean, she was strong, but it's not necessary that she was being picked because she must be had. It's because she denied the enemy team from picking certain other heroes. So
a lot of factors to consider.
Yeah, I think 3.
Yeah, I would agree with 3.
I think 3 maybe.
I would agree with 3 as well. I think this would have been.
There's a temptation to bump it up.
Same. I think that we would have bumped it up post pre nerfs when she had 15 ammo, when she had the one-shot headshot with damage boost. But that was several months ago. She's received those nerfs that significantly impacted her DPS output. So I think 3 is a fair assessment.
So how are we going to number this buffs and nerfs here? So what are we saying?
I don't know. Maybe we could say 0 is fine. 4 needs a lot of work. And this is the one that we're gonna have to kind of keep ourselves in check because we could talk about this a lot. So we're gonna have to like come quickly here.
What if we do it like this? What if like buffs are 0 to 4 and nerfs are 0 to -4. So it's like
needs buffs.
We have an idea of which direction we think they need to go.
So, yeah, see, this is why I have you run. You think about these things like way more in a non-linear fashion. So I like it.
Well, my chat is already kind of baby raging over the fact that it's like, why out of 4? Why not out of 10? Or why not out of like
Yeah, because then we'd spend way too much time thinking about it. We're pushing ourselves to like not think.
We got to make it difficult. Yeah, exactly. So. Yeah, let's say -4 to 4 is kind of our frame to work with. So you go ahead, talk
this
through.
This is a tough one for me. I think like whenever you see a hero that has a discrepancy in value floor, value ceiling, and skill floor, skill ceiling, I think they probably need a little nerf. I think what we're seeing with Ashe is there isn't a huge discrepancy, but the discrepancy is here. With Ashe, I don't know. So I have to disclaimer this with I don't know what I'd touch with her. I think Coach Gun operates relatively fine. Maybe you could argue that Dynamite could, I don't know, do a little less damage. Maybe she gets her ult a little slower. Bob, I think, is very tricky to balance. Maybe you could nuke his HP down. Like he's like, what, 1,200, 1,400? Maybe drop it to like 1,000, 900, something like that. But she doesn't need much. And again, we can see that from her value floor, value ceiling. It's only 0.5 off. So maybe I would say -0.5. So not much.
This will be an easy math here. So one thing I want to kind of bring into this consideration, this will be a larger thing to think about thematically, is the discrepancy between hit scan and projectile heroes. Because I think there's a larger discussion in the community about it's just kind of better 9 out of 10 times to pick hit scan heroes at the highest level compared to projectiles, right? So if there's an eye to like bringing hit scan in line with projectile, then we might have to be a bit harsher, or we can just correct it when we get to the projectiles and say, well, buff them instead. Although I'd rather more nerfs than buffs. I'd rather bring the hammer and bring people down than start buffing the projectiles. So
yeah, absolutely, I agree with that. Yeah, okay. I think -0.5 maybe for now, but like you said, keep an eye on the whole hit scan versus projectile discrepancy. I think the projectile discrepancy is partially due to a lot of the projectile heroes are just old. They're outdated. They haven't really been touched for a while.
Yeah.
Junkrat's an archaic design. Heroes like Pharah has been touched and adjusted, but Hanzo's like Genji still is just needs work. Like he needs a lot of work. And even some of the heroes, like if you think about like Mei. Still, a lot of her value is tied around that freeze and not around a lot of the other utility that she brings, which either makes her really awful to play against or just very weak.
Yeah, we'll just have to play it by ear, I guess. Yeah. Now, fun again. Now, this is one that definitely ramped wildly up and down, depending on if the Ashe has a mercy pocket or not.
Yes.
Like I think literally, if the Ashe has and so again, how are we saying this? One is
terrible. You hate them. You
hate playing against them, and 4 is delightful. What a challenge! What a thrill!
Yes, exactly. I mean, obviously, nobody likes losing to any hero, so obviously we're gonna have to kind of keep that in mind. But obviously, 1 would be awful hero, takes no skill, is really frustrating and annoying, is okay to and then 4 is like, hey, it's a skill based matchup or whatever. For me, Ashe, like you said, I think the damage boost definitely reduced her fun ability to play against, because it was like, man, there's just another budget Widowmaker on the enemy team. You know what I'm saying? So
not even budget. I'd say like double. Like it's like you're Widowmaker and you got juice.
True. So I would say with the slight nerf here, I would put her like 2.5. I know that's a little low. Maybe actually not 2.5. I'd say like 2 or 1.5. And I know some people are like, what? Why isn't she like a 1 or a 1.5? But I think 2 is probably where I'd put her, because there are a lot of other heroes that are really frustrating to play against. And I don't put Ashe at the top of that list, not even close. So either 2, 2.5, now that I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, I think 2 is fair. I think because if we keep in the factor of the pocket, because it's not, even though the damage is like not lethal anymore, it's still a hero that kind of not demands, but encourages that pocket. And then that's obviously horrible to play against. And also I think like she has a little bit of the new hero effect of like I said earlier, she has a lot of things to her kit where you have to deal with a lot more than just straight up other heroes where, you have the coach gun, the dynamite, and the obviously inherent lethality. So I think 2.
Yeah, I think that works.
Go with 2.
Okay. So far so good. 1's completed. It only took us about 20 minutes. we could pick up the speed a little bit, but I think we got to go.
Yeah, let's get. We needed to establish the sort of
exactly
criteria.
Exactly.
Right?
Okay, we move on. Next one. Oh boy.
Okay. Bastion. Okay, so this is going to be a very controversial, I think, at least in the terms of, well, maybe not controversial, but there's going to be a lot of opinions on this one, considering how wildly different he's perceived in different ranks. So skill floor, I mean, this has to be as low as it gets. I think like this has to be low, because it's like anyone who picks up Bastion and realizes that you can go turret mode and just mow people the fuck down.
Yeah.
Will realize that this hero is just like does crazy damage.
Devil's advocate here is, I think with the shield nerf, you have to kind of incorporate their their flexibility a little bit as part of the skill floor, because sitting behind shield and shooting people doesn't really work anymore, even in lower tiers. At least it doesn't work near as well. So I think at a skill floor, you still have to understand, hey, I need to leave turret mode, reposition. Hey, I need to get behind cover here. It's not as easy as he was, but unfortunately, I can't think of many heroes that are easier even then. So I have to agree with the 1. There's just not enough to his kit. So
yeah, exactly. That's it, right? There's nothing really to his kit. It's like turret mode, sentry mode, and heal yourself. That's like, okay.
Yeah, I think people are
realizing how long can it really take you to figure that out?
In hero design, you either need some form of utility, or you need a hero design where the damage output is like combo related, if that makes any sense. You need like,
we'll get the combo man next one.
Right, we will get him next, but like you need something that like, okay, I use multiple skills to get the DPS output that I need, or I find value out of pressing just mouse 1, and that takes skill. And Bastion is neither. Bastion is mouse 1 and then 0 utility, and I think that's a poor hero design for sure. You can definitely see it's one of the old Overwatch heroes, I guess.
Yeah, well, yeah, think way back to old Bastion, who had a shield on top of him, and you're just like, wow. What was going on there?
All right, skill ceiling. What are your thoughts on this one?
See, again, this is tricky, because do we factor in how difficult it actually is to make Bastion viable at any sort of high skill level, right? Because then he becomes super tricky. All right, go ahead.
It's a little lukewarm, but for Bastion, it's hot. I think he's a 1.5 here, and my reasoning is that the ultimate, when used properly, is pretty tricky. Obviously the projectile getting down to the mobility of the ultimate, it's one of the actually harder DPS ultimates in the game. It's really, I would say, the only tricky part of his kit. But the other thing about it as well is when you're playing it at the ceiling level, which is so higher up in the ranks with more competition, you do have to, as I mentioned earlier, know how to reposition yourself. The whole pirate ship Bastion just doesn't exist in lower rank or higher ranks. You can't play it like that. You have to kind of adapt. Now he still lacks utility. He's still a relatively basic hero design, but you have to kind of adjust your play styles and play around it. Now I don't know if you were able to watch the European finals contenders.
I didn't, sadly.
It's okay. Obey Alliance played some Bastion against British Hurricane and they won. And it was basically flank Bastion, crazy meme stuff, but it worked because it was played really well. And this is at basically almost Overwatch level, like the best of the best. So I think to me that gives Bastion hope. Like if you're a GM Bastion player, you're probably doing something screwy. You're doing something weird that takes some thinking, and you are going to have to get value out of your ultimate, which certainly takes more aim than a lot of the other I guess heroes with their ultimate. So I give him a 1.5. I think there are heroes that are easier to play at a top level.
I would, yeah. I mean, maybe this is now the hot take. I actually would give it a 2. I think because
Really?
I think when the kit is limited, and this is this is my sort of line of thinking. And tell me if you agree with it or not. I think when the kit is limited, to get more out the hero becomes more difficult, and for the reasons we spoke about, where his kit is so limited, and this will return again with a couple other heroes. To get more, to like squeeze out more value requires kind of juicing tinier and tinier facets of the kit, right? So you have to really like you said, to get value out of this hero at a higher level, you really have to start going, 500 IQ crazy shit that is either genius or crazy, right?
Yeah.
So I actually think for that reason, maybe I would say 2, just because of like,
man.
Yeah, okay, you can figure out the character's kit very quickly, but then to actually get like figure out how to position this character and actually fit them into the way that Overwatch works is actually tricky.
Yeah, I can see that. I don't know. I'm not willing to cave.
We can go 1.5. I'm happy to settle on 1.5.
Well, whose category was it? Was it mine or yours? I can't remember. It was mine, right?
I don't remember.
All right, it was. Let's say it was mine, and then you get the next one, 1.5. But
Okay.
I
Yeah, that's
see.
fair.
I
I'm
see
not-
with
I'm
your
not
argument.
upset about
I
it.
see with your. I understand your argument. Okay, so this one's yours. So if we disagree, we'll split the difference or go with yours.
Well, yeah, this has got to be a high value floor. Like, I mean, provided you're not just getting, like, unless you're just getting really melted down.
It also depends.
If you get
on
into
how
turret
low
form and you mow people down.
Exactly. It also depends on how low the floor is too. Like we're talking like bronze, or like I think that's where it becomes.
Well, you have to think bronze, right? Because if we're talking the floor, the bottom level,
Yeah.
like if you just pick this character out in bronze, and you just go into turret mode, you start mowing people down. It wins all day long.
Yeah.
You only have to look at the frequency of angry posts about Bastion in Overwatch subreddit to know, like,
Yeah. No, I agree.
how much this character terrorizes.
Let's be honest. This is probably the easiest vote on this entire list of 17 heroes. This is probably a 1. I don't think there's an easier one. Or 4,
value floor, it
4,
wouldn't be like 4. Yeah, it would be 4.
No, you're
yeah,
correct, you're
because it's
correct,
like as high as it gets.
True,
like,
true.
you just pick this hero up, wreck
I
bronze,
misspoke.
easy
Holy
silver.
cow, please don't put him in 1.
Super tough.
Bastion's right click now heals him for 250 HPS. Okay. Ceiling. So this is like how valuable he is when played particularly well. I mean, we gave a good example of like, hey, it can be playable, it can work, you can play around it, there's some skill ceiling. But I mean, like, there aren't many heroes that are gonna. I mean, I don't think there's a single hero outside of, like, I honestly cannot think of a hero that's worse than Bastion at the top level.
Yeah,
I can't think of one.
He's just a meme. He's a meme at the highest level.
Because I think the fact that you have to do so many stupid things with them just to even win a game is just, and again, talking top level here, value ceiling, definitely 1.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think there's any, like, we have to treat the heroes, I guess, as references for each other as well. And there's no hero. Yeah, I wouldn't say there's a hero that does more in bronze and does less in GM than Bastion.
I think
basically.
it's a good way of putting it. Yeah.
So it's like 1 and 4. I think it kind of perfectly encapsulates the dilemma of Bastion, the duality of Bastion, the duality of man.
Okay, buffs and nerfs. What do you think? This one we're gonna have to touch on lightly because we could talk about this a long time.
Yeah, this is gonna be I think he's fine. I think it's fine to have meme heroes that are like bronze wreckers, but nobody plays them at GM. Like, I know people who are in the metal ranks are screaming, please nerf this guy, but I just don't see the need to nerf him really, because he's. Oh, go ahead. You go ahead.
Finish your thought.
Well, I was just gonna say he's a skill check, right? I've often referred to him as such. Like, to get out of silver, you need to figure out how to beat Bastion, and once you do, it's like you never look back, right? Once you figure out how to deal with Bastion, and it's pretty straightforward once you get there. For anyone watching, because people are always like, well, what is it? There's loads of counters. First of all, just don't run in front of his face. Don't go like try and out DPS him face on face. Just go take the alternate angle, go around his shield, pick Ana, nade and sleep him, and you're fine.
Yep, absolutely. And I think the thing is like, I don't think he needs buff or nerfs. I think he needs either a complete rework or just leave him as a skill check. I think we're in Overwatch, we've got these two houses of two groups of different thought. One is that every hero needs to be viable, which I can agree with that, in which case every hero needs to be reworked to have more complexity, higher floor, higher ceiling, that kind of a thing, right? And Bastion is terrible in that category, so he needs to rework there. Or there's another school of thought. It's like, oh, you know what? We can have meme heroes like Moira and Bastion and that are easy to play, easy value, beginner heroes, but they're just not allowed to be strong. And I'm okay with that too, in which case, leave Bastion as he is. He's a skill check. He's a trash hero, but do not buff him. Do not make him stronger. Let him remain the skill check. So we either need a rework or we leave him as it is. I don't think buffs or nerfs isn't a good enough way of looking at it.
Yes, I agree. I agree 100%. So I think considering the limited scope of ratings we have, let's just go with 0 then. I think.
I agree. Yep.
I
agree.
0 or like it's fine or rework.
I agree.
Okay, fun against. Now this gets very different. To be honest, actually, I don't even think it's that deep. It is dumb when there's a Bastion in the enemy team. And like every game is dumb. Even it's dumb in bronze because holy god, please kill this Bastion. And a GM is dumb because he's going to have to do really dumb shit.
He's going to spawn camp you with his ult or something stupid. And like, it's 0. Like, or 1, I guess, is the lowest.
1, we don't really have a 0.
We're going to add a 0 just for Bastion, but definitely 1.
Just for Bastion, he's his own category.
This is like a cursed scorecard here.
This just reflects something problematic about the hero, doesn't it?
For sure. Okay, I guess that does it. That was slightly faster, so we move.
I think he's a bit more clear cut, I think, in that sense, Bastion.
Okay.
Okay, so I think is it your turn for this one?
Well, is it? No, it's
okay.
not.
I'll go skill floor.
You go.
Skill floor. Skill floor. Okay, so how hard is this hero's entry level? I actually think he's quite tricky because I think the reason I'll make this argument is because he's quite different to a lot of the other Overwatch heroes. Like you said, he requires this sort of weird combo mechanic, which is just not there so much in other Overwatch heroes. So to actually learn Doomfist requires to learn a very specific set of skill sets, where you have to learn the rollouts, you have to learn like how to execute his abilities in a certain order and what's the optimal way to get out. And that's why I don't think you see, Doomfist is in bronze, basically. Agreed. Because it's not like, it just doesn't work. So I think quite high, actually, maybe 3.
I would actually go higher than that. I think there aren't, like, again, we have to kind of compare them to each other. How many DPS heroes are there that are harder than Doomfist to play at the base level?
That's fair.
And I don't think there are many. I think maybe you could argue Tracer might be slightly harder, Widowmaker probably slightly harder. I know that has been my argument when I made that tier list on Twitter. But he is up there. I think you can punch bot him, but even that isn't very easy, and it's very easy to get punished. His ultimate is not particularly intuitive, and it's also not super, super strong. I think like he's actually pretty tricky to understand, and even at a base level, I think 3.5 is my Doomfist score.
I think 3.5. I think 4 might turn some heads if we were to put him at 4. But 3.5 seems fair. I think he's just very. This is why as well. Whenever people kind of tell me like why don't they like nerf Doomfist or whatever, and I always say, well, it's because he's just really difficult actually to get value out of.
Exactly. Okay.
Go talk us through
skill ceiling. So this is one of the heroes where there is a very big difference between value ceiling and skill ceiling, at least right now, because there's a lot of heroes that counter him. He's been nerfed a couple of times. He's not very meta right now. And honestly, a lot of players have just kind of figured out, okay, what do we need to do to beat this hero? Like, what adjustments do we need to make? So for me, even though he's easily a 3.5, easily as well, because of the amount of micro, text, map knowledge, matchup knowledge is another big one with the Doomfist, because you're literally physically interacting with each and every hero. There isn't, I just do this against this hero and it works. Like, I think Zenyatta might be one of the only matchups that's relatively easy. You need to know how to like deal with Mercy Guardian Angel. You need to know how to deal with Ashe Coach Gun. You need to know how to deal with Reinhardt, Charge, Orisa Fortify, Winston Jump, and Bubble as well. Like every hero, there's an individual matchup, and not to mention, he is arguably up there with Ball, the most map-specific hero, like map-specific knowledge. And it's not like, it's just optional. I mean, to an extent, yes, but having a baseline of understanding of like every single map and like what allows you to do in rollouts, I don't think there's any hero like it. Like he probably has more value there than even Ball, which is saying something. So I think easily 3.5. I think the only thing that limits him in terms of ceiling is mechanically he's difficult, but I don't think he's as mechanically hard as other heroes. So I think that's his only caveat when it comes to ceiling.
Yeah, it's tricky because again, how we define mechanics is tricky as well, because I guess like a precise execution. I mean, precise execution of his cooldowns isn't that difficult once you know the combos.
Yeah, it's very difficult,
but
not as difficult as other heroes.
Yeah, not as difficult as other heroes. But again, I do think that like there's no other hero that I can think of that requires you to basically know rollouts on every single map. I think even Ball, you can actually intuit quite a lot of it. You can like once you figure out like where grapples are supposed to go, you can kind of intuit a lot. Whereas literally you have to get in there and practice like, can I fly off this wall if I punch it? Like,
I don't know.
Everywhere.
We'll find out. Yeah, exactly. I agree.
I mean, 3.5 for sure, I think, is like, I would accept. I'm even wondering 4, but maybe we can put 3.5 now and return to 4 if needed.
Sure. I will.
Because I do feel like, there's an argument to be made for 4, because I don't think that we should only value like FPS, considering that that is what this is like. Overwatch is, a game meant to be more than just an FPS, right?
That's true. But I'm not familiar enough with all the Doomfist techs, so I have to be honest. Like, there's a couple of them, like the jump cancel, like, the sky jump, you hit a ledge and hit space at the perfect time. But I don't know how I've done those. I don't know how difficult they are to do in a real match and how much of an impact they have. So that is obviously a fair point. Value floor. What are your thoughts on this one? Like, how good is he when played?
I think it has to be quite low, though. Because, I mean, again, I feel like chat are going to be like, well, you could just punch people as an insta-kill. And that's true. But, again, how easy is it to execute that insta-kill well? And I would say quite difficult. But then, again, you can just roll up on the point in bronze, Doomfist, start punching people, and they will die and not know.
Yeah.
But I think like 1.5 or 2.
Yeah.
1.5 or something like that.
I agree with that. I don't know which one I put, though. I don't know which one. Because like you said, there is like a base level of value. But I think if we're talking value floor, like if you're just halfway decent at the hero compared to other heroes.
That's true.
Like I think there are not many heroes that you're going to be doing less on at the floor than Doomfist. So I think 1.5 or 2, I don't know, like 1.764. I don't know. All right, you it's your category, so you choose here, because I'm completely split.
I think I'm gonna go 1.5, just because I think if we're saying that it's difficult to get into this hero, then again the value metrics kind of change, because to even execute, like, although the punches, if you execute them, are free kills, to execute the punches with, like, to execute multiple punches without dying, requires you to like not be a complete ball.
Yeah.
So
true. Okay, value ceiling. This is, again, we have to kind of consider meta here. Doomfist has been very not meta for a little while, so we have to kind of keep that in mind. And part of that is obviously because he's not particularly strong, but also part of it is we've had, heavy spam metas. We've had dive metas with Sombra, right? And then obviously we've also had brawl metas with like a buffed Kree, essentially. Which, that's going to be rough to play Doomfist into. So to me, I think we have to consider the meta, but also we have to consider that, a lot of heroes that have been buffed and or been released, I guess, with Echo around him that either directly or indirectly counter him. Like Doomfist against Echo is a terrible matchup. Doomfist against a Kree used to be a pretty skill-based matchup, but Kree had options. But now Kree with the 25 HP, it makes it a lot harder. And even the lower roll cooldown gives them that extra little bit of mobility. And so we're talking about heroes that are likely to be very popular and strong in the higher ranks, and they're heroes that Doom just can't do anything to at all. So I think even when played very well, I think Doom is really as 1.5. I don't think there is any hero, there aren't many heroes in DPS that would be harder to one-trick right now.
Yeah, let me just think about it. I agree. Like, my gut instinct is yes, like 1.52 seems right. Yep. I'm trying to think, like, what other heroes would there be less point in one-tricking? And again, I think the nature of Doomfist, like I said, he's so different to the other heroes that there's not even like a transferability of like, if you one-trick Doomfist, would that help you in any way with practically any of the other heroes? No.
Symmetra would be a little, maybe around 1.5 as well, but Genji would definitely be better. Genji's a lot more flexible. Torb is definitely better in my opinion. I mean, we're kind of skipping, we're cheating here, but like I don't see many DPS heroes, in my opinion. That would be easier.
Yeah, that kind of like, there'd be less point in one tricking. Yeah, so 1.5 I think seems fair.
Yeah, okay.
1.5 seems fair.
Your category here. Buffs and nerfs, what are your thoughts?
Buffs or nerfs? So when you look at these raw statistics, it's kind of demanding you to say buffs right off the top, because you're saying, well, this hero's really hard to get into, really requires intimate knowledge of the game to get value out of, but even then, he's not going to get a lot of value for you. So basically, these stats are saying, why bother with this hero? And yet, and I think the bottom category will also illuminate this.
Yes.
It's like the trick with Doomfist is that he's not fun. I'm going to cheat. He's not fun to play against at all. And he's on this knife edge of like, the minute you make him strong, everybody quits the game. So
yeah, no, I agree. I think the thing with Doomfist that we have to add a caveat on is yes, that he's not particularly strong. He isn't really rewarded for the amount of skill that he's played, but also he is terribly unfun to play against, which is something that you have to consider in hero design. But also, like I said, part of the reason why he's so bad right now are the heroes that have been buffed or released around him. Just happen to coincide to be really good against him. We talked about, Ashe is actually pretty good against Doomfist. McCree has been buffed. Sombra is very good and has been buffed recently and is also a very popular meta pick in higher ranks. Echo is, again, a hero that has been released, very strong for a long time, and he can do literally nothing against her. And another actually one that chat might not be familiar with is Tracer is actually considered one of the biggest Doomfist counters in the game. And she has been meta for a long time. So I'm very hesitant to do anything with Doomfist because I think he is in a position to where he just happens to be countered by every meta DPS hero like the last 8 months. And I think what you'd want to see is more along the lines of, can we introduce more counterplay to his kit when he does those rollouts, when he goes to those one-shots, while simultaneously giving Doomfist players more opportunities, more options to play into compositions that they're not good at, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how to summarize that in a number.
I don't know either. I think
I feel like 0, just to say, similar to Bastion, it's like he needs either a rework or the game needs more reworking to change how he fits into it.
I agree there.
So 0, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so. I think that's okay. Like sometimes we're just gonna have to leave it at 0 because there's no other number to put.
Yeah.
Fun against, I think I definitely I think 1.5 here. Not very fun to play. I think there are heroes that are worse to play against, but there aren't many. And I think the only reason that prevents him from being a 1 point or like a 1 for me, at least this is a personal thing, right? So this is obviously very subjective. Is I have inside of me, I'm like, he killed me, but that was a pretty good rollout. You know what I'm saying? I'm really mad that I didn't have any counterplay to that. But I guess technically I could have positioned better or anticipated it. But you know what? That was pretty good. And like I would almost rather lose to that than some of the aforementioned or soon to be mentioned heroes that literally it's like that was completely random. That was like, what am I supposed to do against that?
That's true. You're actually right. Yeah,
it could be worse.
My gut was saying 1, but you've kind of convinced me to raise it up because there sometimes isn't counterplay. That's what's frustrating.
Yes.
Sometimes there isn't counterplay when you just get surprised and you're just like, well, I'm dead now.
It's like the widow disease.
But sometimes there is.
It's like you can't, like, what am I supposed to do against that? But I guess it took skill, so yeah, my opinion is to 1.5. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, chat. See, the funny thing is chat is like divided between like 0 or 2. They're like 0, this guy's so shit, like please God, please 0. And some people are like, nah, it's 2, I could. So again, it's like I think 1.5 is okay. I think 1.5 is okay.
Here's something else too, a little bit of a hot take, but I think part of the reason why people hate Doomfist killing him is it's part of psychological. It's like he's up in your face and it's almost disrespectful when you die to a Doomfist. It feels more like, ow, I just got disrespected. Whereas you could be hacked by a Sombra, you could be headshot by a Widow, and it's frustrating, but there's like less of that physical, like he just got in your face and smashed you, what are you gonna do about it? And I think that's part of the reason.
That's true.
It's annoying, like maybe makes it a little higher than it should be in terms of like frustration, but yeah. Oh yeah,
and like it's kind of like the hog thing where you're like, oh god, yeah, of course, we didn't even mention that. But I guess it's the hog factor of like, there's a Doomfist in our backline, please, will someone deal with this Doomfist? And it's like, as opposed to like the Widowmaker, which is like everybody can see her, whereas like, he comes in and assassinates you and nobody gave a fuck, and it's like he's right there and he got away.
Yeah.
So okay,
sure.
I think 1.5. I think
agree.
1.5 was fair.
Okay. So
Echo, this lady.
All right. So I'll start here. Skill floor. This one was one of the one that got me more criticism than probably any other hero on my list, because I think I felt pretty proud. I got the public blessing. I didn't have very much griping or controversy. Most people said that they agreed with it for the most part with my tier list. But people said when I said Echo had a relatively low skill floor compared to DPS, they kind of got they kind of grouched at me a little bit. But here's my argument. My argument is that obviously there's a lot of mechanical things about her. I think people might hate me for this, but I think she's a really well-designed hero fundamentally. She's very fun. She's fluid. She's fun to play. She's too strong, certainly too strong, and was ridiculously strong. But my problem with Echo is that at least with the status of her cooldowns right now, in terms of like how long they are and how powerful they are, is it feels very easy to just kind of mash your cooldowns in the enemy team's direction and get stuff done. So when I say skill floor, I don't think there's something particularly hard about understanding what she's supposed to do. She spams and she kills stuff. And even her ultimate, which you could argue is unusual, isn't that hard to use. It doesn't take a lot of deep understanding, like, pulse bomb, primal, even Pharah's barrage. Like, I think there's a lot of DPS ultimates that are harder to understand and harder to use. So for me with skill floor, I'm actually going to put her at either 2 or 2.5. And I know I'm going to make some DPS mains mad about that. But I don't think she's very hard to get to a base level of understanding.
Yeah, no, I agree with that argument. I think it's a fair argument that, like, yeah, theoretically she could have been higher because it's like there's a lot of intricacy to her kit, but the way her kit is balanced is in such a way that it denies that intricacy.
Yeah.
Like there's just like a little bit too much of everything. It's like too much ammo, too much spam. The stickies come back too quickly. The fly comes back too quickly.
Yep.
The beam is like crazy output of damage.
Yep.
And her ult is like 3 lives, right?
Yep.
Her ult is 3 lives. It's not just 1. You get your full HP, then you get to dupe someone, you get their full HP, and then you come out as full HP.
Right. And we have to be very careful about, like, I guess, overlapping skill floor and value floor, but some form of overlap is going to be there. And to me, it's not just like how good is the hero, but like how hard is it to understand. And ultimately, I put her in the category similarly to Ashe in terms of like how difficult is it to like have a base level understanding. And I don't really categorize her as very high. My cat just stepped on my earbuds. Sorry, give me a second. He jumps in my lap and then just catapults right out again. So
he's out.
Sorry. Your opinion. I missed the last couple seconds.
Yeah, I'm down with 2.5. I'm down with 2.5. Right. I think we can put her on par with Ashe, where it's like, yes, the hero is not easy, and it's not like you can just pick her up and start winning games, but I don't think she's necessarily the most complicated either. No. Like, you wouldn't need to be like, you wouldn't get put with Echo and be like, what am I supposed to do with this hero? In the way that Doomfist, if you like, if you gave someone a new player Doomfist and you like go, you just be like completely confused, like what am I doing?
Right. Exactly. I think that's a good way of putting it. All right, ceiling. Thoughts?
Yeah, skill ceiling. I do think she's a high skill ceiling hero. Like, there's a lot to be done with her, and like, I'm just trying to think how high is the skill ceiling, because inherently when someone is like being played the meta, that usually indicates that this hero is like. I'm a little bit confusing value ceiling and skill ceiling here, where.
You have to think about, like, you have to understand the skill ceiling is like, and this is for chat as well, is how easy or how hard is it to like use your cooldowns perfectly, to position perfectly, to land your shots.
Yeah, you're right.
And
I'm thinking about.
What are your thoughts? This is a tough one for me too.
I'm just trying to think, because there's an argument to be made for either side. I'm like devil's advocating myself, left, right, center in my mind.
Can I give you a little bit of feedback on this?
You go in. You give me your opinion, because I don't have a strong opinion.
I might not even give my opinion just yet, but something to consider with projectile heroes that we kind of brought up a little earlier is that, unlike Hitscan, I feel like the skill, like there is a fundamental limit to how perfectly you can predict your shots. In other words, like with Echo, it's like you can, like, obviously there's a significant difference between a good Echo and a great Echo in terms of mechanics. But some element of the hero still involves just spamming, right? There's still you're still spamming at the enemy team. Whereas you look at a hero like Widow, Tracer, something like that, yes, there's all, a significant difference, but every single shot matters, if that makes any sense. Like there are no wasted shots with Widow, Tracer. With Echo, there are. You're shooting shield, you're shooting at a range toward, not even the best Echo in the world could land those shots, right? You're just like hoping that they land. So to me, I actually think that she skill ceiling, she's probably a 2.5 or a 3, simply because, yes, there's a lot of complexity in terms of if you want to get min-max every little bit of value out of your kit. If you want to be really good at those Echo versus Echo duels, I think that's a really important part of her kit in recent metas. We're lying to ourselves if we're saying she's not. There's a big difference between a great Echo and a good Echo. But I think there's less of a diff than there are with other heroes, than there are like with a Widow or Tracer or whatever. And I think any hero that has this much spam as part of her kit doesn't belong in like 3.5 plus, certainly not.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah, I think that's fair. I'm not really sure. Yeah, I think 2.5 or 3 are both fair.
Yeah.
Maybe 3 would be the more obvious one, like the one you would put, you would think to put. Your argument kind of convinces me to maybe put a 2.5 as well, but
I don't have an opinion here. This is your category. I'm unsure myself.
I think we'll go 3.
Right.
I think we'll go 3. She's tricky. She's a very tricky hero because again, it's kind of discussing what the potential of the kit is while also discussing that actually she's overtuned.
Yeah.
So a sort of a properly tuned hero Echo might look different in her rating.
Yes, and that's the thing is like we have to understand is like we're literally, it's impossible for us to give a perfect read. We're giving, because there's so many other factors that influence our mindset of thinking about this hero. Okay, value floor. So value floor with Echo, I also think this is relatively high, but I don't think it's as high as other heroes. I think you look at a hero like, I mean, it also depends on the situation. Like you look at a hero like Junkrat. You could argue that Junkrat's got a very, very high value floor, very easy to play, but it's also more map specific than other heroes. Somebody like Echo to me is more flexible with map, more flexible with composition. But at the same time, I hesitate because I don't know how popular, how strong, how high of a pick rate she has in the lower ranks. So I'm gonna defer my opinion. I'm gonna pull a U in the last category. I'm gonna wait. I want to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, I actually don't see a lot of like bronze to gold Echoes get a lot of value, even though she's very spammy. But again, part of that you have to remember with the new hero effect is people often just don't know what to do with a new hero as intuitively as they know what to do with a Junkrat, because we're talking like years of knowledge.
Yeah, that's true.
So I think had Echo been an on-release hero, the value floor would be very high. So it's kind of where we want to land. Are we landing on how the community are value flooring her or the hero herself? Because I think there is enough spam that you could be looking at like a 2 at least.
Yeah.
But the community is like a bit not, like community hasn't really grasped on to the free value of the spam.
I think you have to give her at least a 2. I don't think there are
at least 2 is
because we're approaching Doomfist levels of uselessness, and I don't think she's anywhere near necessarily that category. So at least a 2, maybe a 2.5, but I'm on the fence.
I think 2.5 is fair. I think like enough spam, and I also think the ultimate is another equation on this. Is like, think about Genji as like, he's basically, and we'll get to him in a second, but he's basically like a blade bot for all intents and purposes. And you every 90 seconds, if you can build it, you're getting a blade that is very powerful. With Echo, you're getting that on top of everything else, where you could every 90 seconds pull out arguably the most powerful ultimate on the field and just copy it and pull it and throw it in. So
I agree with the 2.5.
I think 2.5. I think 2.5 is fair.
I think some people in my chat are saying is like one of the big things about lower rank Echoes that people struggle with is like they're not using her mobility right. I mean, we see that in lower ranks a lot. I think that's the biggest weakness of lower ranks is not understanding map control, not understanding how to use mobility properly. Like we're not doing tanks today, but D.Va is one of those heroes that just people have no idea. They just play it so wrong in lower ranks. So value ceiling. This is yours. What do you think?
Yeah, I think this is quite high. I think because you can just do so much with Echo.
Definitely.
Like you can. Again, she just has that new hero. I can do everything. I can spam. I can burst people. I can break shields. I can assassinate in the backline. I got high mobility, and I've got a really great ultimate. So
I think she's ridiculously strong. Ridiculously strong.
Yeah. So I think she's like, I'm just delivering like 3 to 4. Where do she land?
I don't know. At least a 3.5. Certainly a 3.5.
At least 3.5.
At least 3.5. I think you have to give her a 4 because again, comparatively, what other DPS is as meta as she is? What other DPS is as? Another thing with Echo as well, she's relatively fluid as well. So she's not as stuck in metas as other heroes like a Junkrat, a Widow are. She's more flexible. You can play her with spam. There's even teams that have played Echo Brawl. It's not great, but it's doable. She's just got that level of utility. I think the only tricky thing with Echo is obviously she does need some form of range support if she's going to play properly, and that's the only limiting factor. But people in GM call it like the AC 130. She just like mows you down. So I think there aren't many other heroes. I think you got to give her a 4.
Yeah, that's fair. I think that's fair. I mean, I think the only other heroes that like stick to my mind is like these heroes have always been strong, or like Tracer and Widowmakers, like they're always like, sometimes you can just put them in any call. I mean, we don't know, but you know, we were looking at like people playing Tracer, even in like heavy brawl metas, you still throw a Tracer in there.
Oh yeah, for sure. Buffs, nerfs. I think she still needs nerfs. I don't think she needs a lot though, because obviously we're seeing Brawl kind of become a little bit more strong right now. Reinhardt's swing does more damage. He's got 50 more armor. Diva has received some more buffs. We're seeing she's just recently been nerfed, as his Discord, as his Ball. So I think maybe we see maybe Echo falls out of the meta really fast, but I think that it's still safe to say that something like her Sticky's probably too low of a cooldown. You could maybe argue that Beam maybe does a little too much DPS when under the 50% threshold. At least the tanks, right? So for me, I'm not willing. I know some people would be like, "Oh, -4, Axer, she's way too strong." I'm more along the lines of -1, -0.5. I think she's received some nerfs and she's benefited from some meta stuff, but as we move towards Brawl, I think she becomes a little less favorable. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think -1 is fair. If we're saying like Ashe is -0.5, I think slightly more needs to be looked at for Echo. So I think using that as a scale, I would feel -1 is fair.
Yep. And that fits our value floor, skill floor, ceiling discrepancy almost perfectly. Man, we're getting good at this.
Yeah, it does fit.
All right, fun against. What do you think?
I think this depends on the role, because as a tank, it feels horrible. I gotta tell you, it feels horrible playing against Echo because there's not much you can do basically. Other than like a specific tank, it's like unless you're like Sigma or Diva, basically, if you're like any of the grounded tanks, you just stand there and watch yourself die. But thinking like for the majority of the hero pool, you can interact with her, and it feels like it depends how you die, but generally it feels not the worst. Like there's worse ways to die than an Echo getting you. So. I think like a 2 is what's coming to my mind.
I would agree with that. Like, I think what you really specified there, which is really important, is that it's a role-specific hated hero. Supports probably don't love her. DPS probably don't love her, especially because she's been meta. Nobody likes the meta hero, right? But I think she doesn't really bother other DPS and supports too much. Like she's not oppressive. It's really just the tanks. It's just the amount of damage output. She actually has a lot of quote-unquote DPS counters. Not really direct counters, but like people that can very easily deal with her. But it is really that the tank role hates her. And again, we also have to keep in mind that she just got nerfed. So maybe the whole, she's awful, she's way too strong, maybe that becomes a little bit less oppressive now. So maybe, less of an issue. And again, remember, we're not talking about how strong the hero is, we're talking about how fun it is to play against. If Echo is, not meta, but she's still deleting your tanks, it's still unfun. But I think, like you said, there are way worse heroes to play against. I think 2 is fair.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Okay, right,
this is you,
Gengu, the weeb man. Skill floor, I think he's got quite a high skill floor. I don't think there's like easy ways to just get in and hop in and play Genji. Like Blade is the only thing that's like, this is strong. Everything else is like, you fucked up if you dash in. Like you fucked up if you dashed in without actually being able to kill someone. So I think I remember at the start of the game, people were like, this is one of the hardest heroes to get into. I think even now that's probably, in fact, maybe it's even more true now that there's other heroes that have been released that are like easier to hop into. So I think like a 3 at least.
3. I think 3 is fair. I think there are harder heroes to get into, and I think Blade is this one, because Blade is like an awkward ultimate where it's like it's very like, if you ever seen like the Necros blades, the pro Genji blades, like holy cow, how are they doing that? But at the same time, you can just get nano and just kind of like press you just chop, and sometimes that works too. So I think that's the one thing that's preventing him from being a 3.5 for me, but I think 3 is fair.
Yeah, we can agree on 3. I think that's a fair rating.
Skill ceiling. I mean, we would love this to be a lot higher than it is, at least I would. I think 2, is probably pretty fair right now. He's fallen out of meta. He received some buffs, but then they scaled it back. I think everybody, I think the frustration from the DPS population was, hey, you've buffed this hero. He's probably overtuned with his damage, but he's not even necessarily the strongest DPS hero, and they nerfed him faster than they've nerfed any hero, I think, in the history of Overwatch, with the exception of, what was it, the Bastion? Like, was it way back in the day when he had like the ridiculous damage reduction in turret form, something like that?
Oh, the Ironclad.
Yeah.
The Ironclad.
I think they nerfed that slightly faster, but like Genji was like strong for like a month, and then they hammered him down hard. And he's slightly better than he was before, but his fire rate's still pretty slow. So in terms of skill ceiling, though, which I'm getting distracted, skill ceiling, I think unquestionably 3.5. And to clarify again, because even I just get a little confused, skill ceiling is like how difficult is it to play Genji perfectly? And I think with the amount of tech, not quite as much tech as Doomfist, not quite as much aim, as like Tracer, not quite as much, game sense as like Sombra, but he's high on all of those categories. And even with the Blade, the ceiling with which you can get with Blade, killing the pharmacies out of the sky, I think there aren't many DPS heroes that have more potential for perfecting than Genji. So I think 3.5.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think, again, Blade might be one factor where you're like, well, Blade, just Blade. But you really have to be very, very disciplined, I think, as Genji, in a way that like some other heroes don't allow.
Mm-hmm.
Like you really have to know the timings of it. And I think that, I think 3.5 is fair. Okay. There's a hesitation to say 3, but I think 3.5 is fair. Like I'm just deliberating in my mind, like is 3 right or is 3.5?
No, this is the
I also think like
one.
we also have to keep in mind like the history of how he's been balanced as well. So
agreed. Okay, this is the controversial one. Value floor. You're gonna make some people unhappy no matter what you vote here. Yeah,
I mean, I think right now the value floor is not great.
Yeah.
Because again, like I said, he's just a Blade bot. Like and funnily enough, for like every rank, I don't really think you even like. It's not even that. Oh, only in GM is he a Blade bot? Like even if you picked him in like Plat, is he really going to be rampantly assassinating people compared to if you just pick my favorite DPS pick, like my go-to DPS pick, Reaper, right? You could just pick Reaper, walk up and start deleting people.
Right.
Why would you pick Genji and have to like really work hard to find every single kill? So I think quite low. How low is the? I don't think as low as Doomfist, so maybe 2, because there is the Blade.
Yeah,
there is the 2. Out of the Blade.
I think 2 or 2.
There's the out of the Blade.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's also, I think definitely 2. I think Blade is what's preventing him from being like a 1.5 for sure. But Blade is definitely, it's not easy. It's very difficult, and we've all seen the clips of Chain CC. But I think 2 is fair. I think 2 with value floor is fair. My cat ripped my. She puts her paws on my leg, and I pick her up, and then she jumps out.
She's like, no, only sit, no touch.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Amari did unplug the headphones again. Okay. Value ceiling. This one is. Oh, this is sad. I think. I just think it's honestly just a 1.5. I think he is like just too weak and too tied to like his team's support. And also he is soft countered by innumerable heroes. Again, at the high ranks, I don't expect Plats to have the same experience, but at the high ranks, Genji struggle against Ashe Coach Gun. They struggle immensely against Echo. They struggle against the new buffed McCree, the 25 HP. That matchup is very unfavorable now. They don't do anything against Mei. They can't do anything against Pharah. They struggle against Reaper comps. Sombra screws them over really hard. Torb is obnoxious because of his overload, makes him hard to kill, not to mention Turret constantly poking you out. He has a terrible matchup against Tracer. There aren't many heroes that he does well or neutral on. So I think value ceiling is also 2. I think again, the level of like you see some crazy Genjis out there, and they will still find a way. I would rather one-trick Genji than one-trick Doomfist, right? But that's his only saving grace, I think, for me.
Yeah, exactly. I think with Doom being 1.5, there's an argument for Genji to be 2. I think he is. Yeah, there's at least the Blade, right?
Yes.
But again, I just think like it's one of those. Why would you?
Yeah.
Why would you play Genji when you could play Echo or Ashe or any other of the sort of stronger DPS?
Yep.
So yeah, I think 2. Just because there is the out of the Blade compared to the Doomfist or even lower the Bastion.
Nanoblade is still good. Nanoblade stays good.
Yeah.
Buffs, nerfs. So I think we just talked about this. So well, actually, I want to hear your opinion on this because I have some opinions as well.
I think he actually needs a rework too. I think what Genji players have always asked, and I remember I spoke to Seagull when we did the great DPS debate, and he was like, I stopped playing Genji the minute he became a Blade bot. Like I hated it because he was like, people always see me as the Genji guy, but I just stopped enjoying playing Genji when he became a Blade bot. And I think for that reason, like not a total rework in the way we spoke about with Bastion or anything, but I think there needs to be something looked at where his Blade doesn't need. Like, I think Seagull suggested that his Blade shouldn't be nanoable, and then they buff his damage to try and make him more fun. So I don't think a pure number tweak will help in that sense. Like, because we saw like you up his damage and then Nanoblade is coming all the time, and then it's just like nothing you can do. So I think if we were numbering it, I would say like a buff side, but I think the buff has to be in a way that it's like it changes how he interacts in the meta.
I agree. I think, like you said, fundamentally he is very difficult to balance because he is a beautifully designed hero. I'm a little biased here, but I think he flows really well. The wall climb, the dash, the deflect, the way he moves, is the way his ammo functions. I think it's really well done. I wouldn't want to rework that aspect, but obviously Nanoblade is still very strong. It is disproportionately strong compared with his neutral. And I think everybody agrees that like his neutral stinks, his ult is still okay. And when you buff the neutral, then now you have a hero that has a good neutral and a great ultimate game, then you have a problem. And right now Genji's just way too top heavy. So obviously, like you said, maybe find a way to make it so Nanoblade isn't as strong. I think Blade by itself at least the top level is mostly okay, but it's just when you damage boost it that becomes a problem. But yeah, he certainly needs a buff at net. Like there needs to be a net gain of improvement for Genji, in my opinion. So I think we could give him a solid 1, but obviously there's the asterisk of needs to be not just a buff but a rework.
Something has to be offset. Right. Something has to be offset for that 1 to come in.
Right. Exactly.
Now, fun to play against. Now, people will say, well, Nanoblade is horrible. Again, Nanoblade always has kind of been the spanner in all these works. Yes. I actually think it's fun to play against Genji. Like, at least whenever I'm playing other DPS or any kind of hero, I enjoy the challenge of, like, if I'm a Zenyatta,
same.
I enjoy the challenge of beating the Genji because I know how it can be done. Again, going back to, like, why people get mad with Doomfist, for example, it's like, well, sometimes it just feels like there's nothing I could have done. But with Zen, I'm like, well, if I know when he's going to deflect, I know when to beat him.
Oh, yeah.
So I think he's actually quite fun. I think it's quite fun to play against Genji in a duel.
I think 2.5 for me. I think the only reason he's not higher is Nanoblade is because it is kind of like, okay, here we go again. I hope we have a support ultimate. He might kill us through the support ultimate. Like that's very unfun, but that's only one aspect, and that's only if he's paired with an Ana. So I think outside of that, like again, we're gonna have a lot of people that are griping, but again, compared to other DPS heroes like Sombra and Symmetra and Torbjorn and Doomfist and Bastion, there are a lot worse heroes than Genji, in my opinion. So I think,
honestly, I would even say 3. I think, like, I'm just looking down the DPS list and I'm like, which of these DPS would I be less salty about if I died in a 1-on-1 too? And I can't think of many.
Yeah, true.
I can't think of many.
True. Yeah, I'll cave. We'll do 3.
Okay. Like, I mean, even obviously Nanoblade sucks, but I still think that, like, it's just a really good balance of like how you beat a Genji, and I think that's fair.
There's gonna be a lot of angry people at you. Just be aware.
I'm sure. I'm ready for it.
Maybe especially the Blizzard forums, especially.
Get SVB said Genji's blade is fine.
I remember when I read the Blizzard forums years ago when I was a new player. Even then, I was like, man, these guys are really angry about goofy stuff. But okay. Hanzo, skill floor. Now, this one is going to be tricky because I just know that I think my opinion is going to be a little different from some players. So, skill floor. I'm going to cheat here. I'm going to do my homework. 3 was Genji. 2.5. I think 2.5. Like, he's an aim-dependent hero. His utility isn't straightforward. It's not hard, but it's not straightforward. Like Sonic Bow takes some thought to use properly. Even Stormbow, to an extent, takes a little bit of thought to use properly. His ultimate isn't, a free fight win like some of the other DPS ultimates. That being said, he is pretty strong. He busts tanks pretty easily, and he does have an element of spam in him, right? I think we're bringing up the old Echo arguments, right? He requires aim, definitely mechanics, some utility good, but like, there is a level of like, okay, you could just kind of shoot in the the enemy shields, shoot down the sight line, maybe a head lines up. So I think 2.5 for me in terms of skill floor. And again, I'm not talking like how much value you get out of it, but like how much practice it takes to get to that base level. So 2.5 is mine.
Yeah, this is really messy by the aim element of it because. Yeah, I guess skill floor, right? I think if I'm going skill floor, I'd probably go. You said 2.5. I'd go like 2, because I think that to skill ceiling aim, and we'll just to kind of just because it's relevant, I'm skipping ahead a little bit.
Yeah.
I think to aim like Arge, and I recently got the chance to kind of spectate and cast Arge in some pugs. To aim like Arge is ridiculous. It's a sight of beauty. It's really, really was actually a joy to watch him hit shots. But on the floor level, how hard is it to chuck some arrows in a general direction?
Right.
How hard is it?
Right.
And now with the way Storm Arrows operates, and it's just machine gun arrows, I think there isn't that much nuance to get like a base level of Hanzo spam.
Right.
And I think like if we compare it to Echo as 2.5, I think Hanzo at 2 would probably be more fair. Like it's a little bit easier to just hop in on Hanzo, I think.
My argument with this is you also have to understand like all of his kit and playing that to like, in other words, positioning yourself properly, using your sonic bow properly. And here's like the big adjustment for me. One of the reasons why I think his skill floor it might be a little higher is because I think not only are his cooldowns a little trickier to use than Echo's, not by much, but his ultimate for sure is trickier to get value out.
Yeah, you're right. His ultimate is definitely tricky to get right. So for that reason, I can get with 2. Since it's your category, I'm happy to go for 2.5. I think his ultimate is pretty doo doo.
Yeah.
But
like you have to use your brain to use it. With Echo, like obviously you get a lot of if you benefit from using your brain when you use your when you use your ultimate as Echo, but you don't have to. You can just kind of press Q and be like, hey, all right, I got Winston. Now we win. With Hanzo, it's like you can literally whiff and do absolutely nothing with his ultimate.
That's true.
But everybody's used to the grab dragon combo, but like outside of that, it takes some serious like positional thought. And again,
outside of that, there's like no good place basically. You have to use it yourself.
I have a hot take with this one, but I want to hear yours.
Skill ceiling. Again, I just think that like if you're talking like aim ceiling, this guy is super hard to master, and like because the thing is, you can again like you said earlier with projectile, there's like a certain limit to how accurate you can get with predicting, and it's like you can be a god tier aimer and still miss a lot of shots in Hanzo, and you kind of it makes this situation a little bit tricky. Yep. Although he also has an element of hit scan with him now with the storm arrows, so there's a bit of both. So I think quite high, like 3. I think 3.
So my opinion is, and this is where the hot take is, I actually think either 2.5, maybe 3, but probably closer to 2.5. And here's my arguments. So obviously he's an aim reliant hero, but some of the reasons why his skill floor was higher, because some of his cooldowns were a little like moderate to understand, is part of the reason why I don't increase his ceiling higher, because Sonic Bow is a little tricky to understand, but once you understand it, there's no complexity at all. It's it. There's no like layer of, okay, well in this situation, no, you just Sonic Bow an angle or a flank or where their sniper might be or where there might, and that's it. Like that's all you do. Same thing with Stormbow, like knowing, okay, I Stormbow shields or I Stormbow during duels. I need to remember that. That's it. There's nothing else to it. And then the same thing goes to the ultimate as well. Okay, I can do this to zone, I can do this to split, but again, or I can do this to combo. That's it. Like you're still just, pressing, wooga wugga wow, and aiming at the enemy team. So some of the things that prevent him from being a skill floor really low, in my opinion, are also, there's like a hard limit with how much you can get out of them. And I think the only thing that you can argue that's relatively hard to master with Hanzo, not to hard to get the grasp of, but hard to master, is the mechanical aspect of things. But even then, you're still dealing with a projectile, which, yes, there is a lot of advance with projectile, but there's always less than there is with hit scan, just by the nature of the way the bullet works. So I'm happy with 3, but I'm on the fence.
Nah, you convinced me 2.5. I think you convinced me on 2.5, and yeah, there's an SVB who's like dying to Hanzo and is like, this stupid tree trunk hero.
That's like, I just, like, to me, it's like the difference between, I just see heroes like Genji, Ashe, Widow, Tracer. I think that they're like, the difference between a good and a great is more obvious with those heroes than it is with the Hanzo. I actually think his positioning is also a little bit more basic than some of those heroes as well. Okay. I can't remember whose turn is it? Your turn?
No, I think it's mine now, value floor. Again, this goes back to the whole like, well, how much value could you get spamming crap in a choke point? But I think like the thing is, again, with Hanzo though, there's the real danger that if you don't connect with shots, you're doing nothing.
Yes.
Like, so actually pulling the hero out can be super risky, where yes, of course you can accidentally hit headshots, but the overwhelming likelihood is you'll just miss shot after shot after shot, and do 0 damage compared to just like pull out a Soldier 76 and you're just still peppering people.
Yeah.
You pull out Bastion,
Yep.
as we said, like you're still doing a shit ton of
Yep.
damage, right? Even if that damage isn't most smartly executed.
Yep.
So I think he actually has a pretty low skill value floor. He has a pretty low value
I agree with that
floor.
too. I think the other thing you have to remember as well is obviously lower ranks people bought out a little bit more and they died to stupid stuff. But I would rather have a in like gold plat. I'd rather have a visor than a Hanzo ult most times.
Oh yeah, for sure. For sure.
Like, I think the base level of execution. It's part of the reason why his skill floor was higher is because hey, it's a little tricky to get that ultimate proper, and I think that's part of the reason why I also agree with the slightly lower value floor. I'd say 2 probably for me.
Yeah, 2. I think more than Doomfist, but still there's a limit to it. There's a limit to the value floor.
Yeah, for sure.
It's kind of like the opposite of his brother here, because with Genji, it's like you can do nothing, and get a blade. Whereas with Hanzo, it's like if you give those monkeys enough typewriters, one of them will log at somebody in the head.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, I guess value ceiling. So I think this is obviously that we're going to see a little bit of discrepancy between here and skill ceiling because he is strong right now. The Stormbow change he benefited immensely from, even though he's not, at the top level. Hanzo is very good. I think he's not as good as maybe an Echo, Ashe, Widow, but he's very good. Ultimate still is an issue. Team and like it's very, especially with like Orissa's halt nerf and Orisa not being meta, that's a huge combo that's gone now, and teams in higher ranks generally don't run Zarya Hanzo as often. So I think for value saying I'd probably give him a 3. I think he's a strong DPS hero, played at the top level, but I don't think he is as good as like Ashe, Widow, Tracer, something like that in terms of effective value or Echo.
Well, this is where it gets tricky because I was thinking 3, but then I looked and we gave Ashe a 3.
Yeah.
So
I actually think Hanzo's is good. I think Hanzo has the capability to be as good post nerf. I think the Stormbow change is absolutely massive. And the thing, my argument with the Ashe versus Hanzo is there's some maps where you're like, man, Ashe is just oppressive here, like absolutely oppressive. But then you also look at maps like Havana. Junkertown, I would 10 times rather have a Hanzo on that map than Ashe.
That's true. The
10
sniper
times
element.
better.
That's true.
So I think this. You're right. It is more of a map specific argument than I would like, and I could see an argument for either one.
Yeah, I think 3 is fair. But buffs or nerfs?
I think nerfs.
Sorry, did you have any else?
No, I was just gonna say I think a large part of the value ceiling being higher now is the Stormbow change. If they reverted that, which I want them to, then I think you're going to see his value ceiling drop pretty low, definitely lower than Ashe.
Yeah, I agree, and yeah, I think you just kind of mentioned it. I think nerfs of some sort are probably. See, it's a bit tough. It's a bit harsh to say to the hero because we're saying, well, he's kind of middling in every sense. Like he's kind of pretty difficult to pick up, but not super difficult to master.
Right.
And he'll get some value, but he's not insane value. So you might argue, well, then he should be fine, right? But I do think that the nature of what's good with him is not
exactly.
Is not right.
Exactly. Well, you don't want him to be strong because he just presses mouse 1 and smashes your Winston bubble to 0 HP instantly. Because Stormbow is not hard. It's not easy to use, but it's definitely not hard to use, and that's where like we want heroes, especially a sniper hero, to have. Like either it's strength through utility or strength through like mechanical difficulty, and Hanzo doesn't bring those as much as other heroes do. Buffs, nerfs, again, I'm literally zoned. Whose is this? Who's?
I think it's mine. I think like at
this.
least no. Yeah, I think it's minus 0.5. I think because I think that the thing is he's kind of almost gotten a little bit confused with the new hero effect, as I keep calling it. It's like he's meant to be a sniper. So he should be, when we think of Hanzo, we should be thinking guy who contests a Widowmaker. Yeah. But he's now in this frame where he's machine gun Hanzo. Yeah. He's just like, he's good at mid tier. And if you get close to him, he'll pull out Stormbow and delete you. And he can also snipe. So I do think a minus 0.5.
Yeah, I agree. And I think the Stormbow, like you said, is the big issue there. It's like he does such an ungodly amount of tank damage right now. The ability to just unload that instantly. Like I think Stormbow as a concept was fine, giving him an extra dueling potential. You had to land 3 body shots to make it, but the fire rate should have definitely remained where it was. I think where it is now is just kind of absurd. So, fun to play against. Shoot. I actually think that So we put Genji at a 3, right? So, or did we put him at a 3? Where did we put Genji?
Yeah, we put him at 3.
I think you definitely put him lower than Genji, but not a lot lower, because his ultimate is not particularly annoying or frustrating. It's just kind of there. I will say this: I would have put him at like a 1.5. I swear, like a year and a half ago, when you could damage boost Hanzo ult. That was stupid, man. I don't know if you were playing at the time. It was like Ryan, Zarya, Briggs, and Mercy.
Yeah,
Hanzo.
Yeah, I remember. It was just like it was grab dragon, grab dragon,
and you couldn't,
basically.
and you'd out damage trance with it every single time. It's like, why am I here? Like, what am I doing? So that was like really dumb. But now I think his ult's a lot more balanced here. But again, we have a hero that's certainly victimizes tanks more than he does any other role. But unlike Echo, maybe not as annoying as Echo to tanks, but he's more annoying to squishies than Echo. Because everybody complains about random headshot, right? Nobody likes that. That really irritates everybody. And even in DPS duels, he just presses E and he wins. Like, that's really annoying. So I'm like torn, because Echo is certainly worse to play tank into than Hanzo, but not much worse. And Hanzo is certainly worse to play support and DPS into. So I think maybe a 2 as well.
Yeah, I'm just deliberating because using the others as reference. He's more fun to play against than Doomfist.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I'd rather die to an Echo than die to random arrow, as you
Right.
said. Like, it's just like the one of the worst things in the game is to die to random arrow chucked across the map.
Yeah.
But at the same time, other than that, there actually isn't like you said, dying to the ult is usually like, oh shit.
Yeah. It's the random arrow as a squishy, but the other thing, like I said, is you have to keep in mind that Stormbow / his damage fire is frustrating as a tank. He's one of the most egregious. He's one of the most hated DPS as a tank.
Yeah. No, I know. I got deleted by Hanzo loads.
Yes.
I got deleted out of playing tank by Hanzo, so I know that.
But he's not as bad as Echo in that category. So he's really split for me. I'm leaning 2, but I don't know.
I'm leaning 1.5 if I had to go. I would probably say, just because I think a lot of times things feel random when you die to Hanzo. Like, sometimes you feel like the dragon accidentally caught me, the log accidentally caught me, and then the storm arrow was also just like you said, when you're a tank, it's just like, well, he just chucked that into a choke point and I died.
Yeah. No, I can see that. We'll take the 1.5. I'm not gonna fight it. Echo does feel a little less annoying in that category.
I think a little bit better. It's not much, to be honest. It's not much. It was like a 1.75. I would have gone.
We're doing our math badly. It's 1.9 and we're rounding down. Okay.
Yeah.
Junkrat. Okay. Oh boy. So here's a fun little fact. I used to love this guy. Somehow I found like this Masters or GM YouTuber that just won to Junkrat. I can't even remember his name. It wasn't EVP Twitch. It was maybe somebody can tell me who it is. Some Masters Junkrat. I don't think he plays anymore. He sounded like Junkrat. Anyway, I loved watching him. He was so much fun, and he used to goof around and have a good time, and I just love playing Junkrat. But like, impartially, he's just a weird hero design, and no, it wasn't Crow, and I don't think he's not a hero that I'm a huge fan of. So like, skill floor for Junkrat, I mean, he's okay. 1.5. I gotta say it. 1.5.
Yeah. No, this is brain dead hero. Brain dead. Like, at its base, it's a brain dead hero. Yeah. So I think, but less so than Bastion. So I think 1.5 is probably fair. Like, because Bastion is even more just go in turret mode and have fun. But at least there's some more nuance in that Junkrat.
Yeah, and there is more mechanical nuance than Bastion. Like, obviously his ultimate is easier to use than Bastion's, but his primary fire, concussion grenades, even positioning,
the trap as well.
Right. It takes a little more thought, a little more effort than Bastion. So to do, and people are saying like rollouts, like you can do like little flanks and things like that. So for sure. All right, ceiling. What do you thought?
But again, that's not floor. That's more towards the ceiling. But yes,
that's true.
The rollouts wouldn't be
That's true.
Floor. But yeah, I think ceiling. I mean, it's like. It's as hard as you want to make it, really, if you think about it, because you could push the argument that, like you said, there's a lot of rollouts, there's a lot of subtlety, but at the end of the day, I don't think it's like he's not Doomfist level rollouts, and it's not certainly like, there's not that much more. You can min-max most heroes, but I think so. Somewhere in the middle.
Yeah.
I think maybe like a 2.
I would even say 1.5 as well. Because here's my thought process is because yes, there is like mechanical positional stuff, but there's less so than with other heroes. And the thing is he's one of the worst at, hey, I hope this hits. You see what I'm saying? Like you can't aim hit, like even the best Junkrat player in the world, it's still just increasing your odds of rolling the dice. And it's his odds are lower than any other hero.
But I think,
so it's like,
but for that reason, would you not say that like you kind of have to compensate then as well, like with that element of his kit, you have to actually master him.
But my point is that you
ahead.
can never compensate enough to make it matter. Like you can get to a certain level to where you're really, really good at predictions and stuff, but even then, the percentage of your shots aren't going to go up by much. You know what I'm saying? You're not like if you watch.
Yeah, no, I get that. What I'm saying is, do you not think that therefore to extract value out the hero, you're having to be increasingly subtle and smart?
Because I see what you're saying. Because
we said that with Bastion, right? We were like, to get value out of this guy in GM, you actually have to start thinking outside the box.
That's true.
And I feel like with Junkrat, you have to really start pulling crazy flanks, and you're trying to like air dual Pharahs with your concussive mines and shit to actually make value with this hero. That's why I'd go with 2 over 1.5 personally, but I can understand the 1.5.
That's a good point. Yeah, like I think the thing that you said there is like Junkrat is one of the heroes where you go and you flank and kill backline and GM. Like that's kind of, there's some maps where you literally standing AFK and spamming main is literally never going to work. So you have to be able to adapt your playstyle, and I think that's where the ceiling starts to introduce itself. So yeah, I think 2 is fair. I think if we compare it to Bastion, who we gave a 1.5. I wouldn't give him a full 2, but again, if we're rounding up, then yeah, I'd go with 2.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it's not like, unfortunately, we can't narrow it down any further to because someone might look at the end of the ratings and be like, this and this, but it was a close call. It's not like it wasn't as big as the numbers are suggesting. But okay, value floor. Well, this is just high as fuck. Like you spam some grenades and Bob's your uncle, right? Like everybody below platinum knows that just like, and the thing is, so this is where it gets interesting as well. People in the metal ranks give the hero more value. I've spoken about this many times, where like their play style innately is such that they gather up in choke points a lot and they stand there.
Yeah.
They just stand there forever, waiting for something. Like people, it's basically the perpetual cycle of bronze. Is like, or even up to gold, I'd say, is, come on guys, we're not 6, we're not 6, we're not 6. And inevitably someone dies to something stupid while you're waiting. We're not 6.
So, well, we talked about this before. It's like the inherent problem with lower ranks is they don't understand map control. They don't understand mobility. And when they don't understand flanks and mobility and map control, then they're going to die to heroes that are good at controlling one area, because that's the only area they're positioned in. So I think value floor is, I mean, again, obviously we have to keep in mind map specific. Junkrat is certainly not good on every map. But assuming that you're playing Junkrat on only 2/3 or 3/4 of the maps, and that you're not hard one-tricking hero, which I think is a fair comparison, I think you got to give him like a 3.5, somewhere around there. He's not hard to find value out of. I think the other thing too is his Riptire is like one of those. It's legit one of the strongest ultimates in lower ranks. I mean, correct chat. You guys are lower ranked as well. Riptire is, I think, just a fight win compared to a lot of other DPS ultimates.
Oh yeah.
It's one of the best DPS ultimates in lower ranks.
I remember like there was a brief period in Overwatch League where Junkrat was being played a lot, and it became this weird thing where in like the first week, Riptire was getting like a shit ton of kills, and then they really had to get good at killing Riptires because otherwise it was just too much.
Yeah, they slowed the speed down too because it was too fast. But yeah, I agree. I think value floor is either 3 or 3.5, and I think
3.5. We think Bastion is 4. He's less than Bastion, but I can't think of other heroes.
True, that's true.
I can't think of other heroes that are like easier to just like get passive value out of. Okay, maybe we'll get to some who are bronze.
I think I can think who are
we'll get to some.
But yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I think the 2 turret operators might be up there, but
actually,
I think 3.5.
Well, I can't wait to talk about those two because I have some hot takes with those.
All right.
Value ceiling. I mean, just not high. Like maybe 1.5. Like what was Bastion? He's certainly more valuable than Bastion, so definitely a 1.5. But Riptire significantly drops off in value in higher ranks. There's just a lot because here's the thing, Chad, is we always assume, I'm saying Chad, but here's the thing is we expect people to get better at playing around Riptire and people to get better playing with Riptire. In other words, the Junkrat is better at hiding and sneaking around his Riptire, and we get better at shooting it. But it's disproportionate, like what you can do with Riptire versus what you can do against it. people's mechanics get better. Their ears start to function, so they start listening. Hey, that tire's coming over there. So I think tire, which is such a huge part of Junkrat's value, just plummets. And then he also, like we talk about people in higher ranks, flanks, map control, taking high ground, not clumping. That's a huge hit to his value. I think value ceiling is got to be 1.5. I don't think there are many heroes that are, again, you want a one-trick Junkrat, you want a one-trick Doomfist, I think that's about the same level.
Yeah, I agree. I think like he's certainly not Genji level value ceiling, right? Where it's like the Genji can actually get stuff done, whereas on certain maps you just give up if you're playing Junkrat. Like, what's the point? And also, it's like there's also the other element of like there's certain heroes that just like it's hard counter this guy. Where it's like if there's double flyer on the enemy team, well, what are you gonna do? Like you obviously we see some crazy Junkrat flying up and dueling with the Pharah, but that's just extreme shit.
Right. Agreed. Okay, buffs, nerfs. What are your thoughts?
Again, this is one of those things where I know that a lot of projectile players. Yeah, I think like. But again, it's just this whole projectile v hit scan debate that comes up again, where it's just like just play hit scan 9 out of 10 times.
Yeah.
It's just better. And if you really want projectile to start being able to compete, then theoretically you'd say buffs. Yeah. But again, when we analyze this hero and we say, well, he's kind of a doo-doo dumb hero in many ways. Yeah. Why would we give him buff? Yeah. So again, maybe rework zone or rework the game in a way that it becomes a bit more. I'm
unwilling to buff this hero until he's harder to play, basically. I mean, and unfortunately, it does feel like more of the projectile heroes are kind of put in that archetype of brain dead spamming, and that prevents them. Probably, I mean, honestly, like let's not lie, Blizzard devs didn't buff Bastion or will not buff Bastion because he's brain dead, and people would lose their minds, And I think that same category falls with Junkrat. They know people don't want to play into that, so they're not going to buff the hero. So until the hero becomes more challenging, more rewarding, I don't think buffs or nerfs are the answer. He's kind of like he's like a Bastion Junior skill check. Can you can you guys not clump and a choke? If not, there you go. Fun to play against. I mean. 1.5. I mean, I'd rather play against a Junkrat than a Bastion, but 1.5, it doesn't get much lower for me.
Yeah, I think 1.5 is fine. Like, whoever died to Junkrat was like, oh, well played, man. Well played. What a skill. I mean, unless he plucked you out the sky as far or something. Yeah. You're never going to be like, oh, well, what a fantastic ability this dude had. So,
basically, my thought process with McCree is well balanced, somewhere between high skill floor, high skill ceiling, high value floor. So the reason why I'm gonna give McCree like a 2.5, and I think that's gonna be a little bit of a hot take on skill floor. The reason why is because I believe McCree is one of the heroes who really is just aim, or more so than other heroes. Obviously exaggerating a little bit here. Obviously positioning, cooldown usage, those things are still relevant. Ultimate usage as well, but I think his kit and his ultimate are one of the simplest in the entire DPS roster, actually. In terms of use, roll is relatively mobility, defensive, reload. Flash is, again, very, very basic, extremely straightforward. And his ultimate is a little tricky. There's things that you can do in it, and you need to know how to use it properly. But again, it's not hard to understand. I think he's one of the heroes that's literally just, I need to know how to click heads, and need to know how basic positioning rules, and then I'm good. And so for me, that's a 2.5. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think 2.5, it sounds fair, although my mind also kind of went 2. Because of the right click flashbang factor.
That's true.
I think because I see a lot of it. I agree. Like I think for the longest time, McCree was a really, really well kept hero. He was the pure skill hero almost. Like more so even in a Widowmaker than away, because Widowmaker felt like oppressive, whereas McCree was like, no, you respect it. You respect when the McCree's there and he kills you. Right. Fair play. But I think in recent times we've seen this push towards making him chunkier, giving the role a smaller cooldown. Yeah. And for that reason, I feel like a predominant amount of right click roll, right click is going on. Yeah.
This is where the lines are blurred between skill and value floor.
Yeah, exactly. It's you can just muck right click around, right? You can muck right click around. And that's the question is does that count as an entry level to the hero? Do you count someone flashbang right clicking their way to victory as you've got this hero down?
And that's the hard part. And I don't know. I think that's really, really tricky. I mean, the right click is certain a part of the kit that I hate. I disdain it. It drives me nuts. It's skillless and annoying, and nobody likes losing to that.
Literally, I've told my chat, like, my biggest pet peeve in the game is right click. Is the McCree right click.
Wow.
Literally,
you hate it more than I do.
Yeah, it's literally my biggest pet peeve in the game because it feels so incongruous with a character who's otherwise great. It's just like this really dumb ability that just like, yeah, just press this button.
Yeah, I don't understand its role either. That's no pun intended. I don't understand its role. I think I think 2 is fair. High 2, but a 2.
Yeah, it's like 2.5. I wouldn't be mad with 2.5. We gave Hanzo 2.5, so it kind of feels fair, but the same. Let me just compare. So we gave Genji 3, Hanzo 2.5, Echo 2. I think he's less than Echo. Like the skill floor is less than Echo, so I think 2 is fine.
Sure. I think because it is just so he is just mechanics, like especially in lower ranks, the complexity isn't there. Ceiling. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think the ceiling is really, really high. I think the ceiling is really high because it's literally, you can say, it's just all aim. It's like, you stand and you deliver. That's McCree. Right.
So yeah, okay. So what are your thoughts?
I'm tempted to 3.5, because I feel like there's no crutches. I mean, there is the McCree click, but again, once you get to the really high tier, you're not going to be McCree clicking your way around. Like you just won't get that chance. So there's no like ult to rely on to be like, because High Noon again. I recently saw Wanted play, and I got the chance to cast Wanted, and I swear, out of like the 10 High Noons that he did, like 9 were just for reloads. Yeah.
I mean, part of that's a stylistic choice.
Of course, yeah, honest. Wanted is a bit more like that, but I still think that like the ult is, it's not really gonna help you long term. Like 10 fights, the ult's really not gonna come up big that many times.
Ultimates like Hanzo that requires follow-up, and obviously in rank that's not always available. So we are generally kind of finding a balance between ranked and like pro play with the ceiling aspect of things, but it is certainly to consider. So with me, the ceiling, he is the raw mechanics, raw aim, raw this. My only hesitancy is that while yes, he is raw aim, he deals with fall off. And his lack of mobility means that he's a little bit more limited with how he can use his mechanics. In other words, like how much he can get out of his mechanics. Whereas Widow, Tracer, Ashe, generally with the more mobility, more range, they're more flexible with how they can benefit from those mechanics, if that makes sense. Like you could get bottlenecked in Volsky Industries first choke as a McCree. And even if you like are really strong mechanically, you're not going to really get an opportunity to show that right there.
Is that more in the value ceiling category though?
That's true. So here's my thought process then.
Yeah, go ahead. I wouldn't be mad with 3. I have to say I wouldn't be mad with 3 either.
So high mechanical, right? But to me, the ceiling is only mechanics with McCree.
Yeah, that's
because
fair.
Cooldown usage is a wash, ultimate usage, basically a wash. And another thing about McCree as well is he's one of the easiest, if not the easiest, hit scan hero to position with. Ashe, Tracer, Sombra, Widow. I'm trying to think. Soldier, maybe even Soldier's arguably easier. The only thing that makes even Bastion, actually, now that we think about it, is probably is harder to position with. Excuse me. The only thing that McCree can do is in brawl metas. Again, this is kind of more pro play here, but like in brawl metas, you could have a hard flanking McCree because the enemy team is like no range whatsoever. But that's it.
Yeah, I think 3 is fair. I think you convinced me 3 is fair. I mean, again, there's somewhere in SVB who's shocked that I'm advocating for McCree in any way, shape, or form. But yes, 3 is fair. I think
it's just value floor. I mean, it's not particularly low. It's not particularly high. The right click is available, like you said. High Noon is an ultimate that's stronger in lower ranks than it is in higher ranks. It's not an impressive ultimate. It's not a really strong ultimate, but it's better. It's not trash in lower ranks. Flashbang as well. Stronger in lower ranks than it is in higher ranks. It's stronger in higher ranks as a threat, but it gets a lot of value straight up in lower ranks. So I'm tempted to say, I mean, let's again, we have to kind of go back.
Let's look back. Yeah. So we got I don't. I think Hanzo. So if Hanzo's 2, Genji's 2, Echo 2.5. Those are kind of, I think, and Ashe is 3.
You could argue that McCree's has a higher value floor than Hanzo, maybe.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a fair argument.
Flashbang gets more value. The ultimate's better. I think the only thing is the pick potential, like the random kills that doesn't happen as much. But I would give him a 2.5 hesitantly.
Yeah, I'm deliberating between 2 or 2.5. I think there's definitely less value to be gotten from an Ashe than an Ashe rather. And more than Genji.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm unsure again. I'm just thinking back to all the like gold and platinum matches I watch, and it's like, how often does that McCree take over compared to how often a Genji just blades and takes over?
The difference between the Genji, though, and I don't know what you're respecting, but the Genji is going to require more coordination, and he relies the nano boost for him to be able to take over as much, in my opinion. So like it may be that you saw it more in your circumstance, where I'm thinking more of ranked, because when I think floor, it's no longer pro play versus ranked. It's just ranked. It's just ranked. And so if maybe Genji's value increases in like pugs, but I think that's like the minority of situations when we're talking floor.
Yeah, okay. So 2.5 I think makes sense. 2.5 makes sense.
But it's tough for me. Ceiling.
It's a high ceiling, but not as high as the meta heroes, basically. It's like you can get a lot done, but again, the limiting factor is the kit, and compared to an Echo or an Ashe who can just have more going on, it's just less. So looking back, maybe between 3 and 2.5, I think, like, between those two probably.
Yep. I'm going to lean 3, but my reasoning is because he is a hero that's good at dealing with heroes that are meta right now. He's not super strong himself, but he's pretty good. The Ball, Tracer, Echo, like those are the trilogy. I mean, those are the 3 that got nerfed recently, so that tells you a lot. Like those are like the heroes that you're seeing a lot of. They're very strong, big, big problems for teams right now. So I think he does well against those heroes. So I think he's good. The other thing that leads me to not like, obviously those heroes got nerfed, so maybe McCree's a little bit less of a value thing. But the other thing is that he is all. If we see more brawl meta, like we've seen more Ryan, we've seen more Diva. Those heroes have been buffed since the spam nerf. Kree's very good in that comp. Very, very good in that comp. Kree is really is arguably the only must pick DPS. Not necessarily the only, but certainly one of the top 2 pick DPS in brawl metas. Up there with Mei. So I think he benefits. The only comp that he doesn't like is hard dive, and I don't think we see that anytime soon. So in terms of value ceiling, ranked scrims, I think Kree is going to see has a high chance of seeing some play, not just with the strength of the character, but also the strength of the meta.
Yeah, I think a fair assessment. Buffs or nerfs? I think he's fine. Obviously, I wish they would take McCree clicks away.
Please take it away. Please, I hate it so much. I don't understand its purpose in the game. So I actually, I'm like negative 0.1, and I've got a couple reasons why. Obviously the right click, like you said. But I think, first off, I want to make it public. I really like what Blizzard's done with his fire rate. I'm glad they've nerfed his fire rate down and kind of brought. And by the way, I like the HP buff as well. I think before the HP buff, he was not seen as an anti-dive hero. He just died too easily. The 25 HP went a long way. He can actually counter dive, especially with some support now. He does pretty well against that, that's what his role was. But what I don't like is maybe this is more of my issue with the right click or not, but sometimes it feels like the flashbang hitbox is goofy. I would really like them to look at that.
Oh, it is for sure.
I cannot tell me how many times where I'm like, that should have landed, or there's no way that should have landed, like either side of the spectrum. So that's annoying to play against for sure. So no buffs or nerfs necessarily, but he needs a couple of ability examinations for sure.
Yeah, I think I wouldn't even be opposed to putting a minus 0.5 against him, almost as an asterisk, as like a think about this hero. He's not someone to be left alone.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, fun against.
Or let's just put 0. Yeah, let's put a minus 0.5. I think that's fair.
Sure.
Fun against. Again, it depends how you died to the McCree. Did you die by being pre-tapped, or did you get flashbang right-clicked?
True. I don't know. I would say, like, you compare him to, like, a Hanzo, who's 1.5. I mean, he's certainly higher than a Hanzo. He's certainly higher than a Junkrat.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fair.
And he's more broadly annoying than an Echo, but he's not specifically targeting. I would probably say 2.5 for me. Because, like, we were willing to give Genji a 3 despite Nanoblade. I think we should be willing to give McCree a 2.5 or even a 3. If we're willing to overlook Nanoblade, then we should be willing to overlook Flash right click. So I think 3 or 2.5 for me.
Well, the counter argument I made to that is that Nanoblade is the ultimate, whereas the McCree click is the default. Like, you can McCree click like 3 times, 4 times in the space of one Dragon Blade.
True. But the question is how many times
2.5 is fair.
Yeah, but the question is how many times does McCree click like actually swing? Like, how many times does that actually get kills in a fight? And we're talking, I guess we're talking all tiers here. So that's something you have to keep in mind.
Yeah. I think,
because Nanoblade is every other fight, but it's the whole fight is dictated by that, arguably. Whereas with McCree click, it might be, once every couple of fights. But yeah, it depends. Like, I don't know how much. Well, again, I think
in like gold or plat, you're just seeing that's it. Like, it's just like roll, right click, roll into shields or into tanks.
True.
All right. I think 2.5 is fair. Like, he is fun. He, like, again, if I play against a skillful McCree, I'm happy to die. But
yeah.
There's also the real element. In the same way the Hanzo, it's like sometimes you lose a skill based fight against Hanzo, and sometimes you're just like, well, that was stupid.
Yes, I agree with that. Okay. May. Is this me or is this you on floor?
I think it's me. Skill floor.
Okay, go for it.
I might be a little bit controversial in saying that there is actually a decent amount of like nuance required to actually. Yes, you can left click freeze people, but I think walling people is actually more difficult than people think, because I see failed walls all the time. Like, you see people pick May and you're like, well, they should just win this like King's Row Ryan Zarya matchup, and there's like even just like something small as having a gap in the wall, and that's like completely useless.
Right, for sure.
So I definitely think she's like, actually, as much as she gets shit on, I actually think she's like isn't the easiest hero to just pick up.
No, certainly not. And this is again where the lines between skill floor and value floor are blurred. Because before it was when her freeze, basically time to freeze, was faster. Her wall had a higher HP, lower cooldown. Like, you could argue that she was easier to pick up and get value out of. But I definitely think that she's trickier than other DPS heroes. I think the other thing with May as well is it's like, especially with the meta that we're dealing with right now, and honestly, just like across a lot of metas, like we had a brawl meta for a long time, so people got a nice opportunity to get really mad at May, but she's not great in a lot of situations. She's tricky in a lot of situations. So I think for you to categorize skill floor as easy, oh yeah, she's really easy, you have to only be looking at one type of composition. Maybe brawl. Okay, not like you just wall and mouse one, but in every other situation, she's not easy at all. So I think skill floor certainly is maybe not as high as like a Genji, but I would say it's comparable to like a McCree in most instances, maybe even a little higher. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think 2.5. I think, like, we're looking Hanzo 2.5. I think May, because she does have a projectile that if you actually want to hit, if you actually want to be lethal yourself, you have to get it. You have to hit it. So
yeah, I
agree.
Think
2.5 is fair.
2.5, I agree.
Ceiling.
Shoot. Again, this is so meta specific because it's like she's one of those heroes that just has one signature, and she's just like, it doesn't matter how good you are at May, you're just like trying to play May. Can you like Winston Diva, Sombra, May? That's not going to really work. But like, let's say you're playing in a relatively friendly situation. I think she has a really high ceiling. In contenders in Overwatch League, like you could tell the teams that have a good May and a bad May. Like it is a huge deal. In terms of like nailing your walls, target priority, and obviously just hitting your right clicks, man. Like I was fortunate enough to play with a really strong May last contender season, and Backbone with sheer cold, and he just would lap people with May ults, because he's hitting those right clicks between fights, and right as these fights are. So we're getting these blizzards really fast. So, certainly not as high as a Genji, but I would say probably maybe on par with McCree even. Certainly at least a 2.5. Certainly at least a 2.5.
Yeah, I think 3 is fair. I think because there's a lot of braininess to Mei that we shouldn't undersell.
Yeah.
I think that's the thing about it as well. Like there is the projectile right click that you were talking about, with the players that you played with. But I also think that there is like particularly when, like you said, in the Rhine brawl meta, yes, it's very obvious what to do with your wall the Rhine off and kill him. But in every other situation, you really have to think creatively about like, what angle am I blocking? Like, who am I blocking? Sometimes I'm just walling to buy a little bit of time. Sometimes I'm walling to like protect one of my team. Like I'll just wall my teammate off to protect them. So
exactly.
I think 3 is fair.
I think that's fair as well. Okay. Value floor.
Value floor. You can get a lot done if you execute with any decent level of competence your walls. But again, I think it's very map specific is the problem.
Can we make it a rule that like when we're talking, because like I start, because like this is so hard with heroes like this and Junkrat stuff, because there's like some maps you just Mei is just awful. So let's do this. Let's assume with floor, ceiling, etc., that you're playing her in like what 2/3 of the maps, and that the 1/3 of the map that is just unplayable, you're not. Let's just assume that you have something of a brain.
Okay. Yeah, I think because on maps like the number 1 map, you think Hanamura A. That's like you're just never getting through that gate if there's a Mei around. And in that case, it's very easy to do it. But I think in most other maps, it's like actually not that easy to just pick Mei and win.
Yeah.
So I think 2 is like as high as you can really go.
Yeah.
Like I don't think you can you really say like that you're always going to get value with Mei? Like just pick Mei, right?
No. And we also have to consider like what heroes are popular right now. Like people are playing more Tracer, people are playing more Ball, people are playing more Echo, snipers, stuff like that. Like again, it's not just the map, but it's also the compositional stuff. Like she is impressive against a very specific type of composition, but if it's not handed to her, she's not going to feel super great.
And again, I know that there's tank players who are like, well, I just get frozen off cooldown. Yeah, but again, it's just like that's like one role that she's tormenting, but you can easily like kind of get around that with all the other characters.
Yeah.
I think
I agree.
2 is fair,
I agree with 2. Value ceiling. Shoot. Again, I don't. Again, this is just meta specific. She's not good against the heroes that are meta right now. That being said, I think that she might be better if things swing back towards Brawl, but it's not really our job to guess what the meta is going to be like. Yeah. So I think we leave it at 2 with an asterisk that it could very easily jump to 3, very easily, depending on whether we start to see Ryan again. If we start to see Ryan, this literally instantly jumps to 3. But until then, it just has to be a 2. I don't think there are other heroes that are very strong.
Yeah, there's just like there's so many options around it, right? And particularly, the dominant options are, sans Mei basically. There's no Mei involved in those. So yeah, I think asterisk is required because it's like, you're right. It just jumps very wildly.
Yeah. And this leads us into buffs and nerfs because again, this kind of like this lends it towards we should be buffing Mei because her skill floor is high, her skill ceiling's not high, but like above average, but she's flat average or below average really on the value. But boy, what are your opinions on this?
I have a hot take. Tell me what you think of it.
All right.
I think Mei's left click shouldn't freeze. I think that she doesn't need it. I don't think she needs it. I think she'd be a much better hero if you just gave her walls, a decent damage right click, and let her alt freeze, and then try and make her more that way. I think because I think that. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I want to finish.
I just think that like the freeze is kind of what most people's gripe is anyways with Mei. It's like it's the most frustrating aspect. And I actually think the wall is a really fun, again, this is maybe people are like, you're a tank and you say this. It is really fun. I think the map geometry editing is something we don't have a lot of in Overwatch. In fact, this is probably the only real version of it. And I think it's a great like thing to like encourage in players to think more widely about, okay, well, how can I alter the map to give my team an advantage? So I feel like her left click just shouldn't freeze.
All right, so here's my big brain response. I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. I definitely agree that freeze just feels like a dumb mechanic. Like, why is this in the game? My concern with what you said is obviously I'm the critic, so I get to just nitpick your ideas with providing none of my own.
No, go ahead. That's what it's for.
Is that obviously if the Mei can't freeze with mouse 1, that reduces the efficacy of her Blizzard, because freezing people in Blizzard is a lot of time what keeps them in it.
That's true.
So you could argue that maybe Blizzard speed would have to speed up, and people in chat are like, oh, what if it just slowed down? But then it's like, well, then is that really, if you're not going to get the full freeze, are you really going to be?
Yeah, I don't even think she needs the like slow.
Right.
I think you could do something that's like, yeah, it allows the Blizzard freeze to come in faster.
But listen, if it's making people think about what to do instead of freezing, I'm all for it. I just don't have any ideas to bring to the table.
Sure, and I'm just brainstorming as well. Like, that's just my hot take. Maybe you see that version of Mei and it doesn't feel good at all, but.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I would have to see it. But I think the thing is that like people are definitely unhappy with freeze. The other thing with the buffs and nerfs is that I'm even though she, like right now we're saying, oh, skill floor, skill ceiling, it's higher than value floor. Well, part of that, like we said, is just the meta. Like she could very easily almost double her value floor and value ceiling just by being in a favorable meta. So like to me, there are some heroes that are perfectly balanced. They're just not favored in the meta right now. I think D.Va for a long time was one of those heroes. This past really all of 2020 almost. So I think we just kind of sit in our hands and we understand that, and we hope that Blizzard does a better job balancing the heroes around them.
I think what we should do. Sorry to interrupt, Spilo.
No, go ahead.
I think what we should do is, because we've kind of left 0, and maybe someone looks at this and it's a bit ambiguous. I think we put, whenever we want like rework, I think we just put asterisks like we did with the value ceiling.
Ooh, brilliant.
I think we can just put asterisks next to the other heroes that we were like, they just need a rework.
This is why you're doing this, because not only do you think of these things, but you also have to go back and do all the asterisks, and I just get to sit here and relax. So yeah, I'm fine for that.
I think even next to Hanzo we can put the asterisks as like,
yeah,
and even McCree, like we're not saying the character in its entirety needs a nerf, but there's like one element of the character.
Sure.
That's like, hey, think about this.
And Bastion gets 2 asterisks because he needs a double rework. He needs everything
like,
reworked.
Please, just different hero.
Yeah, exactly. All right, fun against, that one's easy. I mean, like nobody likes getting frozen. Nobody likes Blizzard. Certainly not as bad as Bastion, but it doesn't get much worse. I mean, maybe. But Junkrat, is she as bad as Junkrat? I don't think so. I would say, again, meta specific. If I was playing Ryan, I would say negative 50. But against the other heroes like Ball and like she's not that annoying. So either 1.5 or 2 for me, but I'm unsure. Because even like a Tracer, like nobody, like you can get one shot, and that's like, are you serious? I got one shot by a Mei, like but like. How often does that happen? So like I don't know. I'm really torn.
Yeah. So my I agree with that as well, and I think on balance I would say 1.5. But then at the same time, I can also see someone saying, okay, you may not die to Mei often, but every time you die to Mei, it usually sucks.
Exactly.
Right. Like,
exactly. So
I'd say
like
1.5.
1.5. Yeah, but I would say a little. I'd rather play against a Mei than a Junkrat, and 90% of the circumstances.
Probably.
Way.
Yeah,
by
probably.
Okay. Pharah. Skill floor. So this is okay. So this hero might actually be one of the toughest ones for me, which is weird. There's nothing. But here's my reasoning. Is that this is again going to bleed into value floor a little bit, but I have heard horror stories of console Pharah and how it is for years it's just misery to play against. You just spam into chokes and you can't do anything. So. In that aspect, playing a competent Pharah might be on a different par than what we're used to on PC level. I also think there's been a lot of misunderstanding about like the buffs / nerfs to Pharah. So Pharah has unquestionably been nerfed some, but she's also been buffed some as well. Some of the mobility, the way she moves around that, and shortening barrage for Pharah was a huge change. Really, really helpful. Like nerfing her splash damage, but increasing fire rate. I think Pharah is like one of the quietly best reworked heroes in the game. Very quietly has been reworked very well to be less spammy, more fluid, more opportunistic and less niche. In other words, there's more situations you can play Pharah now than there used to be. So when we take that to skill floor, I'm like, okay, how skillful do you have to be to get decent value out of Pharah? And I'm actually, if we're taking the criterion of like 60% of maps, 65% of maps, 66.7 or whatever percent of maps, right? Not just Hanamura first point defense, right? Not just Li Zhang Garden. You have to play it on more than half the maps. I think she's actually got a 2.5 skill floor, or maybe even higher.
Yeah, I think 2.5 at least. I actually think because.
Yeah.
I think also with the flight change, it makes it very difficult now. Like it used to be that you could fly forever, right? And it's like that is an easier element. But now
true. That's a good point.
Now that you have to now that you actually drop to the ground, you either have to be really good and smart and like what kind of environment you know run around, or you just have to be really, really competent with the hero. So
right.
I think it's really tough to be a good Pharah.
I think so as well. I think the 2.5 is fair because she's like, again, we talk a lot about this with projectile heroes. She's spammy. Like it feels like we say that for every projectile hero. But
I think she's spammy in a better way than Hanzo. Like because it's so far and it's like a vertical angle, it's a completely different type of spam than Hanzo spam, I think.
Okay. Somebody in my chat brought up something that I think we have to bring to the table before we leave this. How often do you get a pocket as Pharah? Any Pharah OTBs in chat? How, like, do you guys have like a general percentage of games?
Well, remember at the start we said that we're not thinking too, like we're keeping as a consideration. In which case this goes up. In which case this goes up. Right. Because like without a pocket, it's a whole nother world. It's a whole new world.
Right. Exactly. That was beautiful. Thank you. So she's definitely harder without a pocket, but I'm certain picking a Pharah, people are more likely to play Mercy, unquestionably. But I don't know. I have no idea what the estimate is. So like, it's tough for me. I don't think it's a huge impact though. I think
let's have a look at the others. Let's have a look at this. So Ashe 2.5, Doomfist 3.5. Have we given anyone a 3? Genji we gave 3. Would you say it's harder to pick up Genji than it is to pick up Pharah?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so too. I think so too. In which case I think 2.5.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Although I would also argue that it's probably harder to pick up Pharah than it is to pick up Hanzo, but
yes. So high 2.5.
Yeah, it's like a 2.75 or whatever. Like, you know, somewhere in between those.
Yeah. Okay, should we?
And actually, arguably, she's kind of harder. She's kind of harder than Echo. I think Echo got 2.5.
Okay, we need to revisit Genji's skill floor here. I think we need to bump it up to 3.5.
Maybe we bump Doom to 4. I don't know.
Because here's my thought process.
3.5.
I'm sneak peeking. I have Tracer Widow at 4 on skill floor already. So I think 4 is going to be congregated all right, but I'm concerned. Like, who else is going to be 3.5 if not Genji and Doom? Maybe Doom does go to 4. No, I don't think Doom is as hard. I don't know. It just feels it feels lonely at the top. You know, it feels like Pharah is like the 2.9 and Genji's like the 3.2.
I kind of wish I could just conduct a live experiment and give like 5 players a hero each to play and be like, who's hard? Like give them all heroes to play and just be like, who's hardest? And like see how they struggle trying to understand Tracer Widow, because it's also been so long since, you know, heroes were genuinely new that. Okay, let's put Genji 3.5. Whether we put Doom to 4 or not, I think Genji maybe 3.5 and then Pharah 3.
Yeah, Pharah 3 for sure. If Genji's 3.5. Okay, the reason for Genji 3.5 is maybe we could say his neutral is as hard as the Doomfist's, but his ult
is it? I don't know. Again, we said like, you know, it's so specific to have to learn Doom rollout. Like you have to learn it. There's no.
But if you want to be. We're talking like, but the basic Doom rollouts aren't super hard.
I suppose that's also true. The basic Doom rollouts you can do.
I would say the ceiling is where you start to get to ridiculous levels. But unfortunately, that's also where a lot of other heroes get to ridiculous levels with Doomfist. You know what I'm saying? Like with Doomfist, it's like to have a base competency, you need to know your cooldowns, you need to have a base level of rotations. But with Genji, you have to basically say, I can't use any of my cooldowns until I see the perfect opportunity. Or I have to position myself perfectly.
There is the blade. The blade factor is the thing.
Yeah, that's
where like
true
Doomfist doesn't really have. I mean, yes, the meteor strike is good, but it's also like avoidable. It's avoidable.
Yeah. I don't know, man. This is tough.
We can leave it as is for now. Maybe after we talk about Tracer and Widow, we can reassess Doom. Okay.
All right.
So
we got some discussion going on. It's fun.
It's tricky. It's tricky, man.
It is
Skill
tricky.
ceiling. Yeah, again, I actually don't think it's just so difficult. Who are you talking about in a way, right? Because it's like someone like Yanza is like, this dude is talented. This dude is really, really talented at this hero and really milks every aspect of their kit. But at the same time, once you master the kit, it's more just like getting cheeky with it, getting like, you know, a little bit more creative with it. But I
have
say
some
it's
insight
like
on
super
this.
high. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Because I've had I'm just gonna say Yizna because that's how I've heard teammates of his, but
I don't know how it's
so if I'm
pronounced. I'm
butchering
just going off what I heard someone else say.
I'm just going Yizna. So Yizna. We played up against him in officials multiple times. In fact, we were one of the only teams that actually beat his team when they were at their peak. Ball Overwatch and Yizna and all that stuff. And, everybody was like, oh, he's just going to go cheesy plays. But we kept losing to those cheesy plays, even though we knew they were coming. And not just we, but other teams are losing. They almost beat British Hurricane. And it was off of the back of really Yizna and Ball. It was those two guys. They hard carried that team. The rest team was good too, but they were just on a step on another level.
Chat says Yazinsa.
Yazinsa. So Yazinsa was, we'll just call him Yazin for sure. So Yazin was Yazin just, his ability to move and ability to time things turned it from like cheesy to you can't counterplay it because you time it so well that your attention was always split. And then obviously the mechanics, like, Echo's one of the hardest counters to Pharah in the game, but he's directing Echoes out of the sky and just, taking them out. So like, I actually thought Pharah was like a 2 or 2.5 back in the day. But training against Yazin for several months made me think at least a 3 with this hero. At least a 3, arguably 3.5. But I would say probably closer to 3. Because the only reason I say 3 is because it is a relatively simple ultimate. The ultimate is not particularly difficult at all. It's like all timing. It's just you press Q, But the mechanical and cooldown usage is relatively important. I would say high 3, low 3.5. But
let's put it this way: do you think it's a higher skill ceiling for Genji or Pharah, or the same?
That's a good point. It's got to be Genji, but not by much. But not by much. But not by much. I will classify. Not by much. It's also tricky because I don't know that many people have played Pharah at such a high level as Yazin.
Yeah, that's the one thing as well. Like, you don't see that a lot.
No.
That's what really complicates it, is that I don't see many other Pharah players extracting that kind of value, which actually lends the argument that there's a ceiling that people haven't reached, that Yazin has. Right. That's true. But at the same time, a lot of what you see, like to me, the part of what hurts it is that we don't know for sure. But we do know for sure that Genji has a ridiculously high ceiling. We don't know if Yazin has found the Pharah ceiling yet, because she just hasn't been a very much played hero ever. I mean, she's not been a 0 picked hero, but she's not been, at least at the pro level, she's been a very map specific hero for a long time and multiple metas. To make this we've gone for a while, but to make this even more complicated, we did say 75% of maps, right? And actually playing her on 75% of maps is now even more difficult. Yes, but that doesn't mean it's a skill ceiling. That's more value ceiling. But to survive with her, would it not be more difficult on certain maps? I mean, it'd be more difficult, but it would be more along the lines of skill, basically. It would require more skill, but I think it would be more along the lines you'd have to handicap yourself rather than find a way to work around it. Like if you're playing, so let's go 3 then. What you say? I give 3. It's tough though. It's just not easy. It's not easy out here. I think 3. Okay, value floor. What will you get if you just pick Pharah and you shoot some rockets? Not like crazy high, but you can get some spam. You can get, and particularly on certain maps, but again, we're talking 75%. So let's compare. Is there more value from picking Hanzo and spamming with Hanzo? Probably about the same. Yeah. I'd say. As far as stronger on some maps, weaker on others. Yeah, and again, like, you can kind of guarantee to land, like, if you wanted to, you could kind of guarantee a certain number of rockets will just hit, right? You can't really miss a certain number of rockets if you just aim them in the general direction of tanks. Yes. I agree with that. So I think 2 is fair. Yeah, I agree. Okay, ceiling then. I think 3. Again, Yazin has found a way to make it work, But in this case, I actually don't think that should matter. No, because the thing is like, even though Yazin found a way to make it work, they still lost to Echo comps. You know what I'm saying? They still lost to Sombra Tracer comps. They still lost to spam comps. Like, you couldn't run Pharah everywhere and that be the best comp. Like, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure Yazin actually started to pick up some other. I know in scrims that towards the end he would play Echo on some maps because where it was just impossible to play Pharah.
you couldn't make it work everywhere.
The
and
thing
that's
go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say the thing I want to add to this as well is that we're talking about a player who is not at Overwatch League, so there's a chance that like should you put that player in Overwatch League, they might actually meet even harder like checks.
Sure,
if you get
sure.
me, like they're
Although
going
I
to go
will
up against a higher
say,
caliber of Widowmaker.
You could argue Yazin's probably top 4 or 5 Pharahs.
No, he definitely is. In fact, I don't think this part went live, but when I was talking to the coaches, they were literally discussing this. They were like, "Where do you rate him in the Pharahs in the world?" They were all like, "Yeah, top 5 for sure."
Yeah, he's top 5. I mean, I would say maybe a couple of like Overwatch League level
the point
players.
isn't that he would go down. The point is that the opposition of Widowmakers that he would be up, or like opposition hit scan he'd be up against would go high, would go up, so then his value would go down.
Right. And the other thing with Pharah as well is part of the reason, like, avoided dumpstered uncoordinated teams. I'm talking dumpstered them through his play. Again, largely his play. Discipline was much better against the Pharah because, like you said, some of it is like Yazin was incredibly good at timing it, but you could deal with some of his positioning and flanking if you were disciplined, which we expect more at the ceiling, right? Better teams found better ways of dealing with their Pharah. Like you were more likely to see Yazin swap off of Pharah against harder opposition. That's kind of like what we see.
Yeah.
And that's, to me, that's where you see the limits of the ceiling. And that's where I think you get 2.5, maybe.
Yeah. I mean, I think somewhere out there, like Jake is saying even less than this, but yeah, I think 2.5 is fine. I think I remember Jake was just like really, really depressed about the state of Pharah, and he was just like, this is garbage.
And this is ceiling too. We have to be clear, Chad. Like, this is played perfectly as far as still not exactly like, I mean, I guess
I think
flat out average, essentially.
There's an argument. Let's have a look again. So Genji 2. Yeah, I think she's more than... Is she more than Genji? More value? Yeah,
yes.
I think so, right? I think that's fair.
Yeah,
I think she's fair. Less than Ashe.
One trick Genji to 4.7 nowadays? Like...
No, you probably wouldn't. You probably wouldn't.
You might not... Like, Pharah, like Yazin is the best Pharah in the world, but like, I don't... anybody could one trick Genji to 4.7.
Also, in that equation is the fact that you can actually just Pharah pocket Mercy in the way you can't... Like... Even if you pick Ana, you can't actually like stick with the Genji at all times to make sure he gets value, right?
Yeah.
Whereas the Pharah, because she allows Mercy to survive more, you can viably keep them both together. Right.
You can never completely hard counter Pharmacy. Like not as much as she's developed with her mobility. I don't think it's possible to completely prevent them from playing Pharah. You can discourage it strongly, but you can't stop them from playing completely.
Yeah.
Which historically you used to be able to when she was a little slower.
Buffs and nerfs is tricky. This is tricky.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing, in my opinion.
Go ahead. Explain.
I think she's in a great state. I think, like I said, she's been quietly one of the best reworks Blizzard has done. They've made her less spammy, more mobile, more flexible, but still like retains the signature of the flying rocket launcher, right? I don't think she needs anything. I don't have a whole lot more to add there. I don't think she needs anything. A Backbone OW in my chat saying revert the fuel back, but I disagree. I think
I think that's good. It's good.
A hero that permanently flies is like, why? Like, make it harder to fly. Like, you have to use high ground. You have to lose ledges. You have to, like, even with perfect fuel management, you still have to drop occasionally. Like, I think she's very well balanced right now. She's funny flying lady. No. Oh my gosh, my chat is dropping in IQ rapidly.
I agree. I agree with that. The only thing I'm thinking again is the viability of projectile versus hit scan. Like, in an ideal game state, you basically want like one hit scan, one projectile is like, if you're really thinking like this is a balanced, like perfect state.
Yep.
So that's not really the case apart from really specific maps, but that's also fine. I think her being a map specific pick is also good because you want that inherent diversity brought about by like certain map geography. Yeah. So yeah, I think 0 is fine, but again, I think larger big picture, like it would be nice if she was more, like if her and other projectiles were more valuable or more.
I think that's the key there. There's somebody in chat complaining, but nobody plays her at high rank. Well, Yazin plays her, but that's obviously not a good enough argument. That's just one player. I think the key thing is that we're going to see here is as we're getting closer to more hit scan heroes at the end here, we've got, we've already gone over Ashe McCree, which were mostly either nerf or stay alone. We've got Sombra, Tracer, Widow, and I think for the most part we're largely going to be talking either nerfs or slight reworks of those heroes. So if we don't call for buffs to projectile heroes, it's not because we don't recognize, like SVB saying, the struggle. It's because we think that the answer lies not in buffing the projectile but in nerfing the hit scan. You're welcome. You're welcome, tank mains.
I also think another aspect of that is that looking at ladder sometimes isn't always a good picture, because it's like mostly sometimes when you look at ladder, it's like who's one-tricking what. And there's no incentive really to one-trick Pharah unless you just love the hero, because of the lack of viability on so many maps. So why not just spend your time getting better at Echo, Ashe, Tracer? And that's probably why. Like if all things were equal, you'd probably would see more Pharah mains. It's just that you don't want. Why would you spend that time on Pharah when you could spend it on Echo and achieve similar outputs? So that's, I think, to the latter point.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's the thing.
That's a good point. I think like she is more map specific. Somebody in chat is like, well, why don't we see her in Overwatch League? Well, we've seen metas where Pharah wasn't very popular, but we've also, Pharah, when she was played, was like, she filled the role well. She's very map specific. She was anti-goats. There was even some times where they would play her with double shield. But anyway, I think we've done it. Fun against, no buffs, nerfs. Are we in agreement on that?
Yeah, I think 0. 0 is fair.
Okay. Fun against, again, this is situational on rank. At higher ranks, she's kind of nothing terribly bad or for or against. She's a little annoying for sure. But in lower ranks, I know she's pretty annoying.
Yeah, this gets tricky.
I would say probably a 2 for me.
Yeah, I think 2 is fair. I think 2, considering Ashe and Echo are 2, I think 2 is fair, because I know that there's a powerlessness that comes with facing Pharah sometimes, where you're like, well, there's nothing I can do, right? Like there's a Pharah Mercy in the air, and again, to bring the console equation back that you mentioned, like it's harder. Although I've also heard horror stories. I wish I just had a sort of PlayStation or Xbox that I could actually test this out for myself. But like I've heard the horror stories, but then I've also heard people who are like, nah, that's overblown. And I've like, people are saying that actually even in Console Master, by the time you get to Console Master, people are like good enough to deal with Pharah. So there's a powerlessness to it, but I think more often than not you're okay. So I think 2 is fair.
I think 2 is fair. Yeah. Okay.
My DPS fallback, Reaper.
You want to start with this one, because I mean he is your
skill
boy.
Floor. This I'm kind of biased because how I think this hero is like super brain dead, easy, busted. That's my stance, and I say this as this is my most played DPS hero. I recently have a DPS alt account and stuff, and I'm trying to play him. And whenever shit's going wrong, I just pull out the Reaper, because he literally just kills everything. He's like he duels people easy, he shreds tanks easy, and he's got an escape and mobility. So in terms of the floor, I don't think it's too high. I think there's like the weapon lends itself to just like you can do a lot with it. 2, I think maybe.
Yeah, 2 at most. If even
I see
that,
McCree's 2. I think 1.5. Then if McCree's 2.
Yeah, I think 1.5 is fair. I don't think you can arguably say it does more than Cree. And again, we're not talking about value. Like Reaper is relatively easy to counter, and he has difficulties, but there's just not like you basically say, guys, you press mouse 1 at the enemy team, you use your TP and backline. And if you're going to die, you press your shift
and run away.
And then that's it.
And
like,
then
that's
go again.
Really
because literally it's like, and particularly since they changed the TP so that you can't, like, it used to be that when you TP, you were really vulnerable and you could get domed. But now you can actually, I can just TP in someone's face. Yeah. And I'll have the animation where I can just crouch or juke before they even get the chance to hit, and I'm already there killing them. Yep. And if I did fuck up, I'll just shift out.
Just shift
and then go again. And in like 5 seconds,
I'll go again. His ultimate is not particularly challenging either.
And he gets huge value. Like it actually gets massive value.
Well, hang on. This is, don't bleed in me, SVB. Come on. Stay disciplined. We're not in the skill floor
No, I just mean that.
Sure.
You're right. Okay, yeah. Skill ceiling. Go ahead.
I don't know. Skill ceiling is very low as well. I would say, honestly, 1.5 maybe. For a second, I really wanted to be like whip out the really hot take and say 1. But because mechanics is a thing with Reaper, it's not you can't just mouse 1 at the enemy team. Like you're not going to get that opportunity at higher ranks. You have to click your heads. You have to get those either the 1 shots, the force cooldown. And so I definitely a 1.5. I mean that's really good. Like I remember when we had the Reaper Doom meta, and I actually spent a lot of time studying this meta. We did a lot of trials, and whenever I had a player that couldn't play Reaper like terribly, I was always like, "Come on, man!
Come on,
like how do you mess this up at the top level?
Yeah.
Like there's not a lot to it. You click heads. You need to make sure that your timing properly. Obviously, is a big one. But honestly, like every DPS hero has to worry about that. This is not Reaper. There aren't many Reaper specific challenges at all.
No, I don't think there's any.
No, TP positioning with Reaper is a little bit unique because you can do a lot of positions where I like to call lurking. It's where you like you're flanking, but you're waiting for them to walk through the choke, and then you're shooting, and you can change up your angle and things like that. But there's not a lot; it's very low. So I would say 1.5. I mean, but we have to go back. Or is there?
Bastion was 1.5 and Junkrat's 2, so that's where we kind of have to. That's our references, I think. As like, is he more skill ceiling than Bastion?
No.
Yeah, I don't really think so. Like, although, people, Bastion is brain dead. Again, ceiling to, like, actually really milk value, I think, is actually pretty difficult as Bastion because it's so easy to hard counter him. Like, his kit requires you to sit there immobile, so it's actually really easy to hard counter. Whereas with Reaper...
Here's my concern. My concern is that if we don't give Reaper a 1.5, what's going to get 1? Or is there any hero left that's going to get a 1?
No.
The only one that might be, which I'm jumping the gun here, is I might say Symmetra ceiling.
See, I was thinking that, but then again, I think you can get very creative with Symmetra. The kit allows you to get very creative.
Yeah. I think
in a way that Reaper doesn't.
Yeah, well, see, chat actually brings up a good point because for DPS, we have to keep in mind that we're only comparing DPS, but Moira ceiling is definitely 1.
Well,
but
it's
that's
up
not
to you because
we're not bringing into the table here. So maybe we just say 1.5 with the understanding that the scale isn't just DPS to DPS, but like we're kind of keeping in mind the whole hero cast as a whole. In other words, maybe we don't get the full 1 experience because there are no DPS heroes that are that easy. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. Again, it's up to you because at the end of the day, it's your format, so I'll let you make the call whether like it's intra role or inter role.
Yeah. I think 1.5. Just that along with the mechanics, it prevents me from doing it. Give me 1 second SVB. I need like 5 seconds.
Sure. No worries. Take your time. Chat. What are you saying? Argument to get creative with Reaper TP? I don't know if you really do get creative with Reaper TP. It's not like you really are like 5-head. It's not a 5-head move to TP into their backline, is it? Like, you just kind of TP in. It's like TP in or TP out. Those are your 2 options. Whereas, like, the actual Symmetra TP, there's a lot of, like, team play that comes around it where not only can you TP bomb and go through the bot TP yourself, but you could also potentially
we're back.
Create strats. Yo, what's up?
Sorry about that.
Okay, no worries. So value floor.
Some gifted subs. But,
nice.
Okay, so value floor. What do you think?
There's a lot of value to be had with this hero, I think. Again, I just think like he's such a safe pick. Like as long as you're not a monkey, there's like you can always get a kill with the Reaper. Like not monkeys in literally Winston. What I mean is like he does everything. He can kill, he can duel DPS and assassinate backlines and kill tanks. So I think there's a lot
we have
of value
to consider with value floor as well as he has one of the highest value ultimates in lower ranks in the game, in my opinion. Up there with Riptire.
Yeah, so I'm just thinking like, so Junkrat is 3.5, Bastion is 4. I think he's 3.5, I'm being legit brutally honest.
I agree.
This hero is so like, you just pick this guy and the hero will do a lot of the work for you. Like that's why I pick him. Anyone who might be like, why does SVB hate Reaper? I love playing Reaper. It's fucking joy. Because literally, this hero gives you so many crutches to operate with that it makes getting value really easy. So
yes, I agree. I'm losing focus. I got gifted more subs, and they're because of my sub notification rings in my ears. Nonsense.
Nice.
Thank you guys.
Keep it up, Spilo chat. Keep gifting those subs to Spilo.
Please
make him feel welcome back.
Or welcome back in death. Value ceiling. I definitely agree with the 3.5. Value ceiling. I mean, he's not very good right now.
So yeah, this is where I think like the problem with Reaper is that he can actually get hard countered or like and meta countered. I think a lot of people were like, because I was discussing Reaper's brokenness recently. A lot of people were like, well, why isn't he so meta if you think he's so broken as he is? It's because like longer range stuff just wrecks him, right? And like, why would you pick Reaper when you can do the same amounts of damage with longer range heroes? So
let's put it this way: he's like Mei, but with less value against less meta compositions or meta composition. In other words, like you could argue that Reaper in some ways is even worse than Mei against other comps, because everybody in like low ranks is like, oh, why don't they just play? They're playing ball, Tracer. Just go break Reaper, and the ball can't do anything. It's not true. The ball can still do a great deal. Reaper is like, and again, in spam, double shield spam, like, what Reaper could just TP? No, Reaper can't. Like Mei is better against double shield. Mei is arguably better against ball. Like Reaper is just very much, you play Brawl, you can play Reaper, and that's it. You could play him in certain dive brawly situations, but those are very specific. And a lot of times, like again, like even in Brawl, like he gets outclassed by Kree. So I think value swing is very, very low. I would say, I mean, we've talked about Bastion one-tricking, Doom one-tricking, maybe a 1.5 with Reaper, maybe a 2, but certainly no higher than 2.
Well, let's see. So Mei's 2, Junkrat is 1.5. If he gets the same amount of value as a Junkrat, I think you can get more value than a Junkrat. I think you can get more value with Reaper than a Junkrat.
That's true.
You could make it work.
That's true.
I think 2 is fair.
2 is fair, but I definitely
think Doomfist as well was 1.5. So I think like you could definitely get more value in pretty much every situation with Reaper.
That's true. I think it's like we have Mei and Reaper on the same tier, but Mei's clearly slightly higher, just slightly.
Yeah, and again, that's the asterisk, right? That's why the asterisk is there, because like she could just explode off that, right?
So, true.
Buffs or nerfs? See, on the one hand, I think he's fine, but on the other hand, I actually do think he's broken even as is. I actually think that like he could do with some, because you can look at the stats and say, well, fine, he's strong, but then he never gets that much value. But I still think like for what he is, he's a little bit too strong.
Yeah, well, here's my thought process. I wouldn't touch him too much. Okay, I might touch him.
It's phrasing.
I need to work on that one. I might adjust him.
I mean, if you want to touch, go ahead. But yeah,
no, I'll pass. I don't want to lose a hand. But like, he's like one of those, like you said, like lower ranks. I don't think he's as oppressive as like a Bastion or Junkrat. So I don't think there's as much urgency in that regard, at least in my opinion, my experience. But I definitely don't want to buff him for higher ranks until we have a better idea of like what does he bring to the table, because it's not just the lack of utility, it's like the lack of complexity with his kit that makes him awkward. Like I said, he's a very archaic design. You TP and there's your survivability cooldown. That's basically it. And like the whole thing of like, you can use shift to reload. Well, who does that? Because if you do that, almost I would say 75% of the time it's a mistake, because you're greeting and you might get punished 5 seconds later.
Well, it's like a win more move. You're only doing it if you're already going to kill that guy.
Exactly. So it's hard to really find the layers of value in him. So again, do we hard focus on making Reaper better, in which case he probably needs a rework, or do we just say, you know what, he's fine as he is. He's a low tier hero. Just he's a skill check, kind of like Bastion, but less so.
Yeah, I think he's fine as a skill check. I think, which is why I think maybe a slight nerf, because I think if he's a skill check, he shouldn't be as viable as he becomes. Like again, we compare him to like Bastion or Junkrat. I think he's comparable level. He can be comparable levels of oppressive, but he can actually get more value at the highest tier as well. So I think I would probably say minus 0.5.
Okay. With the asterisk, if he need, I agree with that, but I think you have to asterisk it, because I definitely think that like, if you nerfed him even a little bit, he would literally have a 0% win pick rate in like Masters Plus.
That's true.
Like even Bastion,
he could get dumpstered very quick. Yeah, he could get dumpstered very quick.
And it would be annoying too, because we're talking about a hero that is slightly less annoying, slightly more skillful than Reaper or Junkrat and Bastion, and yet he'd be worse than they are, and that would be tricky.
That's true.
Hey, Rack Attack. Fun against. I like. Okay, his ultimate, like, okay, lower ranks, he's probably really annoying. But at high ranks, he's not particularly annoying. So like there's a lot of ways to deal with the Reaper, right? Just shoot him for it is a great way of dealing with the Reaper. But like I don't know. I'm gonna concede. I want your thoughts on this one first.
Yeah, I'm thinking. I think it really is tough because it's like who are you asking? Because I
Yeah,
think that like
exactly.
so many tanks are like Reaper, he just destroys me and there's nothing I can do. And to be fair, even like supports can sometimes feel that level of powerlessness because he does actually have that little bit extra HP compared to other
Yeah,
DPS heroes.
right.
That means that even where ordinarily you might have killed a diver,
It's
he
self-heal
actually
too.
could, yeah, he could self heal or he can wraith out. Like even if you sleep him, maybe he gets out even as you try to burst him, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah. I think too, because we're putting May at a 1.5 in the freeze mechanic that everybody, excuse me, hates. I don't think he's more annoying than May necessarily. Um, I don't think he's more annoying than Junkrat either. So like maybe a 2.
yeah, I think 2 is fair. If Junkrat's 1.5, then I think Reaper is
Yeah.
2 is fair. Like, yeah, okay, it's not fun to die to Reaper, but would you rather die to that or the Junkrat? I think I'd pick the Reaper all day long, right? Because at least I have some chance of counterplay when the Reaper gets me, as
Yeah.
opposed to just like random spam junk crap hits me.
Yeah. That's not fun. Okay. I guess next hero. Give me a second. I had to check my frames. I'm getting
Sure, no
paranoid
worries.
after that last drop. Soldier. So skill floor here. Okay, this is a hot take. This is another one that was a little bit controversial, along with the Echo one. I actually don't think his skill floor is very high. I actually think he's a relatively straightforward hero. He's got his own self heal, his own burst damage. He's got an ultimate that requires basically very little follow up. He doesn't need any support for it. He's very mobile. He does decent range damage, decent medium. Like to me, I just like obviously the mechanics with him are like a thing. So, but I actually think that he's like I'd probably say a 2 along with McCree, in terms of skill floor, or maybe even a 1.5. Like he's just very straightforward, very rewarding ultimate. And again, obviously the value is kind of bleeding in there a little bit as well, but it's not hard to use his ultimate, right?
Yeah,
And it's like he's like one of the few aim heroes that I actually feel like, along with McCree, isn't particularly hard in terms of skill floor.
yeah, I agree. I think he's designed that way. I think as well. Like, he is the tutorial hero. He's the
Yeah,
Claude hero. Like he's meant to be. You get in and you. Like he's literally meant to be the hero. You jump into the game and you already quickly know how to play Soldier 76.
exactly,
So
exactly.
by definition, I think a 1.5 is fair. I think less than
Yeah,
McCree, and I actually think as a like Junkrat is the only other 1.5 at the moment. I think that's actually fair because
yeah,
yes, you could say like hit scanning is harder, but there are other elements of his kit that just let him like
right,
also get value and run
right,
around and heal himself.
right, right. And I think it's tricky that we don't want to just fall into, oh, this hero aims, this is automatically a hard hero to play.
Exactly,
Because
yeah.
skill ceiling thoughts.
Again, with all hit scan, there's that inherent like, oh well, you know, you can always aim better, but again, I don't think it's very high skill ceiling. It's like
No,
it's you know it's
no.
consistent damage. It's not like if you miss a shot, you're missing out on a lot of damage, right? You can if you as long as you track with decency, you're still
Yeah,
gonna like you're still getting the stuff done. So like that skill ceiling of like you don't need to be 80% accuracy or
no,
whatever. You can still
no.
just do a decent
Yeah.
amount.
Yeah. And the thing that to keep in mind with ceiling is like, even if you were perfect at soldier, how good, like how long would it take you to get there? Right.
Hmm.
And I think for the soldier, I think it is just the mouse one. Helix rocket is certainly a skill shot as well, but it's less so than other utility in the game. Healing station is just, a wash. Like there's not much skill with that at all. And his ultimate there's nothing in it at all. It's flanking and timing, and that's it. So I think I look at the list when we've got a hero that's comparative with McCree, who's got a 3. I think McCree is more challenging in terms of aim.
Hmm.
Um, and I think Soldier has slightly, I could argue that has slightly more difficult cooldowns with Helix Rocket. But I think Soldier for me is a solid 2.5 with ceiling.
Is
I
he?
think I
Would you
put him,
say
I
he's
put him,
more or less difficult than like skill ceiling than Ashe?
oh, definitely less difficult.
Well, we put Ashe as 2.5.
Really? Man, that's low. Why did we put her so low?
We could bump her up to 3 if you
We
feel.
should bump her up to 3.
Yeah, I
For
think
sure.
3 is probably more fair because in line with maybe Echo.
Yeah.
Again, we were
like,
just starting then, so we hadn't really got any reference points.
True. But I compare him to like McCree, and I'm like, McCree with scary aim is scary. Is like, to me, it's harder to get that level with McCree than it is with the soldier. So
Yeah,
not
no, for sure.
without confusing value and skill, like it is harder to get like that pin perfect aim with McCree.
Again, the scariness from the soldier usually comes from like crazy flanks or whatever.
Right.
Which again is skillful to some degree, but not really that skillful either.
Yeah.
It relies on stupidity. That's the key of it, I think. It's like at the highest level that wouldn't work.
Right. I agree. Okay. Value floor. I mean, I definitely think that he's probably pretty high up on there. His damage, first off, I actually think his kit's pretty archaic and not very useful. Heal Station, Helix Rocket, not good. Sprint is obviously good, but Helix is okay, I guess. I mean, especially since they buffed it. Actually, they buffed it recently. About a year ago? I think they lowered the cooldown to like 6 seconds or 8 seconds or something crazy. So that's helpful for sure. But I think a lot of the floor does come from his ultimate. Like it's a very strong ultimate in lower ranks. A lot of value can just found from aimbotting, obviously. So I'm gonna give him probably a solid 2.5 or a 3 for me, without thinking about it too much.
Yeah. Does he get more value than McCree? Yeah, I think so.
Yes, I think so.
I think so. So, but who else is 3? Let's have a look. Is there any threes in the chat?
He'd be lower than
Ashe
Reaper.
Is 3. That feels quite high, actually. I don't know if Ashe should be 3. Maybe 2.5 for Ashe.
I remember 3 because it was Bob.
That's true. But I feel like you'd have to hit a higher proportion of your shots with Ashe than with Soldier. Or you know what I mean?
Sure.
Like you have to...
No, for sure. I think kit difficulty is definitely Ashe and like aim difficulty, but I think you could argue that Bob is as strong.
So 3?
Yeah. We also have to keep in mind too is that we're keeping in mind the overall strength of the hero as well. And Ashe is definitely a stronger hero than Soldier. And if we're talking floor, we're not talking bronze necessarily. We're talking you're decent at the hero, right? Maybe you're a plat Ashe, plat Soldier, something like that. And across maps, right? Like the Soldier's going to be better in some maps. Ashe is going to be better in like that one's close for me.
Yeah. Ceiling caps out, I think. Like there's only so much you can... Actually, another interesting discussion I had about this is that this applies to McCree too, but Soldier and McCree, it's funny that they're heroes that require you to aim until you press their ultimate. And that actually inherently puts a ceiling on how much you can get. Because it's like every Soldier 76 in the same position will get the same value from Tac Visor, right? Like all things equal.
Which is why those ultimates aren't super, like, you know, Tac Visor doesn't headshot. High noon, you can't move. So there's only so much you can get out of that ultimate because if they made it stronger, then it'd be obnoxiously oppressive. You know what I'm saying? Because it's aimbot, right? So it's like you can't really balance those ultimates, especially considering that that's an ultimate that's really oppressive at lower ranks. Can you imagine if they made like Tactical Visor do like 10% more damage or 20% more damage?
Yeah, just wreck.
At higher ranks, it wouldn't change too much. In lower ranks, it'd just demolish people. So it's like value ceiling is a hard gimp because they have these gimped ultimates because the game doesn't want them to be too strong, but that really hurts their value at higher ranks. So I think, like, what are your thoughts on ceiling?
I think she has a less value ceiling than even Pharah. I think like Pharah's 2.5.
Yeah.
Like, are you really going to see Soldier take over a game in the way that Pharah does?
Yeah.
Like, no, right?
No.
So I think like a 2.
2 makes sense, yeah.
I think slightly more than Junkrat. Which is fair, I think. Like you can, again, his malleability means that he can get value everywhere.
Yeah,
but it's going to cap out.
Yeah, I think that's a good rating. Buffs, nerfs. So actually, for a long time, I used to say that like Soldier is like one of the heroes I really hated because I think that he was just he's like one of those heroes like he's tough to justify outside of, like you said, the introduction to COD. Like, hey, you guys are new here, try this hero. So like, I don't think he touched Soldier right now. I think he does his job. He's not trashed here. His ultimate's pretty weak. His utility's pretty weak. I think his design is kind of meh. But honestly, Soldier might just be one of the heroes that, if Overwatch 2 goes well and the game continues to release heroes and we're all here, 10 years from now talking about it, Soldier might be the hero that hasn't changed in 15 years. That might be Soldier, and I don't think I would not want him changed particularly too much. I think his kit is too basic for him to really justify buffs.
Yeah, you don't want Soldier to be meta, basically. I mean, sorry, AKM, but it's just how it is. Like, you don't really want this guy to be top tier.
I would unironically rather watch Sombra or Tracer, or Sombra or Tracer's fun to watch, but Sombra or Widow that I would Soldier.
Mm-hmm. Fun against.
Yeah, I think it's fine. Like, you're not
Nobody
ever
cares.
mad. I don't think you're never mad.
Yeah,
He's kind of
nobody cares.
it's so funny because he's like sits with his lore so well. He's like the dad character, and
Yeah,
he's equally like
he's just boring.
inoffensive in every way. He's just like,
Yeah.
yeah, okay, you can exist. I don't really care. Like,
Yeah. Super boring. The only annoying thing about Soldier is the fact that his kit lends itself to hard flanking, and you can die to silly stuff.
Yeah. I
But,
noticed that this happened to me recently. I did supporter pugs, and there was just like there was just a soldier in my back line all the time.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't. It's hard to justify anything. Certainly not lower than a 3. 3.5, 4. I don't know. He's just completely inoffensive in every possible way.
I think 3 because it would be deceptive to say he's fun to play against, right? Like you're never
True.
like what a fun time I had dueling that
that's
soldier.
true.
It's just like
That's true.
It's just like
That's
boring,
true.
right? It's just boring.
That's true.
So I think 3 is fine.
That's true. But we also have to keep in mind that we're not going to be grading any DPS above a 3, likely, if that's going to be the case.
Probably. I actually, that's why I go back and I think like fighting a Genji for me would probably be the most skill-based matchup, but we'll see. Because I don't think I don't think he can pull bullshit on you other than the blade. He can't really like pull a bullshit move on you.
True. This is where we might have to just kind of like accidentally incorporate our support and tank ratings ahead of time because we're both thinking, oh, Winston's the 4, or Winston's 3.5,
exactly.
whatever.
It's like a clear.
Yeah.
There should always be a clear path, I think, of like how to play with or against this hero.
Yeah, and I think it's okay that we have DPS and tank kind of compared a little bit to supports and stuff. But quick side note, I actually found in my tier list that I rated tanks across the board as harder to play than DPS in terms of skill floor, value floor, and skill ceiling and value ceiling, with few exceptions. Like there were a lot of DPS and even a couple supports that had ridiculously low value floors and skill floors, but there were very few tanks that did. Like none. I think Hog was like the easiest one.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't want to get off topic.
Sure.
Sombra, skill floor. What do you think?
I think it's really tough actually to get into Sombra. It's just like because it's like you can again. This is a little bit bleeding into value floor, but I think it's relevant that most people don't understand that if you pick Sombra and you're not actually doing something, you're just like non-existent in the game. Sometimes literally, because sometimes you just see people invis perma all the time, and they're literally not doing anything, but. You have to like actually contribute because otherwise, just pound for pound, she's about the weakest DPS there is.
Yep.
So I'd go right up there, like 3 maybe.
Oh, I would go higher than that. I would go even higher than that because like you compare her to skill floor to something like a Doomfist. Do you really think Doomfist first off had a 3.5? I mean, obviously it's map specific. Sombra does benefit the fact that there are no real bad maps for Sombra, but I would say 3.5.
Yeah. No, I was 3 was like the minimum is what I'm saying, but yeah, I agree with you. Like I'm just trying to think, is she harder than Doom to entry level?
I mean,
probably not ways, entry level. I think to maybe get to master her might be harder, but like
because my problem with Sombra is it feels like she's one of those heroes that people don't really know why they play her.
Yes,
they don't really know what they're doing. Like with Doomfist, at least you kind of have an idea of what your role is. Like punching tanks are gonna go kill the Zenyatta, But with Sombra, like nobody really knows. Like how many times, even at like Diamond Masters, have I heard? I'm gonna go with Sombra and hack the Rhine, and we kill the Rhine. Like that's just not how it works.
It just never happens because that's the plan, and then they like they just
it just never happens like that. And then they interrupt you, and then you translocate out again, and then you start all over again. So like to me, it's like to actually understand like what your role is with Sombra, to time properly, to translocate her, to know, and like people hacking health packs across the map. I'm like, what are you doing? Like it's like I think that she's one of a very unintuitive hero, I think is a way of describing it. Like when we considered Soldier, we considered somebody who has a lot of mechanics, who has Helix Rocket and things like that, but he still scored really low in the skill floor because he's a very intuitive hero design, right? It just makes sense. It's very easy to pick up. When I look at Sombra, it's very unintuitive. Like, how would you describe Sombra to somebody who doesn't play Overwatch?
Well, the funny thing is, I don't think it's like what she does is not uncommon. Like, because if you were to tell a mobile player, you'd be like, oh, she's a silence hero. But actually how that's executed in the game where it's actually super like fast paced and there's stuff that interrupts you all the time. Right. It's like near impossible to just be like, oh yeah, just go Sombra silence. Even though people will say it, which again just is a testament to how misunderstood people often, people are like, just go Sombra, man. And it's like, well, do you know why though?
Yeah, exactly. I think 3.5. I don't think there are many heroes that are harder to play at baseline.
Well, that's the thing. Are we thinking 4, or 3.5?
Well,
it's like
I think
we set the benchmark.
As long as Widow exists, and to an extent Tracer, And honestly, heck, even Winston, you can make an argument for. I think that 4 has to remain open or at least contested. Maybe we can go back and adjust.
Yeah, I would argue though that like, yes, it's I suppose it's Widowmaker is tough because like it just depends how highly you rate hit scan.
Right.
It's like how highly do you
I'm going to cheat here with my thing with the Widow and why I grade her as a 4 is not because it's just mechanics. It's because the way Overwatch works with the amount of counterplay, Tracer, Widow, Ball, etc., you have to position properly. And you also have to understand how and when to flank and how to take angles. Like the problem with Overwatch is not every point is a Volskaya point A defense where you can just sit and click heads, right? There are so many circumstances where you have to know how do I break this joke. And remember, 65, 70% of maps that you're playing Widow on. I think at a base level floor, that's extremely difficult for new players to find value. But I guess we cross it.
The counter to that would be that the at the lowest levels, people also give you more opportunity, right? So we're thinking like, yes, it's really difficult to find an angle, but at like silver, people are flying around in front of shields, like outside of their shields all the time as well.
Oh, that's actually true. Like in plat and stuff and gold, you don't necessarily have to min max that position. That's true.
Yeah. So I actually think like, I feel like you can get probably more value, like more, like it would probably be skill. It's so tough. Skill is such a loaded term. Yeah. Because like you say to someone, well, Sombra's actually requires more skill to get into, and they'll kind of bite your hand off. But it's like with Widowmaker, are you good at hit scan? Okay, well you're fine then. And it's like Sombra, you could be good at hit scan and still be doo-doo. Right? You could be a good aimer and still get no value. Or you can be still like not be able to operate her kit properly.
Yep, that's true. We'll talk more about it when we get to Widow. What do you want to do? Sit at 3.5?
Yeah, let's just go 3.5 and then we can get this discussion going again if we want to bump anyone.
Okay. Ceiling. I think ceiling wise, she's 3.5 as well, maybe 3. My hesitation, because here's my hesitation with Sombra. She's like a lot of heroes. She's like more meta dependent with like the ceiling. Recently, like Reaper, Sombra, Winston, Diva, Moira, Lucio was meta for about a month in contenders. And it was not an easy meta for Sombra, but it was not a hard meta. We figured out like you off angle, you hard pug your Sombra. Sombra basically just holds mouse 1, and then she looks for hacks if she gets it, but she doesn't have to do anything cute, crazy.
Yes,
brilliant. But that was still harder work than most DPS put in a meta. And there are metas like we saw recently on the Overwatch League show matches. Excuse me. Where it was like a Brig Zen meta with Sombra, and with that like the extra spam damage, right? And that's a lot harder. And especially when you incorporate Ball into the equation, like Ball is simultaneously countered by Sombra and a counter to Sombra because your translocator placement becomes a lot more difficult. I think it's very difficult with Sombra, and having a good Sombra at that top level in most metas is a huge deal. I mean, heck, like it obviously was I don't know if you guys remember this, but for those of you who follow Overwatch League, Bastion traded Note to Dallas Fuel for RCK. This was like back in season 2, just so they could have a Sombra special, or a Diva that could play Sombra. There was a exchange of thousands of dollars and contracts and all that stuff just for one player that knew how to play Sombra. That's like that to there is like that specialization is a big deal. So I think 3 at least, probably 3.5 for me.
Yeah, I think so. Genji and Doomfist are the ones at 3.5.
Yeah.
And I think where they struggle with mechanical execution, again with Sombra, it's more about like physical, mental execution, you could call it, like to figure out the timing, who to hack, when to decloak, where to decloak is actually a sort of ever shifting conundrum.
Agreed. Absolutely agreed.
So I think 3.5 could be fair.
Yeah.
I think it's like a very, very tricky hero. Very like brainy
very
hero.
Tricky. Yes. Very, very brainy hero. But also, we'll get to this more too, because she's also hated because some of the ways that she gets her value can feel cheesy.
Yes. Yeah.
So
We'll get to that. Value floor. Again, this is literally as low as it gets. This is literally as low as it gets. You can do nothing. You could do nothing with this hero. And you could, and the thing is, you could do nothing and think you're doing a lot. That is the worst part about it. Like you can be doing god awful nothing.
Wait, we're in spawn, Sombra. why don't you follow up on my EMP?
or just standing invis. I see so many.
Yeah.
Tell you God, there's so many Sombras. They're invis like 80% of their there should be an invis uptime stat just to help like low level Sombras.
Can I take 10 seconds to quickly pitch an idea to the Sombra players in chat? Like just 10 seconds, coach.
Go for it.
All right, Sombras, if you want one quick adjustment against most compositions, unless they're playing like snipers, what I want you to do in Sombra is take a slight off angle, just slight, and just hold mouse 1 in the enemy team. So your supports can heal you, and you just hold mouse 1. If they engage on you or push you, you hack them. If they engage in your team or push your team, you hack them. But you just hold mouse 1, and you just 80-80 strafe. You get your ultimate faster. You put pressure from an angle, and then you look for opportunities to hack based off that positioning. You do not have to stage backline unless they're running like a Widowmaker or something goofy like that. All right, that's my spiel.
Thank you. I think that hopefully will go a long way, but you never know because
you never know.
See like the number of Sombras who just invis and then they think like calling out positioning is helpful in gold where like it really isn't.
Yep.
So
Agreed.
This is as low as it gets.
Yep. Agreed. I mean, I have no argument there.
Ceiling, again, this is a little bit meta dependent.
Yes. I think three probably.
Yeah, because she's a hero capable of taking over games.
Yep.
Defining games.
Yep. It could very easily be a 4 if the right meta was there. But in most situations, probably at least a 3.
I think right now you have to say 3. I think because
agreed.
You know, it's not like Echo Ashe levels of like you have to pick.
Exactly.
Even though Ashe is 3, but like you know, you definitely. Exactly. It's not like you have to pick this hero.
Right. I agree with that. Buffs, nerfs. I have a hot take on this one. Again, I keep saying that, but they're not really that hot. I think she's just a terrible hero. I honestly just think she's a terrible hero. Like, I don't play as much tank as I used to. I have never really played in a Sombra meta, at least competitively. But I just think she's just a terrible hero. She's a hero that's literally designed to not let you play the game, to not use the abilities that you were given in Overwatch. And there is counterplay, you know, and that's something that you see, especially in the higher tiers, people learning how to cancel hack and position themselves around that. But you know, ultimately, she's a hero that either like is designed to find value out of stopping you from building your ultimate. And even if she doesn't get very many manual hacks, in other words, she doesn't get many right click or non-EMP hacks, you're farming EMP. Like that's your job. Like you're farming a EMP, which is going to hack people. So like, I don't think that she is somebody I'd buff or nerf. I don't know what I'd do. I want to knock a Jeff Kaplan's house and be like, can we just remove this hero? Because like, there's not many, like, I don't think there's a single hero in the game that I unironically want to remove. Bastion, I can see existing, but needs heavy reworking. Same with Junkrat. Symmetra, Torb, I think the reworks have done great. I think they could use more work, but I think they've done, I don't know how you rework Sombra. I don't know how you rework hack.
Yeah, see, I'm very MOBA centric whenever I come to my approach to Overwatch because that's my history. Like I played a lot of MOBAs before I came to Overwatch, sense. And I like the idea of a silence in the game. I think it's just poorly executed into the game because when I think about silences in MOBAs, they're like small interruptions. The problem with hack and EMP is that they're gigantic interruptions.
Right.
They're like
that's actually
the hack lasts for way too long. Like it leaves you powerless for way too long, and so does EMP. And also, like, obviously, it strips off, like, beat and stuff. So there's, like, very little counterplay to that. Whereas in a MOBA game, first of all, you usually have to use your own cooldown to try and prevent one of theirs, right? So you're trading a resource. Whereas, again, you can hack and, okay, you didn't make it, like, try it again, like, a little bit, just very quickly later. And once you get it off, it's, like, disproportionate value.
Yeah.
So the problem, I think, if there was something to change about hack, is that it should be like a very, very short hack, so that it's less of like a you're completely useless, and it's more like I just stopped you for a 2-second window to do something very specific.
Yes,
right?
that makes a lot more sense. Yeah, that definitely lines up with what I would like to see if I were to see something. And I think unequivocally, okay, here's a hot take as well. I actually think that the nerf that they did to perma-stealth is one of the worst things that they could have done for her as well. I think stealth, what it didn't do, it encouraged that play style of like, not only was it a huge advantage in terms of scouting, which at pro play has huge ramifications, but it also meant that she was balanced around, hey, you could just sit permanently in stealth. And you know, like you're complaining about the Sombras that sit permanently in stealth. It encouraged that play style of, oh, you just kind of sit AFK until something happens. You look for hack, you don't get it, you translocate out. Like, why? I don't like that. I'm glad that they took away the health pack ultimate charge. I think that was dumb. but I don't think perma stealth makes a lot of sense. I think like having a temporary stealth or something, some way to rework that or something. But I'm not a huge fan of temporary. Like you can compensate elsewhere, like upper damage again. I don't really care, or reduce her spread, probably not upper damage. But yeah. Anyway, that's my take on it.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I don't necessarily have like a thing to add on to it, because I think Sombra's another one of those heroes who's very niche, and I would love to hear the opinions of like a Fitzy on this, who like really understand intimately how it would change the hero to have like every little aspect of it change. So I don't know what like a fair invis time is, right? But I would be very curious to hear what it could be.
Yeah. But although we have to say though, like the way we're suggesting or discussing it is, we would have to compensate her elsewhere, but we are seeing a broad, like I definitely need to put an asterisk there.
Yeah, I think buffs, nerfs, asterisks.
Yeah, and it's, we can't. I'm scared to nerf her because she is already so bad in lower ranks that you don't want to.
Well, yeah, we've already look at all these things, right? We're saying like this is like the hardest hero to play, hardest hero to master. Yeah, like you can get absolutely no value. So theoretically, everything says this hero should be good.
Although we have already given the pass to a couple heroes, for example, like Soldier, to be the easy entry heroes that are bad at higher ranks. We should also be comfortable on the flip side having a couple heroes that are bad at lower ranks. That's just how it is.
Yeah, that's I'm totally cool with that. Like I don't think Sombra has to be a hero that like you play in gold. Right.
Okay. Fun against, I mean, one. I can't think
of there's no I don't think there's any argument that like people hate playing against Sombra.
Everybody hates Sombra. I hate Sombra as a Zen main. I hated Sombra when I was a tank main. If you're Echo player, Tracer player, Ball player, Winston player, Diva player, Ryan player, everybody hates Sombra. That's like the new TV show thing, you know? Everybody hates Sombra, you know? Fridays, 3 p.m. EST.
Exactly, coming to you. Nobody's like, that was good. That was fun playing against that Sombra. No.
No, the only satisfying thing on Sombra is they turn on to hack you as Zen, and you turn around and you shoot them in the head twice.
Well, yeah, it's like, why are you hacking me, bro?
No, I've never done that, so I can't speak from experience. But you know, it sounds nice, theoretically nice in some heavenly place. Okay,
when I dream about it, it feels
nice. Skill floor for Symmetra. This is me. Okay. Skill floor. Actually, okay, so this is an unusual one. People are gonna. This is my hot take hero. I think skill floor for Symmetra, I think, is actually either 2 or 2.5. I actually think she's another one of those a little bit unintuitive heroes. And the fact that how you use your TP, how you use your turrets, left click versus right click, and oh my gosh, ultimate. You would be surprised at how many people do not understand like how to use her ultimate. So I think, and especially now that they've like given her a mechanical capability as well. In other words, like left click doesn't just lock, so you actually have to know your mechanics. So again, we're not talking value here. Like to be competent, you have to actually aim with Symmetra. I think that she's higher than most. Like I look at somebody like a Soldier, and I would say she's trickier to play than Soldier. I would say, maybe on a May level, like a 2.5. And I know people are gonna make fun of me, but like again, the TP, the turrets, the left click versus right click, the ultimate, and again, the mechanical aspect as well, which used to not be an issue, it is now. And for you to be considered at a skill floor level of Symmetra, you kind of have to know what you're doing there. So I actually think that she's significantly harder than she used to play, at least to get to a base level.
Yeah, I'm having a think. I think I'm thinking between 2 and 2.5. The 2 comes from there's a very interesting phenomenon with Symmetra in that, because she was a hero designed to be accessible and had the lock-on aim mechanic, it invited a lot of people to play Symmetra. And people, consequently, despite her many reworks, and you have to remember, she's gone through like the most reworks. For that reason, people have still stuck with her. And so you still see a lot of Symmetra at the lowest ranks.
Yeah.
And but left clicking is very, very difficult, obviously very tricky. The teleporting is very tricky to actually get right.
Yeah.
However, the one thing that sticks out for not going 2.5 is the turrets. Because the turrets
that's true.
are your brain dead execution, basically. You just throw turrets in people's backline and they will die. At least at the lowest, right? At least at the lowest base.
That's true.
So for that, I would go 2.
That's true. But my argument then is that if that's the tier that you're playing Symmetra, then our skill floor is like, we're shifting here. We're living in like San Francisco, kind of an earthquake, because like when I say skill floor, I'm saying they're playing at like a base competency level, not just randomly throwing.
No, but even like so, you know, like, compared to Mei, for example, I think even in bronze, like if you put the wall up right, I like to put the wall up right would require a lot of knowledge, right? Like would require an understanding of when and how to put the wall up. Compared to wherever you throw the turrets, as long as they're within range of someone, they'll probably get value.
That's fair.
They'll probably do their job.
I can live with
right?
2. I can live with 2, but I'm gonna die on the next one because I know this is gonna be unpopular.
Let's go.
I know this is not my category, so I think her skill ceiling is 1.5.
Go ahead.
And I know that's unpopular because everyone always whips out the same argument. But what about teleporter? The problem is even at the highest ranks, teleporter is like there's it's used for the same purpose, basically for flanking, for very specific points, for very specific things. And if you're playing Symmetra, there's only a couple of teleporters that actually make sense for you to use. Symmetra is not a ranged hero, so the way you use teleporter is actually relatively limited. It has to be either a team play or like, and that's basically it. Because I remember when teleporter first came out, everyone's like, this is literally game changing for Overwatch. We're going to be TPing Diva bombs. We're going to be TPing 6-man units. And everyone was like, this is insane. This is crazy. And it was for a little bit. And then it kind of settled down and people realized, okay, there's counterplay to it. You know, it's not, you know, you can TP in the middle of the enemy team and just instantly die. You know, like it's not a game changer as much as people thought it was. So by that reasoning, you then look at the rest of her kit and it's similar to Hanzo. It's tricky to understand at first, but once you get it, once you know, I use my ultimate to split the battlefield and I use my mouse 1 in close range, mouse 2 at longer ranges. And obviously I'm generalizing here. And then obviously, like you said, the teleporter or the TP, or not the TP, turrets, I don't see a lot of complexity to how she's played. And I can tell you from coaching Symmetra in contenders and coaching tier 3 players with her as well, like how she was used at the pro level, there wasn't a lot to her. There just wasn't a lot to her. You know, the turrets was mostly the same. Secondary versus primary fire is mostly the same. Mechanics, there's like, obviously mechanics are important there, but her mechanical level in comparison to other heroes isn't as high. And then there wasn't a lot you could do with teleporter either. Like it was pretty straightforward. And I like when we compare her to somebody like a Bastion in terms of skill ceiling, I think I know that stings, but to me they're comparable in terms of like min-maxing, like how hard is it to get really good at Symmetra. I think it's about the same as Bastion. Even in coordinated play. Coordinated play.
Yeah, I'm digesting that. I kind of, you convinced me. Like, I feel like the teleporter could be so much more, and there could be so much more done with it. But I think it would need to be a more dynamic cooldown than it currently is. Yeah, that's probably the biggest issue is that it's like a one-time use, and it's like so limited.
And the tricky thing about teleporter too is that the compositions that you have to run Symmetra in, because she's a brawl hero, right? Like you can't play her into dive, you can't play her into spam. The compositions that she's played in are brawl compositions. Brawl compositions aren't going to take advantage of being mobilized around the map as much. It's going to be very one-dimensional. You bypass a choke or you get to a high ground. And that's basically it. You can't go for crazy, like, flank, set up a Widow here. Like, you're running Symmetra. Like, you're probably playing Symmetra Mei or, you know, Symmetra Reaper or Symmetra Junkrat. So it's like, there's not like Control Center, for example, Lee Chung Tower, you'd bypass a choke. That's how you use teleport. Everybody did it. That was just how you did it. And that was it. That was like the level of complexity right there. So I don't think that there is an endless amount of complexity with teleporter, at least in the type of composition she's running right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I mean, there is the chat is telling me like the Sim Bastion strats can get quite creative. You know, the bunkers can get quite creative. Right. But that's, I think it could be more than in its current iteration. It is quite limited. It's just like TP back and forth between two locations, basically, usually is what it is.
Yep.
So, I think it could be more. I would actually be interested, having heard that, to like see teleporter realized a bit better. Yeah. But for the time being, 1.5.
Maybe buff up TP and remove turrets. I know people would be thrilled about, like, maybe not thrilled, because I think some people don't like TP very much, but like certainly would be cool.
Yeah, I think so. I think the turrets are like another outdated, like we've kind of moved past turrets being a thing.
Agreed. Okay.
Value floor.
You take this one because I took the last one.
No, I mean, I think, again, similar to what I was telling you, there is like the easy out of the turrets. And again, it just depends how low you're carrying the floor. But if you're going as low as bronze, silver, there's a lot of value to be had in those turrets. But
if we're talking even gold as low value floor, or if we're saying like, hey, you pick her at GM and what's her value floor, it's garbage.
Yeah.
Like, you know, apart from in specific situations, like, yes, in control, it's like great value because you get that little bit of extra boost out of spawn.
Yes.
But it's tricky. It really is tricky where you say the floor is. I think if you're saying in most situations, in most ranks,
most maps too, we have to keep in mind.
Yeah, then quite low.
Yeah. I would say.
But again, we kind of gave Bastion like a 4, right? So compared to his maximum output, I suppose that's the real key to really think about. Like, compared to her maximum value, how much is she at her minimum value at all times?
Yeah, that's true.
Probably quite high, right? Actually, think about it in those terms. You know, obviously her beam charge is up, but if you're executing a TP and if you're throwing turrets, you're probably getting as much value as you're gonna get.
Yeah, there's not a lot. Yeah, exactly. I think you're contributing. Like it's similar to like the skill floor, skill ceiling thing, but there's not as big of a gap between a great, a bad, and a good Symmetra. There's not as there are with other heroes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think 2, probably 2.5, maybe depending on like but I think if you incorporate the map argument, which is like most maps, I don't think you can go higher than 2 comfortably.
Yeah, I think 2. Looking at some of the other heroes we put at 2, I think like Hanzo, Genji at 2, Mei at 2.
Yeah,
she'll give you some value, I guess. It's a little bit tricky with her because she's so niche.
Niche heroes are rough, and the same thing. You incorporate this with ceiling as well because it is a niche hero. The ceiling is very low. You're not going to have a good time playing her on most maps. Some maps, like she's very meta on Lijiang on 2 out of the 3 points, and you can actually play her well on all 3 of the points. Actually, TPing the point. At the pro level, but it's really just that map. You can play her on other maps. She's actually pretty darn good in Brawl. The 25 HP nerf is actually pretty big. So I would not give her a Junkrat level of low. Actually, I would give her higher than Junkrat for sure. So I would say certainly a 2. I would say probably a solid 2, and that's dependent on meta. That could be a 3. If it was a good meta, it could be a 1.5 if it's a bad meta. But I mean, you still see Symmetra OTPs and GM, and that kind of should tell you that the hero is still playable. You just have to be a little cuter with it.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. Like she does feel in the Doomfist Junkrat area for me, which is 1.5. Yeah.
But I think you have to remember though, it's the 25 HP.
A little bit more.
The 25 HP is big.
Okay, there's a little bit more. I'll go with that. Buffs or nerfs?
I mean, you kind of talked about it. Get rid of turrets, and then we'll talk. I'd be happy to buff her. I'd be happy to increase her skill floor and her value floor. But those got to go up first. The skill floor's got to go up first. We get rid of turrets, then we can talk. And I don't love her right click either. I think that's another archaic aspect of her. I love it. Like, I don't know how you'd rework that, but like right click is very skillful in close range. It's not very skillful, but it's relatively skillful in close ranges, right? It takes a little bit of aim, but like we all hate the massive like basketballs flying at us doing like 100, 100 something damage, So like not so much fun, but I'm very happy. I do regard her as one of the more successful reworks Blizzard's done. I like the TP rework. The primary fire, her ultimate is weird for me. I can't tell if it's really strong. I can't tell if it's really bad or not, but yeah, it is what it is.
It's really strong. I can't tell if it's really bad.
Okay, let's put it this way. As in really bad, as in like really bad to play against. Like, because it's this massive wall. It's like,
it's like once it's up, you're just, that's it. Like you're not breaking it, basically, is the kind of thing about it. No,
you have to whole hog it or that's it. Or like high noon, like 5 people or something like that. But yeah. Fun against. You take this one.
Fun against. I mean, she's not the worst, to be fair. There's worse ways to die. Let's put it that way. So I don't think she's anywhere like at the bottom. Maybe like a 2.5. I think, although the turrets are very obnoxious.
I would say 2, to be honest.
2? Yeah, I can get behind a 2 as well.
Because we put McCree at 2.5, and that was almost solely for Flash Fan.
Yeah.
And we're talking about
turrets.
He'd
be higher if it wasn't for that, right? He'd be like 3 or 4 if it wasn't for that.
But like to me, turrets and honestly, turrets are annoying, and then we talked about right click spam, which is a little annoying, and ultimate, which is also a little annoying. Because like her ultimate's like, how do I counterplay that? You know, like especially in rank, like what are you supposed to do? Like obviously, like if there's a lot of bad Symmetras that don't know how to use it, but if you have like even a halfway decent Symmetra, just splits the battlefield. There is no counterplay to it. There just isn't. Like you either like hopefully all your ranked teammates pick the right side and just stay over there, or you know you like. But there is like even in like competitive play, like it's like what do you do? Like it's rough. So I think 2 for me.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I can get behind that. I think so. I think it's also one of those things where you don't see her a lot, so you don't necessarily get to judge this question a lot.
That's true.
So you don't really know, like in a world where Symmetra was dominant, how would we feel then? Probably, you know, even lower, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. But yeah, anyway. Okay, we're almost done, man. Torb. Skill floor. Why don't you take this? Why don't you start here? Because I'm pretty sure I started with this one.
See, this is again. It's like the more it's really interesting actually having had this discussion. Like it's really given a good chance to reflect on the Overwatch roster. There's already like a few themes that are emerging. One, there's a lot of like outdated elements to the heroes, and maybe this is something for them to consider in Overwatch 2 to like just strip a lot. Like there's a lot of fat on these heroes. There is. Not like physically, metaphorically. There's a lot of fat to be cut.
I look at Torb and you don't know.
Yeah, we're on Torb. It's like, and there's also a lot of like needless spam crap. The more I look at it, it's like Symmetra. You know, we spoke about like Hanzo having needless spam crap. It's just like, it feels like, for example, if we just dwell on Symmetra for a second, it's like they tried to give her like something to do in every scenario, whereas actually I'd probably rather they double down and just make the hero, you play her in this scenario. Whereas what they end up sometimes doing is try to make a hero middling in every scenario, right? So it's like, oh, well, you have a left click that eats shields, and you also have a right click to spam, and you have turrets to throw out, which can slow and be tactical zone control, but then you've also got to TP to TP people around. So it's like,
I think the
many confused elements.
Right. I think the goal with hero balance is to create something of a signature where play styles can find ways of interpreting it in different situations. Instead of giving heroes kits that can fit multiple different situations, give play heroes kits that have a signature, have a goal, but then you can, if you're a creative player, can take that and find a way to work around it elsewhere.
Well, that's exactly what we spoke with Yazin, right? It's like this kit is very one-dimensional. You fly and you shoot. But a skillful player will find ways to make that fit in niche scenarios.
Exactly.
And I feel like, so to bring it back to why you asked, like, Torb feels like this as well, because you obviously, some of you may not have been playing the game since original Torb, where they actually reworked him quite a lot. He used to have like these armor packs that he'd chuck around. God, that feels like an age ago, where he actually like, he would give other people armor to start the game.
Walking over people's bodies to pick up armor. I was like, what? That wasn't real, was it? Was that like a fever dream?
Can you imagine? Yeah, it's just it's so weird. So in that era of Torb, the turret was like the defining factor of Torb, where you like sat there to try and heal him all the time, and when you molten cored, your turret became like supercharged.
Like and
now his turret, it still feels like some relic to that, because I actually think the rest of Torb's kit is pretty cool. Like, you know, his left click, right click, his molten core is pretty cool. But then you add the turret equation, and then it's like, it just changes what he's trying to be.
Yeah, I agree. All right, so before we get to the buffs nerfs, because there's going to be some interesting discussion for sure with Torb. Skill floor, what do you think?
This is what I was trying to deliberate, basically. I think, like, the turret just gives you a skill, like, gives you an out. Like, it actually... There is a lot of like mechanics required to, you know, hit your shots with Torb, but the turret just gives you such an out that it can't be higher than 2, I'd say.
Well, the thing is like we always compare the value floor and skill floor and how similar they are. But the thing is like when we're talking about having an easy aspect of the hero, we're not just saying that, oh, it's making the hero easy to play. We're making it so that there's one fewer aspect of the hero that you have to put a lot of thought into. Right. So when you're thinking about Torbjorn, you don't like turret placement is a little tricky, but but it's not that hard. And then that's one entire cooldown essentially that you don't think about. It's completely gone. So you can focus on one aspect of your gameplay. And for me, Torbjorn has a very low skill floor. He's a spammy hero, right? Like his left click is designed for spam. Turret is not particularly hard, so you don't have to think about that at all. His ultimate is very straightforward, not a lot of complexity to it. Pretty basic. And then I actually think his overload, which I think is relatively balanced, it's fine, but I think that's also easy to use. Again, very straightforward. Faster fire rate, faster move rate. It's survivability, essentially. And again, there's ways of min-maxing it for like you get an extra spam damage and you can use the extra speed and like, different ways of placing turret. But I don't think actually Torb is like, I would say Torb is probably even easier than Symmetra in terms of skill floor. But I'm unsure because the only way that I could say him on par is because of the mechanics, because obviously he does require a little more aim than Symmetra, a little more aim. But I actually think I think he's very comparable to Symmetra in a lot of ways in terms of skill floor.
I think thinking about it though, he has more crutches than Symmetra basically. Not only the turret but also the overload that you mentioned. It's like you're dying, just overload. Now sucks to them for trying to kill you.
Yeah, that's true.
Because you'll probably live now. So I think 1.5 could be fair. Like, let's just see who else is 1.5 for a sec.
Soldier,
Reaper, Soldier.
Yeah,
I don't think he's harder than Reaper or Soldier to get into, right? Like you can't say that he is.
No, I agree with that.
Okay,
and then
in
terms of ceiling, like, so ceiling, I think with this hero is a little higher than his floor because any aim dependent hero is going to benefit from ceiling. But again, it's not by much. It's not by much because like as a great player, I'm so much better with my overload timing. like how much harder is that ability going to be to use? Same thing with turret. And again, the ultimate as well. Like, is it really that much harder to use? So, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, can we even push him to 1.2?
Skill ceiling 2? Yeah, I think 2 is probably fair.
But it's all off
what
of
else
aim.
Is 2?
It's only aim.
Junkrat is 2.
Okay, then I think
he's maybe a bit more than Junkrat. 2.5 for Soldier. Is he Soldier level of like?
No.
Skill ceiling?
I don't think so. I think. Yeah, it's literally just off of left click.
Yeah, but even the left click, like, it's a real encouragement to spam with the left click, isn't it? It's like to kind of spam in an area and hope you dink someone. Yeah. So I think 2 would be fair.
Yeah, he and Symmetra just flip flopped. Symmetra's a little easy, a little more straightforward at higher rings, less aim, but Torb's more forgiving in lower rings. What do you think value floor here? Like, how good is this hero at lower rings?
He again, the turret is like MVP because people don't kill the turret. So, although the kit doesn't necessarily make you think, well, the turret will be huge, but again, the fact that people don't kill it means that it just does value all the, like, it's just chipping away, and building the Torb's ult, and then obviously that ult is also more valuable at the lowest ranks because people just don't run away from it.
Yeah, I agree. 100% agree there.
Quite a high value. I'd say, like, not like super crazy high, but
3 or 3.5. What do you think?
I think 3. I don't think 3.5 because I think they're like, you don't get like crazy value out of it. It's not like Bastion level value.
Yeah. Right? I think also you have to keep in mind as well is that like he has some map limitations. Like, he's not amazing on more longer range maps. So he does have that like little bit of a handicap.
Yeah, again, I'm comparing him to Junkrat, who's 3.5. I think again there is like, you could get less value with Torb in that sense of like, you could just miss all your shots and then your turret is in like a really dumb place and it gets killed and then you're not doing anything. Whereas like Junkrat is like, you're spamming. You're gonna get some connections.
Value ceiling for me is probably like 2 as well. Maybe a little higher. Like, he's not terrible at higher ranks. Like, overload was a big deal for him. They've also fixed his shotgun, so his shotgun's not complete trash anymore. Because the shotgun was literally worthless. It did less damage than his primary fire, even to tanks at like point blank. But now it's good. The ult isn't great, but it's still okay. And like, his gun is decent as well. So like, I'd actually put him like probably on par, like either 2. I mean, Reaper's 2, Soldier's 2. Man, maybe I could even get away with a 2.5 here. Like, I look at Pharah and I'm like, I don't think he's as useful as Pharah, but he's close.
Yeah, it's tricky because we haven't got many people in that range. Just Pharah at 2.5
like,
and then Soldier.
Yeah, so Torb is really the only thing that keeps me keep him in the 2 is because he's not very good against snipers, and snipers have been pretty good as of recently. He's actually not terrible against Echo. His turret gets destroyed pretty easily, but if you can like combo hit scan plus Torb, that's a rough. Like, Echo doesn't want to have to deal with turret and Torb and a hit scan. Like, that gets to be annoying. But I don't know. It's a low 2.5 or a high 2 for me. I'm not sure. What
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Like, you probably see more Torb at pro play than Reaper Soldier, right? Like, Torb has, I think, in recent times seen more pro play than those two heroes.
Yeah, Torb fits his niche better of like anti-dive better than he used to.
Yeah, which kind of like suggests that he has more value to be given. But at the same time, I don't really feel comfortable putting him in the same value ceiling as Pharah.
Yeah, I don't either. See, my only problem with Torb is he fits his archetype well, but he's almost never meta.
Yeah.
Like, he's never meta. So in other words, like, you could play Brawl meta, Dive meta, Spam. You're never going to have Torb as your primary pick. He'll always be a counter swap, if that.
So yeah, I think 2. I think
2. I think a solid 2, but like probably higher than some of the other 2s that we've placed in here. Okay, this is a tricky one. So we're gonna try not take an hour on this one, but buffs, nerfs. What do you think?
We end up sometimes just taking the easy out and saying like, oh, just rework and tweak this hero in certain ways. I think if on balance, he's actually fine. Like, I don't really think he needs changing per se, because he's not really problematic in any way.
No.
And he's not really like causing an issue in any sense. And nor does he need to be good. So
no,
he's fine.
I think he's fine. I think the only thing that I would consider is maybe finding a way to move him away from his turret. But at the same time, like, what is his archetype if he doesn't have turret? Like, what's his selling point? So that's why I hesitate. Like, maybe, like, I remember back in the day, people used to spin like entire mega threads of like Torb turret ideas. Like, it could debuff, it could do this, it could be different types of turrets. And I think those would be things that'd be fun to consider. But I do consider him, along with Symmetra, one of the more successful reworks that they've done. Like, he's way less brain dead than he used to. So that's good, so I'll take what I can get,
Yeah, I think kudos to the Blizzard team for like taking him and then kind of making him not brain dead essentially.
Yes.
Not that, I don't necessarily think he's perfect. Like we said, I think a lot of these heroes have become outdated, but yeah, he's fine. Fun against. Outside the turret, there's nothing again problematic really.
Yeah, it's like the Echo kind of situation where it's like super annoying against a very small set of heroes, but other people don't really care that much. Like Tracer, Genji, Sombra, like, it's obnoxious. It's absolutely obnoxious to play against a Torb as those like couple of heroes.
Yes.
But for the rest of the cast, it's like, it's there, okay, So I think we kind of have to balance that.
There's an ineffable fun factor of like Torb the memester, and like everybody's just like, when hammer kills get involved, is like fun is like the fun factor goes up.
Well, that's not even fun. That's just like that's the Geneva Convention says you're not allowed to do that. So no Torb hammer kills. You can get in trouble with the the United Nations. I don't know. Like, it's a 2 or a 2.5 for me, but I've like 2.5 almost feels too high, but I'm not sure.
I guess what we're saying in this category is just who's like offensive and inoffensive to die to, and Torb and like Soldier are kind of like inoffensive to die to.
True. Yeah.
So I think maybe like 2.5 is fine. I think.
Yep.
Because I don't think it's a bit more annoying to die to Symmetra because she slows you as well with her turret. So.
Yep, that's true. If you die to a Torb, it's usually because he was shooting at you. Rarely was it just his turret. So.
Yeah. If you die to his turret, then that's on you. Like, that's on you.
yeah, true. Okay, we're almost done. All right, skill floor, Tracer. Oh man, I honestly feel like this is if there's gonna be a 4, it's probably gonna be with this hero.
Agreed.
I don't think, like, even if we included tanks and supports, like I just don't know that there's really any other hero that could be harder than Tracer at the very beginning of the game. Or not the very beginning of the game, but like, you played at a base competency level, like, you just die off a cooldown, man. You don't have a particularly oppressive ultimate. I think another thing with Tracer as well is her role is very hard to understand and hard to apply. It's confusing. It's like, I have no HP. How is this? Well, we have mobility. Okay, well, what do I do with that, right? And even if you do understand it, it takes a long time to understand like what she's supposed to do and what she's good at. And until you get there and you get your mechanics up to par and you get your cooldown usage up to par and you find some way to get some value out of your ultimate, which is like what? Like probably the second most difficult ultimate to use in the game. Then you're there. But like, how long is that going to take? So I think skill floor is probably a solid 4.
Yeah, I agree. And I think one thing for anyone who's kind of maybe disagreeing with this that I would say is that her and Widowmaker are the only two heroes who are like on release level of like they're still relevant, because a lot of the heroes that we compare now when we think like meta and tough to play are like, you know, Ashe, Echo, like, oh yeah, these are skillful heroes that like, you know, get value, but the community has had less time with them, so actually figuring out the ins and outs of that hero is you know, it feels tricky because we haven't just physically had as much time. People have been like one tricking Tracer since the start of the game and still like are constantly getting better. And I think that just testifies to, and like when she started, like when the game was fresh, like Tracer was like, you just wouldn't play her if you weren't really good. And there's no point. You were just wasting your time. And yeah, I just think that she's kind of...
I think you just filled in the next number for us as well.
Yeah.
Along the way.
It's just like constant. It's just like, I mean, and yeah, I just think like anyone who's watched Pro Overwatch has to think that like this hero is...
I mean, it's unquestionable.
Like for on these two, it has to be 4, right? Like we can discuss value and stuff, but she's always been the sort of the one trick hero, the one that you have to like have, because when played at optimally, she just like is the hero.
Agreed. Value floor, value ceiling. For me, value floor is tricky because they did nerf her fall off, which is good. She no more Tracer sniper, right? Like that was obnoxious to play up against. So she is a little less strong in that thing. But I actually think because her skill floor is so high, we expect to see a low value floor. Like I expect like probably 2.5, maybe not even that. Like even when you play her at a base level, and you're still doing work, she's still like, okay, let me put it this way. She's meta, so she's not, 1 or 1.5. And we're assuming that you're already playing her at a decent level, right? So you're not just brand new picking up the hero, how good are you doing? But I still don't think that she's like massively oppressive at this, like the mid tier.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I think, yeah, obviously there's a very direct link with like how good you can move and aim to get your value, but I don't think she's like Sombra level of like, well, you could just do nothing, you know, like you could just do nothing.
No, I think if you're playing competently,
I'm trying to think, is anyone who's a 1.5? See, but go ahead.
I think if you're playing her competently, you are doing something. It's not going to be as much as if you were doing other heroes. 1.5 is Doomfist value floor.
Yeah. It might be a comparable level, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
So I think the argument was that, you know, okay, you can get 1 kill with Doomfist, but how are you going to get multiple kills?
Right.
With Tracer, yeah, you could probably, you know, assassinate 1 person, but if you're bad, will you continue to get value?
Let's just leave it at 2, but we're going to have to disclaim it to make
I think 2
to make
is
sure
fair.
that people need to understand that when we say value floor, we're saying you are already decent at her. You're not brand new at her. If you're brand new at her, you're at a solid 1, you know. But if you've already reached the skill floor of the hero, you'll be a 2. You'll be a 2 consistently. But you know, she's obviously, to get to that 2 takes a lot more work than it is in most heroes. Ceiling, what do you think?
Yeah, this is just I think
pretty straightforward.
Probably 4. Yeah,
she's strong. 4. Like this is where we account for the skill ceiling, and the the health strength of the hero. Basically, it's like, you know, X times Y. And right now we have a hero who, even after the nerf, is still very strong. Is also very hard, has a very immense ceiling, and so that's just oppressive. Like the only thing that bullies Tracer out really is Brawl meta, where she's not as good. So I think unquestionably a 4 here.
Yeah, I think kudos to Blizzard for creating like not just their flagship hero, but, you know, like a hero that like, yeah, like this is kind of how you want it, right? Like super hard to get into, but like the ceiling is near limitless. Like people just keep getting better and better at Tracer and finding more and more to do.
I agree, and especially since they nerfed the fall off damage, which was, my opinion, was broken, was not in her design. Like it's more, like there's still counterplay. You just have to outplay her, and that's rough. Buffs, nerfs. I don't think anything. I think like the fall off damage thing, where she did damage, I think it was like there was no fall off for like an extra 3 meters. I think that was stupid. We've mentioned that multiple times. They fixed that. I don't have any feedback here. I think pulse bomb is fine. Damage is fine. Mobility is fine. Don't touch her.
Yeah, no, I'm down with that. I don't think there's anything that needs to be done. Fun against. I mean, this again, people will be salty, but I think if I die to a Tracer, she's probably good. So I'm not mad.
Yeah, I think the only thing is that it is because she is very strong. She can be very frustrating sometimes, but certainly not.
That's true. It can feel powerlessness again, like that powerlessness.
But certainly not not to the level of Sombra, Torb, Symmetra, Reaper. I think you have to put her at a solid 3 with Genji. With Genji. Genji has Nano Blade. I mean, what about 3? What?
But there's more. There's more counterplay to Genji. Like sometimes you can just get one clip by Tracer and there's nothing you could have done.
Right. Yeah.
Whereas I think that's very rare that a Genji just like insta deletes you.
Yeah, that's true. I think a solid 3 for Tracer.
Yeah, there's an argument for 3.5. But I think 3
that's the wrong category, by the way.
Oh, that's the wrong category. No, buff the crap out of her. Make her super.
800 damage, has no fall off with anywhere within like a 20-meter radius. Just it's a mini diva bomb now. Okay. All right, last hero. All right, this is crazy, man.
A very controversial one at that. Skill floor. Again, I think this becomes a loaded term of like, what is like how highly do you value mechanical ability? But I do think that you do need to be able to hit a lot of you have to have very good aim to get some value out of this hero, like to play this hero. So it is quite high.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's like what you brought up earlier was the best argument for not putting her at a 4, which is the fact that the enemy team is less likely to force you to position well in mid ranks. But I think you can't argue anything underneath a 3.5.
Yeah, I think it's either 3.5 or 4. The only thing, because the reason like I would say not 4 is like if you look at Tracer, there's like the mechanical element of hitting, and tracking is very hard at like those high speeds that you're moving, and you have blink management and you have recall management.
True.
And like yes, you have positioning as Widowmaker, but it's really not like the kind of intricacy of Tracer blink and moving.
The thing with Widowmaker positioning is it's very important, but it's one-dimensional. It's like where it's like if I could like draw out like it's a unilateral. It's like how far left, how far right. That's your Widowmaker positioning essentially. Do I grapple here? Do I grapple there? Do I grapple up? Do I stay? And the mind games that come along with it to an extent. But we don't even get into that necessarily until we hit the ceiling. So I definitely think that at least at a midline, the Tracer decision making is a little trickier than Widow. So I definitely agree with the 3.5.
Yeah. Okay,
ceiling is unquestionably 4. I mean, because it's not just the mechanical aspect, because you can always click heads better. It's because the impact that you can have with those clicked heads is huge. So it's like it's not just like if you hit a body shot here, if you hit a headshot there, it's like there's always a chance to get a headshot with Widowmaker. There's always that freeze frame shot, right? And even if you didn't have a robot playing Widowmaker, there's a lot of decision making in terms of positioning, game sense, enemy cooldown usage. I mean, a lot of times, I've coached a lot of Widowmaker, and like the Widow versus Widow duels, it's like a chess match. It's a big chess match about where you're peeking, when you're peeking. Do they know you're there? Do they pre-scope? Should you grapple this if they know where you are? And I think that's an added level of difficulty that most Widows just don't think about. A lot of low rank players is, you just click heads. That couldn't be further from the truth, especially at the higher rank. So I think unquestionably that puts your ceiling at a top level, because it isn't just mechanics, it's about setting yourself up at the right spot to use your mechanics.
Yeah, I'm literally trying to think devil's advocate of anything, like any argument I can think for like anything lower. I mean, let's see, Sombra's 3.5. I guess you could make the argument that Sombra actually is like mentally a lot trickier than Widowmaker, but again, when you factor the shooting also, it's just like limitless, right? Like that's the reason why aimbots are on Widowmaker primarily, because this hero, like there's no limit to like if you can like the more shots you can hit, like it's just limitless, right? It just gets limitless.
The one devil's advocate myself is the fact that her cooldowns they're not easy. They're relatively difficult, but they're straightforward. They're very straightforward. Your mobility, grapple, Venomine is either scouting or self-defense. Like that's basically it. So you have to learn how to. There's a relatively high skill floor for her cooldowns, but there's not a high skill ceiling for her cooldowns. So they're easy to. They're like once you got them, you got them. There's not anything cute you can do with them.
Yeah. I mean, there is an argument to put it 3.5. Like, is she as min-maxable as Tracer? Probably not.
Probably not, no.
Because, like, you can't, like, as we said, you can always improve your mechanics as Tracer and better your blink and your positioning and your engagement and understanding that you're, like, the flank patroller. You know, like there's a lot to think about. Whereas, like you said, you know, there is a lot of nuance to the Widowmaker angling, but again, it's kind of straightforward, right?
Yeah,
like,
it's tricky though, because it's like if it's a 4, it's barely. If it's a 3.5, it's a really high 3.5. You know?
Yeah.
And it's like you also have to like, because I personally don't know, like for example, a player like Saya Player or you know a KSP, some of the best Widowmakers in the world, how many hours did they have to spend to get to that level? And they're not even at the ceiling necessarily. You know what I'm saying? Like how much time? I don't know. I know that it takes a lot of time, but I don't know how much time off of stream, on stream, ranked, you know, Kovacs, whatever. And I think you have to encounter that, and I just don't know. So
yeah, and again, this sort of, and I genuinely don't know what the answer to this question is. Like the what makes the waters a bit murky is that the skills that you need to practice Widowmaker are very transferable. So like anyone who has a FPS background or an FPS future will come and be able to pick up Widowmaker's that element of her kit. Whereas like, you know, it doesn't matter if you're a CSGO pro, put you on Tracer and you're not doing like you're not doing shit.
You have no idea what you're doing.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So it's like it kind of makes the waters murky because it is a skill that's been practiced, but of course a lot of people have already practiced
exactly
it.
It's like learning how to run but you already know how to walk, kind of a thing. I don't know, man. I have no idea.
I feel like the 4 should be rare. This is my like just on a macro perspective. Oh shit! I accidentally click print. The 4 should. I'm out printing this, faxing it to Jeff. Perfect. You know, 4s should be like 1 per. You know, like max 2 per. You know, like not many people should have the 4 because what you're saying is this is like as much as it gets. And if 2 heroes are as much as it gets, well, now you're comparing them in a way. Do you get me?
What you're saying.
So I don't know. I'm a little bit tempted. I don't know. I really don't know. I wouldn't be mad either way, if I'm being honest. Was it my or your category?
It was my category.
Well, then go ahead. You pick.
Oh man. I'm just gonna say 4 because.
Or we just cheat, and add 3.75, like super cheat.
Screw it. You know what? Do it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. 3.2.
Do it. Because it's just not fair, I think.
There you go.
The number 3.5 wouldn't do the job, I don't think, or nor would 4 in a way.
Okay, your turn. Value floor.
I mean, this is just low as fuck.
Yeah, it sure is.
You don't hit shots. Like, if anyone who's seen my Widowmaker knows how little value you can get paying this hero.
I have a distinct memory when I was like platinum. No, when I hit diamond. I remember for the first time of like, man, I actually have to listen to that Widowmaker ultimate. You know, like when I was in like gold and like silver and even like low platinum, Bastion, whatever the heck she says. I'm not French, sadly, but I just didn't care. I was like, okay, that's nice. You know, you have fun doing with whatever you're doing. Like,
background music.
Exactly. And then all of a sudden I'm like, oh, that matters. Oh shoot, you know, like so. Value floor is not very high because even at like plat, like there's so many ways of like it takes so much. Like she's not a bad hero right now, but there's like she's certainly not like, oh, that hero's great, we're gonna win, we got a Widow. You know, I don't know. I think.
Well, yeah, you don't just pick Widow and win. You have to pick Widow and be really good to win.
Exactly.
So there's not like an inherent value of just pick. Again, I think the hero would give you value. I think that's what I understand when I think value floor. It's like there's things you could just do with this hero that will get you value. That's not really the case of Widowmaker.
My only caveat, like devil's advocate with your 1 here, is we look at the other ones here. So we've got Sombra, Doomfist. The difference between, I would say, Widow is the fact that, in some maps she's not great, but on some maps you do a lot, even if you're bad.
That's true.
So
there's an argument for 1.5
because there's just certain maps where like you don't even have to hit many shots. You can just kind of clickety-click shoot, you know, Reinhardt's butt cheeks, and you're still scaring people, you know.
Yeah, you're zoning them in a way that Sombra doesn't.
Let's say if you're playing her at her skill floor, you do 1.5. But if like it's a tracer argument. If you're competent at the hero, then you'll do all right. You'll do all right. But if you're anywhere not competent, you're just going to be absolute trash.
Yeah, I think that's
actually
a fair
by
argument.
That argument, should we make her a 2? Go back and look at our tracer card.
No, I think there's more in Tracer's kit that could help you get value.
That's
like
fair.
I think there's like more mobility. There's the pulse. Again, how badly can you just screw up infra size, right? Like pulse bomb, at worst, you could just stick it on tanks, right? And it's like a little bit easier to do.
That's fair.
Whereas like you can just use people just use wall hack sometimes and it goes to waste completely.
There's a certain unnamed, very well-known Widowmaker player who I stopped into this person's stream, and how they were using wall hacks made me want to gouge my eyes out. And this player is higher ranked. I'm like, do you just not think before you press? Okay, anyway, that was a side note. Ceiling, I think, like, obviously it's like, this one's a little trickier to me because, like, I would say actually 3.5 actually here, because I think she is more like, this is where the map and meta starts to hit Widow harder than it does other heroes. Yes. Like even more than Tracer. I say 3.5 because like even a really good Widow is going to struggle against a good dive. If that's what's meta. A really good Widow is going to struggle against Brawl on a good Brawl map. Like she's a lot more limited with what she can do in terms of raw value.
Yeah, I agree. I remember with the start, I think we spoke about like there were metas that weren't meant for Tracer, and you were still picking Tracer. Like people were playing like Reinhardt and still picking Tracer because there's just like sometimes there's nothing to stop her. Like even in a bad comp, she still works. Whereas there are just maps. There are just times when you wouldn't actually pick Widowmaker. Obviously, the frustration is that there are times when you can do nothing about the enemy Widowmaker. Right? I think that's one thing that's unique about her is that. Yes, like Tracer can be oppressive, but I think there's things you could do to mitigate her value. Whereas like sometimes it doesn't matter the best of intentions. If there's Widowmakers clicking heads, you're done.
Widowmaker is definitely hit hard by maps and metas, but she also, like we said, benefits immensely from maps and metas as well. Like you can very few heroes can you quote unquote solo carry with, but Widowmaker sometimes on this, if it's a favorable map and a favorable point, you can just solo carry, and they're like it's just over. So 3.5. Certainly the score I would give.
Yeah, I think it's fair.
Okay. Buffs and nerfs. I don't know.
Cool mama.
Jeez, this is right up there with Sombra. I don't know. What do you think?
I think it's really tough. I think Sombra is probably like more clear even in like
true.
Yeah, with something needs to be changed about
your
the
suggestion.
hero.
It was clear, yeah.
Whereas with Widowmaker, I'm like. It's like so easy to dumpster this hero, right? Like it's so easy to just dumpster this hero. But at the same time, like we said, she can just take over, and it becomes like if you don't have a Widowmaker, you lose.
Yeah.
So I don't know what the answer is. I'm not like a Widowmaker player, and I don't know what is a fair balance between keeping her as a strong sniper who can, just delete people with skill. And being so obnoxious that if they have a Widowmaker and you don't, you lose.
I don't know. I think one of the suggestions I saw a long time ago, which might still be relevant, is increasing the charge time between shots. If you do that, maybe you can bring back her HP. But ultimately, the one-shot mechanic is just going to continue to be a controversy as long as this game's alive. And you could make an argument for it being there. You can argue for it not being there. I don't think anybody would be happy. And I think buff nerf is just is too basic right now. So definitely, you quadruple your asterisks, just the entire line is just 12 asterisks in a row. So I don't know, who knows?
Yeah, if Bastion has 2 asterisks, then I think Widowmaker just 4 asterisks. We don't
extra.
know. There's a lot of suggestions in chat, but I genuinely don't know. That's the thing, right? Some people are saying lower her headshot multipliers. Someone like you said, people mention lower the charge time. I've heard people mention in the past that her headshot should do different amount of damage to different roles. So less damage to tanks. And still fine to DPS, but there and theoretically I'm like, okay, well they sound like good ideas, but I don't know if they would help.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Last one, fun against probably 1.5. I'd probably say, or a 2. Like the only consolation is that Widow took some skill to make that shot, right? But obviously the counterplay there. It's there, cover corners, know where the Widow is, but it doesn't make it any less frustrating. I wouldn't put... I'm leaning 2, though, because of the element of skill, and because there is counterplay to it. It's not uncounterable. You can counter it. You just need to... You just have to be aware. And also one other thing, can I interrupt really quick? Is it's also rank specific as well. Because the fact that her value floor is so low and her skill floor is so high makes it that she is not, I guess, obnoxious to play against until you get to Diamond Masters Plus on specific points.
Yes. She's not taking over games in gold. Like, starts to in platinum, but, you know. And I think the other thing about it is, like, if you died to Widowmaker, there's something you probably could have done. Like, at most ranks, you know, once again, you can get to the high ranks where it's like, well, I had to do something eventually, and then she killed me. But, like, with Hanzo, again, at 1.5, it's like, you could have just been, like, standing around, and the Hanzo could have meant to, like, hit something else, and in flies the arrow and just domes you. So, I think 2 is fun. Although, again, you look at it at the face, you're like, 2?
Yeah.
Well, it's no fun dying to Widowmaker across the map.
Yeah.
But, you know, most of the time, it's like, well, okay, fair enough, she hit her shot.
We've learned, if nothing else, that the fun against category has heavy discrepancies on one side or the other. It's like,
oh yeah, it's the ironically, it's like the least important category, and it's the most, like, controversial in a way.
Because it's like tanks might be fine with it, but supports hate it, or, you know, this rank's fine with it, but this rank hates it, and vice versa, and, like, you know, map specific as well, because it's like it's just like even a platinum Widow is not going to be fun to play against on Junkerton, right? But elsewhere, like, you don't,
or Havana,
but you don't care about it. Oh,
geez,
like another great point. But elsewhere, it's not really a concern. But wow, that was, I guess, you know, 6 times 17. That's 102 quite individual scores for 17 different DPS characters. That was a lot of work.
A lot of numbers.
That was fun though.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun. Actually,
that was really fun.
Let's just overview then. So let's just look over the big highlights, I guess. So the lowest skill floor we're saying is Bastion.
Good. For sure.
I think alongside someone like Junkrat, which I think alongside Junkrat, Reaper, Soldier, I think these are fair, and Torb.
I feel a little guilty about the 1.5 Soldier, but, you know, I don't not.
Yeah, actually, looking back at it, he kind of feels a bit rough to those other guys. So maybe 2. Yeah, I think it's a little hard on the old man. Like, he's not Reaper Bastion, is he? Even Torb feels a little bit harsh on him to be put in the same category as, like, Junkrat.
Yeah.
But, definitely, I think Bastion, lowest skill floor. If you were like, if you were like new to Overwatch basically, and you were put in bronze, just this guy, basically. Who's the highest or the lowest? So who's the highest skill floor? So we said obviously. Down, it's Tracer. I think that's fair as well.
Tracer, Widow, Sombra.
Alongside Widow, Sombra. Pharah. Like, these are the heroes these are the last heroes I would tell like a new player. Like, who just wants to get competent at any hero.
Does Pharah deserve 3 skill floor? Or do you think she's a 2.5? 3 seems high.
Yeah, 3 does seem high. 3 does seem high because you can just fly around and do shit, can't you?
I think part of our argument was, like, some maps she's going to be really tricky to get value out of, but I'm still not sold on the 3.
Yeah, I think 2. Is there anyone else who's 3?
No. She's on par with Echo with skill floor.
Yeah, it's interesting because we don't have a 3. It would be interesting to have a comparison point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, she is kind of more difficult than Echo, though, probably, right? That's probably why we bumped her to 3. There's like less stuff you can rely on. But then again, also,
Echo's busted.
Go ahead.
You know what I'm saying? Because, like, we're confusing the value and skill for like Echo. You can make a million errors. It just doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I think, like, we expect the skill floors to be the same because Echo's just stronger, and so of course she's gonna feel a little easier.
That's true.
So that's my take.
Yeah, I think that's a fair take. It is a bit odd that we don't have a 3, but okay, fair enough. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. It would be in other categories, I suppose. Okay, so then who has the lowest skill ceiling?
Bastion's only 1.5. I
think we said. Yeah.
Junkrat 2. Reaper 1.5. Uh-oh. Symmetra with a 1.5 as well.
Yeah. I wonder is Reaper a little bit low at 1.5, or is he about right? I guess the argument we were making is that, and I guess again, if you're thinking big picture, you said, you know, Moira is kind of the one, right, where it's like, you figured this hero out. If you're playing her competently, you figured it out.
Yeah.
Right. I'm sure there are more mains who are saying no. I mean, and I guess there is an argument there as well. We're straying. We're bleeding into a completely whole other thing. But you know, they would say there's a lot of fade tech that you could do.
I'm biting my tongue currently right now. I just don't make me bleed my mouth too much, please. Yeah.
So, I mean, with Bastion being a 1.5, which I think is fair, there is like, you know, of course his kit is straightforward, but I think his positioning requires understanding at the highest level.
And the ultimate as well.
And the ultimate. I think Reaper, by that hallmark, is okay. Is he? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
He's
the
okay.
The only argument I think you could make is that for him having a 2 is that mechanics is actually a little bit more difficult than you think it is in close ranges. Like, there's a lot of times at the pro level, you'll see a Reaper make a headshot, and you're like, how did he do that? Like, how did he make that flick? Like, because you're up close, but also everybody's moving faster when you're up close. So, I
wouldn't be mad actually seeing that Torb is 2.
Oh yeah, that's true. Okay, yeah. All right, your man's getting 2. Oh no, did I delete it? Oh, did I do SVB? There it is.
Okay,
Control Z. Yeah, we're good. All right.
Yeah,
I'm used to OBS. OBS doesn't have a Control Z. I can't tell you how much that grieves me.
I know.
Okay.
Okay, so then and who has the highest skill ceiling? Obviously, it's the Tracer and 3.82 Widowmaker.
Yeah. Sombra 3.5 as well.
Sombra 3.5, which I think is fair. Like, again, if you were to think like what are the hardest heroes to master,
Genji
these are the ones that I would.
Doomfist, yeah.
And also Doomfist, which I think is fair. Genji Doomfist is also fair, I think, because these are like
immense tech.
Really, really like you have to throw yourself into these heroes to actually master them.
Exactly. Value floor.
Okay, so value floor. Where's the lowest?
Is 1.5.
I think
Sombra.
we said I think Doom and Widowmaker and Sombra. Yeah, that's right. Sombra's right.
Ridiculous. Sombra was even lower than him, which I think is fair. I think
it is. I think this is the one hero in the game who's like you could just pick and do nothing.
I agree.
Like absolutely nothing.
I agree.
So I think that's fair. And then the highest is Bastion, which is also fair. I think like if you just picking this hero and you know going into your turret form. You've kind of got it. You know, you're doing your job.
Junkrat as well.
Yeah, Junkrat high, which is also fair.
Soldier,
I think also Reaper, which is also fair. Like, you know, you're doing your job with these heroes once you get close
Soldier
enough.
And Tor both relatively high with 3s as well. Which
I think is fair. Like they output near max value of their kits very frequently, basically.
And they have good ultimates in lower ranks as well.
Yes.
Okay.
And then value ceiling again. Going back, Bastion is just funny because he just stands out as this huge outlier
like
all the time.
Sore thumb, man. It's like, where did this hero come from?
Yeah, it really tells you this hero is like, just not right. Something's not right about this hero. Which, again, I'm pretty sure Junkrat mains would be like, it's so hard, man, a GM to get value out of this guy.
Well, keep in mind at this point we're talking about like, well, it really is. It value ceiling is like how high of a rank. Like we could put value ceiling as like how high can you climb with this hero? Consistently.
Yeah, if you one trick this hero, how are you gonna do? And I think again like Bastion, Doomfist, Junkrat, these are the like heroes you would least want to one trick. Symmetra on 2, which is probably fair.
I look at
like slightly easier.
I look at Ashe and I'm like like she's a high 3. I see she's at 3, but I'm like 3.2, 3.1.
Is there a 3.5 in value ceiling that we have to compare to?
There's gotta be, right? Is there?
No, I don't think so. We could Widowmaker 3.5.
Yeah. I have a hard time putting her on the Widowmaker's level though. I feel like she's another one of those awkward ones, high 3.
Yeah, and again, that's like if you gave her a mercy pocket, then she's kind of there. But
the only thing that she's got going for her is she's just so terribly flexible. Like she just isn't ever a bad pick.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I would be tempted 3.5, but I don't. It's here or there. It's like very marginal.
That was the Widowmaker exception. We can't make too minis, otherwise we'll have to go through and do them all over again.
True.
Bob's nerfs. I think we don't need to go over that one because that's not really comparable. But I want to do the fun against that. That's the one we can actually compare. Bastion, the one.
So Bastion again. Yeah, I mean, it just never feels good. I don't think that's the thing.
No.
It's like you're never like, oh yeah, that was a satisfying engagement when you get mowed down by a Bastion.
The way you're describing these is just, it's poetic. Oh, that feels good. What a satisfying engagement by the Bastion. Why don't you even sub-alert that for you guys? Oh, what a satisfying engagement by the enemy Bastion. That would just be excellent.
I know.
Oh my gosh. Okay, Hanzo.
And then again, Sombra as well.
Okay, yeah. Hanzo and Doom look really low. I'm unsure.
I mean, Doom has to be low because just the number of complaints. Just the number of complaints.
Maybe we could bump Hanzo up to 2.
Hanzo could be bumped, but
because I'm like,
the tree trunks don't be fun.
Yeah, but like, would you rather have a Hanzo in the enemy team or a Junkrat spamming choke kind of a thing? You know what I'm saying? Like how? I don't know.
Honestly, me personally, I'd probably rather have the Junkrat because I can outplay that guy much easier than the Hanzo.
I think the bias that we're coming at this with is that we're used to playing Hanzo in higher ranks, and we're like, oh yeah, that guy's scary, but you don't really see Junkrat. You know, whereas a lower, do you think a lower rank is more scared of a Junkrat spamming a choke or a Hanzo? So
oh yeah, they're definitely more scared of the Junkrat.
So it's like they're more frustrated, and the Riptire as well. Like Riptire is not a fun ultimate to play into at all.
We might need to bump some of the fun categories because we're low on the fun right now. Yeah. I mean, Echo. I think Echo is more like I'd rather die to an Echo than a Hanzo. Clear, though, even though.
So really quick, one thing that we have to understand with the bias is that certain heroes are naturally biased. We talked about how tanks are naturally biased to higher skill ceilings, higher skill floors, right? I think with DPS, people are less happy to die to DPS. Ironically, the DPS category is also the most frustrating to die against. Dying to Winston, dying to D.Va, dying to Zarya, dying to Reinhardt, dying to Ana, dying to Bap. Like, those aren't particularly frustrating heroes to die against. And those just happen to be the tank and support categories. So I don't know if that's like psychological or design-wise, but it does look like the DPS category is like, man, we really hate dying to these guys. Which is weird.
It's just, maybe, yeah, it's a lot of psychological element of like who's behind them as well. Like them filthy DPS mains coming in and assassinating me.
I don't know.
Also, I guess with tank, like usually you have to go pretty far in position to like true. Die to certain tanks.
That's true. It's kind of like, oh, I messed up. Although there's a couple exceptions with supports. Nobody likes dying.
Like Roadhog. Okay, but that's why Roadhog is like one, right? Because it's like
and you ready? I'm about. Maybe this is just me, but Valking Mercy. Oh my gosh, I want to punch the wall.
Oh, there's like it's like the worst feeling dying to any Mercy, but Valking Mercy, because you know you should die. That's the sad part.
Good.
It's like
she's strong.
You should die because it's like she's like the best duelist in the game. It's just like impossible to hit flying moth in your face with like machine gun Glock.
It's awful.
But at the same time, you're really salty.
Yeah, it's
that this bitch has used her whole ult on you.
Get out of here!
You could have done so much with this. You could have healed your entire team, and you chose to do this. You chose violence.
Person, but I'm the guy. We'll be stacking quick play with friends or something, and somebody Valk Mercies at me, and I'll be playing Zen, and I'll get the kill, 1 out of every 4 times or something, and I'm gonna type in match chat. I'm gonna do it. I have no regrets.
Sit.
Yeah, the sit. Or even better, the capital L, just L. That's even better.
L.
Like it just really gets me. Anyway, but we're getting off topic. Bump Hanzo or leave Hanzo?
Yeah. We could bump him to 2. We could bump him to 2. Even though I personally am a bit like. Oh, it's alright. You go
backspace.
Even though personally I hate dying to the tree trunks, but again, you're right. There's like a bias of rank there where like. I'm dying to a better caliber of Hanzo as opposed to the Junkrat.
Because you look at that, the value ceiling there, and then you look at the Junkrat's value ceiling, like there's the clear discrepancy there, and it's going to naturally lead to that bias. But yeah, it's hard to kind of keep all these factors.
I think it's fair that Mei is low as well because like nobody likes dying. Like the way you die to Mei is slow, painful death, isolated but from your teammates, so it just feels very shit.
It would be 1 if this was arcade free for all. It would be 1. Shame on you guys. If you guys
yeah, exactly. That's actually a good factor because it's like whoever plays the like deathmatch OP heroes, and it's like you play Roadhog, you just got no honor. You play Moira and you kill me in deathmatch. Like I don't even count that. I don't even count.
It's awful. It's awful. Oh my gosh. I guess that's it, man. Is there anything else?
No, that's a good overview of like what we did.
Moly. I'm thinking I want to dig up a small streamer to host. Would you be down for that, or do you have somebody in mind already?
Yeah, no, yeah, I'm
All
always
right.
down for it.
All
Let's
right,
go
all
for
right.
it. We can
Yeah,
simultaneous
that's
if
what
you
I was
want.
thinking. Like we can hit him with a 1-2 punch. I'll host him with my 4. You host him with your 400. It'll be perfect. I'm trying to see if there's anybody. Is there anybody in your? I always try and prioritize people in my or your Discord. I don't see anybody in my Discord that's streaming right now. Do you have any in yours?
Not that I can
I
see
might have
right
found
now.
one. Oh, I got one.
Oh yeah, drop me the.
Viva La Alice. She's got some funky hair going on here, so I'll.
Oh, you might need to copy paste that to me in the
I'll send it
Discord.
to you over Discord. So this is what we got. She's got looks like diva ears, blue and pink hair. She's playing Ana. Like this is like it couldn't get better. You know, it's gonna be fun. All right, so I'm gonna toss host.
Well,
I'm gonna thank you SVB so much for I guess collabing with me. That was a lot of fun, a lot of talking. My mouth hurts. I'm gonna go and lie down and put a washcloth over my head. Too much talking about Bastion. But as always, I really appreciate you coming on, dude. Or I guess like mutually coming on. You know, guys, if you guys haven't checked out SVB in my chat, !SVB, phenomenal educator, I say. Educator, content creator, has worked his way up from literally nothing and has earned every single bit of respect he's gotten. Been a pleasure, man, as always. Thank you so much.
No, thank you very much, man. Like likewise, it's been an absolute pleasure. So guys, thank you to Spilo for this idea. Like it was all his idea, all his kind of his mods executed it. So big shout out to him. Are you going to put this on YouTube for your?
Yeah, you know, I'm gonna have to cut out the part where I disappear from stream. But yeah, the goal is to get that up on YouTube.
Well, if you need to take if you need to take that part from my stream, whatever, go ahead. Like, but yeah, like, thank you so much for organizing. And guys, I'm not gonna steal the content. It was his idea, so go check if you want to watch. Like, if if you miss some part, you want to watch it all. Go watch Spilo and watch it back. If you're desperate for my take, I mean, you can check out the VOD and. You can see it, but if you're desperate to watch my face as he said things, then that's so be it. But yeah, please check out Spilo. Again, ! Spilo, same works in my chat. Just an awesome dude. Really a nice guy, I think, which is underappreciated when people talk about who to recommend and stuff. Just like a nice person is really nice to have. So really nice guy, but on top of that, awesome coach. As everyone says, like, I can't believe that Spilo isn't coaching in Overwatch League, but we know the story will happen or nearly happen, so unlucky. But I hope you continue to make the fantastic content you are making, and I hope you continue to, be out here making this good shit. So thanks, man. Thanks for the invite.
I'll keep in touch, man. We'll have to do this again.